In the aftermath of the Horus heresy, when the traitors had been cast down and the War Master slain, the Imperium faced a reckoning. No longer would any one man be permitted to wield command over an entire Space Marine Legion. To safeguard against such concentrated power ever again turning upon the Imperium, the Loyalist legions were broken apart. A new order was born from this, what came to be known as the Second Founding. The Primarch Rogel Dorn accepted this painful truth. Though his heart ached at the thought of breaking apart the proud brotherhood of the Imperial Fists, he bowed to the will of his fellow Primarchs. From his legion, new chapters were formed, each with their own names, heraldry, and future. Yet, Dorn ensured that each successor chapter received a relic of purpose, a symbol of unity, a gift from his own hand. To the chapter known as the Soul Drinkers, believed to have formed from the personal guard of 1st Captain Sigismund and fleet-based strike units of the 7th Legion, he granted a mighty weapon, the Soul Spear. Forged in the Age of Legend, the Soul Spear was a vortex relic, once used by Dorn to slay warp beasts and claim worlds in the Emperor's name. It became a sacred icon, proof that the Soul Drinkers, though now apart, were still bound by the spirit of their lineage. Centuries passed. In the twilight years of the 36th millennium, the Imperium was shaken by the rain of blood. The violent and faith-fueled madness of High Lord Goj Vandire. The age of apostasy had begun. In 378 M36, High Marshal Siginandus of the Black Templars declared a crusade to liberate Holy Terra. Alongside the Imperial Fists, the Soul Drinkers, the fervent Firehawks, and elements of the Martian Tech Guard, they marched upon Vandire's ecclesiarchal palace. What followed was known as the Wars of Apostasy, a crusade that would end with Vandire's death at the hands of one of his own former protectors, Alicia Dominica, founder of the Adepta Sororitas. During this era, the Soul Drinkers achieved many victories, some on Terra, others on far-flung worlds where Xenos forces such as the Eldari were met and repelled. But even glory can become a snare. For over 1,000 years, the Soul Spear had been lost, vanished with the chapter's flagship, the Sanctifier, during a warp jump. At long last, it resurfaced, not in a place of honor, but among the trinkets of a wealthy fool who had no idea of its true worth. The Soul Drinkers vowed to recover their relic, but that oath brought them into conflict with other Imperial factions, chief among them the Adeptus Mechanicus. Ostensibly aiding the ecclesiarchy, the Mechanicus in truth sought to take the Soul Spear for study and replication. Confrontation culminated in the destruction of the Mechanicus star fort, Laconia. Several Adeptus Ministorum and Mechanicus vessels were also damaged in the aftermath, pursued and harried, the Soul Drinkers retreated into a nearby asteroid field, where they were besieged until Chapter Master Gorgalion arrived via a route long thought sealed. Reinforcements had come. Gorgalion brought news. The Inquisition had offered peace at a cost. The Space Marines who had taken part in the Laconia assault were to be sacrificed in exchange for absolution. Gorgalion refused. Only a Soul Drinker could judge another Soul Drinker. He demanded that Captain Sarpedon submit to a ritual duel, the Shield Rites, a test of righteousness sealed in blood. During the combat, a strange force took hold of Sarpedon. Mutation twisted his form. 8 arachnoid limbs burst from his body, granting him the edge he needed. Gorgalion fell. The cause of Sarpedon's mutation would later become known: the insidious influence of Tzeentch, the Changer of Ways. Sarpedon assumed command, though some in the chapter resisted. The majority accepted his leadership. Even faced with corruption and new mutations manifesting in Space Marines within the chapter, the Soul Drinkers refused to forsake their loyalty to the Emperor. They had turned from the Imperium, but not from him. The apothecary Palas discovered a way to halt the mutations, with information recovered from the planetoid Stratix Luminae. But the price for this information was steep. Sergeant Telos and his assault marines were left behind on the planet, and in desperation, they fell fully to chaos. But the Soul Drinkers would clash with the traitorous Telos again, on a world where both the Crimson Fists and the sadistic Drakari had also come to hunt him. Sarpedon dueled his former brother and left him for dead. But it was not the Soul Drinkers who ended Telos. The Inquisition destroyed the world he had claimed, erasing him at last. But peace did not follow. Within the chapter, a scout marine named Eumenes rose to power and challenged Sarpedon's rule. As they battled one another, the Howling Griffins prepared to strike, believing the Soul Drinkers had become the Black Chalice, a chaos force in disguise. Sarpedon defeated Eumenes. Upon his victory, Sarpedon addressed his brothers, offering the mantle of leadership to any of them, but none stepped forward. So he remained chapter master, even as some among the younger Soul Drinkers chose to depart, seeking a different path. As the Soul Drinkers fled from the relentless pursuit of an Adeptus Mechanicus task force, their ancient space hulk groaned under the strain of dwindling fuel. Pushed far from known space, they ventured deep into the mysterious veiled regions of the galaxy, seeking fuel, refuge, and time. There, among dead stars and long-forgotten systems, they found signs of human life, and of a presence more dreadful still. The Necrons had awoken in this region. These undying machines had already scoured world after world, erasing all life from planets that once knew the voice of man. On one such world, still clinging to fragile life, the soul drinkers found the final embers of humanity flickering. The deal was struck. The humans would be granted safe passage to their ships. In return, the soul drinkers would stand against the Necrons, holding the line until escape could be made, and in exchange, the Astartes would take the fuel they so desperately needed. They stood their ground with the ferocity of warriors who had little else left to lose. And as civilians raced to the spaceport, the Necron tide rose to meet them, salvation hovering just out of reach. The Necron fleet entered the system, sealing the trap, and soon after, the Adeptus Mechanicus arrived. Old foes, now entangled in a new and grimmer confrontation. Mechanicus and Necron fleets clashed above, fire blooming in the void. But the outcome was grimly clear. The Mechanicus would fall, the Necrons would endure. So, Sarpedon, ever the pragmatist, offered an alliance, a ceasefire with old rivals, in hopes of defeating a mutual and more ancient enemy. The Mechanicus accepted. Together, they would strike at the heart of the threat. Celica, the Necron crown world. Mechanicus' ship fell like a meteor on Celica's atmosphere, disgorging its armies beside the soul drinkers. Blood flowed in rivers upon the gray and alien sands, but at last they reached the tomb of the Necron Lord. Sarpedon met it in single combat, striking the beast down, only for it to rise once more, as is the way of such timeless monsters. As it crushed Sarpedon in its grip, it was the sacrifice of Techmarine Ligus, his life for his chapter, that ended the Lord and silenced its cold fury. They had won, but there was no triumph to be found. At the designated evacuation point, there were no Mechanicus transports waiting, only the thunder of Imperial Fist gunships. First Captain Darnath Lysander himself descended in Terminator armor, his warriors surrounding the wounded soul drinkers. They had not come to praise, but to pass judgment. Lysander demanded surrender. Sarpedon, bloodied but unbowed, invoked the right of challenge, a duel. The fight was swift. Sarpedon, drained from the battles before, could not match the strength of the Imperial Fist's first captain, and was swiftly defeated. And so Sarpedon, true to his word, ordered his chapter to lay down their arms. Taken in chains aboard the Phalanx, the colossal fortress monastery of the Imperial Fists, the soul drinkers were delivered to the heart of their lineage and to judgment. Few accused of heresy ever face trial. Fewer still are given honor. But the Imperial Fists are not like other chapters. They remembered the soul drinkers as brothers. And to brothers, they offered formality, dignity, and a chance, however small, at redemption. Each measure of the trial was carried out with unwavering precision. Every rite, every procedure honored. For if the soul drinkers were to fall, none could say it was without fairness. Among the evidence gathered against them was a tome, taken from one of Chaplain Ictinos' flock, the Catechism Martial. Confiscated alongside his power armor, the book's ancient binding hid truths long thought lost or buried. These Marines, those who had followed Ictinos when other officers had fallen, had come to see the chaplain as their anchor, their shield. But within the catechism lay secrets too heavy to carry. And in the light of the phalanx's halls, those secrets would finally be revealed. Interrogations followed. Brother Kaon, one of Ictinos' flock, was brought before Lord Castellan Lucrantis. Under careful questioning, truth spilled like oil across a sacred floor. It was revealed that Danethos, the revered philosopher-soldier, the one who had penned the catechism itself, still lived. He had survived in silence, hidden for 6,000 Terran years, inside a dreadnought's adamantium tomb of the very world of Celica. Ingenious traps guarded the crypt, ensuring only an Astartes could ever reach it. And when it was at last discovered, Danethos came forth willingly to stand beside his chapter and before the blade of judgment. A conclave of chapters assembled, voices from the Crimson Fists, Howling Griffins, Iron Knights, outsiders too, Doom Eagles, Silver Skulls, Angels Sanguine. The Adeptus Sororitas stood watch. The Inquisition listened in silence, and the tech priests recorded every word, their minds turning like gears behind the mask. Prosecuting the soul drinkers was Brother Reynes, once captain of the Crimson Fist's second company, now a penitent warrior who had walked the galaxy seeking death. Dishonored by the soul drinkers on Endymion IV, he vowed to regain his honor by bringing their tale to light. He stood tall, his voice cold. The soul drinkers, he said, had been corrupt for millennia. Puppets to Danethos, servants of chaos. More revelations followed. From the angels sanguine came a shattering truth. They had studied the gene seed of a captured soul drinker. Its lineage could not be traced to Rogel Dorn. Then came movements in the shadows. Pilgrims from the Order of the Blinded Eye, manipulated by Danethos, broke the soul drinkers' bonds. The warriors made their final stand in the Phalanx's librarium, bolters raised, hearts defiant. A battle followed, a storm of gunfire in ancient halls. But this was only the beginning, a distraction. Elsewhere, Danethos' final move was already underway. The battle in the librarium was never meant to end in victory. It was a misdirection. One final veil behind which Danethos set the last piece of his ancient plan into motion. Far from the firefight, Chaplain Iktinos moved with purpose, his devotion not to the Emperor, but to the philosopher-soldier who had foreseen all. His prey was Captain Nkalo of the Iron Knights. The chaplain abducted him in silence and delivered him to Denathos. With Nkalo's blood, Denathos unlocked a secret few even knew existed. The Predator's Eye, a warp gate sealed 10,000 years ago by Rogel Dorn himself. Dorn could not destroy it, so he buried it, hidden in the very bones of the phalanx, where it had slumbered ever since. Now, with the seal broken, the warp tore open, and from it came the Howling. Abraxas, a demon prince of Tzeentch, emerged in fire and madness. A being of ancient spite and infinite cunning. He was the final instrument in Denathos' long symphony. With the phalanx as his chariot, Abraxas would lead the legions of chaos through the stars. To Denathos, the Imperium was beyond saving. Only fire could temper its soul. Through agony, through war and collapse, he would rebuild it. Stronger, wiser, with himself as its new master. But Sarpedon still lived. Escaping captivity, he gathered what few battle brothers remained, leaving them behind to fight and fall in the halls of the librarium. He sought the truth, but he was ambushed. Iktinos' flock struck with deadly precision. His squad mates were slain. Sarpedon, enraged, cut them down one by one until only Iktinos remained. The duel was brutal. Wounded, nearly broken, Sarpedon triumphed and unleashed his psychic gift, the Hell. He tore through Iktinos' mind like a burning blade, unearthing everything Denathos had kept hidden. Plans within plans, manipulations that spanned millennia. Sarpedon had never been free, not truly. He had always been Denathos' instrument. He cast Iktinos into the void, broken and ruined, and made his way to the bridge of the phalanx. There, the corrupted dreadnought awaited. The two clashed, steel against psyker, past against present. Sarpedon was grievously wounded. Missiles tore his flesh, and the power fist of Denathos lifted him from the ground, ready to crush the last of the soul drinkers. But in that moment, Sarpedon acted. From his belt, he drew the soul spear, the ancient vortex weapon, his chapter's relic. With the last of his strength, he drove the twin blades through the dreadnought's core. The sarcophagus cracked. The power fist fell slack. Denathos, once philosopher, now heretic, was exposed. Sarpedon reached inside and tore him free. Meanwhile, Captain Luco, Sergeant Gravis, and Librarian Varnica, battle sister of the Sororitas, and a small squad of Imperial fists raced toward the Predator's Eye. One last hope to end the madness. They fought through the demonic host. Many fell, and in the final chamber they faced Abraxas. By blade and flame and holy wrath, they cast the demon prince back into the warp and sealed the gate. Predator's eyes shut. Without its anchor, the demon shrieked. Their forms collapsed. The phalanx echoed with the thunder of bolters as the Imperial fists swept through, purging what remained. Only Librarian Varnica, Sister Ascarion, and 2 soul drinkers survived the assault to close the warp gate. When First Captain Lysander arrived to take them into custody, the 2 soul drinkers made a final choice. They carried the mortally wounded Gravis to the closing portal, just as it shimmered and flickered, stepping into the warp, knowing that there was no longer any place left for them in the galaxy. Back on the phalanx, Sarpedon emerged, carrying Danathos' feeble, withered form. Before Chapter Master Vladimir Pugh, he laid bare the truth. It had been Danathos, not Chaos, who damned the soul drinkers. It had been his pride, his scheme, his ambition. And now it was time to pay. Sarpedon turned to the Predator's eye. With the Philosopher Soldier screaming in fear, he stepped forward, dragging Danathos with him. The portal swallowed them both, and then closed forever. The phalanx was saved. The threat ended. And on solemn columns with the Apothecarian, 2 lists were carved into stone. One bore the names of the Imperial Fists who died in defense of their home. The other bore the names of the Soul Drinkers, brothers in death. Their chapter was gone, but not their legacy. For in the long dark of the far future, their story endures. A caution to all who fail to see the creeping hand of chaos, waiting, always, in the shadow. In the shadowed wake of the galaxy's most cataclysmic events, after Cadia's fall and the cruel birth of the Cicatrix Maledictum, the soul of the Imperium reeled. Warp storms split reality, and the veil between the material and the immaterium thinned into a jagged wound. It was during this dark and tumultuous time, in the dawn of the era Indomitus, that the Soul Drinkers returned. By order of the resurrected Primarch Rabute Gilliman, a new chapter was formed. Born entirely of Primaris stock, they carried the name of a force once famed and later forgotten, the Soul Drinkers reborn. These warriors knew little of the darkness that had stained their forebears. The High Lords of Terra had seen to that, issuing an edict of obliteration to wipe away every trace of the original chapter's existence. Their legacy, a tale of rebellion, mutation, and misguided loyalty, was shrouded in silence. And so, the Primaris Soul Drinkers believed themselves to be heirs of honor and glory. Eager to prove their worth, the new chapter fought with fervent zeal. Among their earliest trials was the Caprian Reclamation, a campaigned to liberate the sacred world of Kepris. Chaos cults led by the arch-heretic Yekwath, the so-called voice of all, had defiled the planet and the relics of the ecclesiarchy that rested there. It was Captain Kuya and his third company who answered the call, turning the tide of battle and delivering a much-needed victory for the Imperium. But such triumph drew unwanted attention. The Inquisition, ever watchful, questioned the Soul Drinkers' methods and unearthed their past. The truth came to light. Soul Drinkers were not paragons, but heirs to heresy. The original chapter had been declared traitors, their name expunged, their memory burned. The revelation shook the Primaris Soul Drinkers to their core. These warriors, bred for loyalty, now bore the name of renegades. Confusion gave way to a crisis of identity. What did it mean to fight for a cause so tainted? To wear the sigil of a chapter once condemned? Still, they endured. And though uncertainty shadowed every step, the reborn Soul Drinkers continued to serve, determined to carve a new path through a galaxy unraveling in fire and faith. In structure, the Soul Drinkers followed the tenets of the Codex Astartes, but loosely, with certain traditions unique to them. Like the Blood Angels, they favored shock assault tactics. Their methods were swift, direct, and merciless. Yet, unlike many chapters, their neophytes were not cast into the battlefield as scouts. Instead, they learned by serving their elders, witnessing war, tending armor, and chronicling the deeds of their masters in ancient chansons, inscribed on humble data slates. Every record was archived for future generations, preserving the legacy of the chapter, one battle at a time. But their path was not one of steady growth. After their fall from Imperial grace, the Soul Drinkers suffered grievous losses. Following the First Chapter War and the battle for Vemeth, they numbered only 700 Astartes. Stratix Luminae saw them reduced to 450. Endymion IV and the Second Chapter War carved that number down further to 300. Then came the Exodus. Eumenes and his followers broke away, leaving the chapter with a mere 250 warriors. And by the time they clashed with the Necrons in the Veiled regions, fewer than 100 Soul Drinkers remained. Captured aboard the Phalanx, they faced extinction. And when Danathos revealed his treachery, when Demon Prince Abraxas tore into reality, the final warriors of the old chapter died, not in shame, but in honor, defending their enemies from a threat greater still. In the end, only 4 firstborn were known to survive: Danathos, Sarpedon, Leuco, and Gravis. These last sons of the old chapter passed into the warp through a closing portal, leaving behind only mystery. And with the rebirth of the Soul Drinkers during the Era Indomitus, their new Primaris incarnation would follow Guilliman's revised Codex Astartes. But echoes of the past remained, quiet and waiting. In battle, the Soul Drinkers embraced swiftness, precision, and overwhelming force. Their tactics were inherited from the ship-to-ship specialists of the Imperial Fist's Legion. Shock assaults, boarding operations, and drop pod insertions became their hallmarks. Their combat doctrine was shaped by a tome, the Catechisms Martial, written by the legendary Danathos. Every Soul Drinker carried a copy, and within its pages lay the soul of their war philosophy. Their doctrine was not to endure, but to strike, to crush enemy lines before they could dig in. Where others favored drawn-out conflicts and dug-in sieges, the Soul Drinkers chose movement, fire, and fury. Though it was later revealed that their gene seed did not stem from Rogel Dorn as believed, the lessons they followed endured. They had become masters of void war and mobile combat, regardless of their true lineage. But it was the origin of their gene seed that brought the greatest unease. During the trial aboard the Phalanx, Commander Gethsemar of the Angel Sanguine presented troubling evidence. His chapter's sanguinary priests had harvested gene seed from captured Soul Drinkers, hoping to understand if corruption had tainted their blood. What they found was startling. The Soul Drinkers did not descend from Rogel Dorn. Their heritage could not be traced to any known Primarch. The chapter's name, it seemed, had its roots not in honor, but mutation. An early change in the omophagia, the organ that allowed Astartes to experience a creature's memories by consuming its flesh. Through their unique ceremony of the chalice, the Soul Drinkers did more than recall memories. They felt the creature's soul, its pain, its joy, its fear. They drank the very essence of being. Metaphysically speaking, the Soul Drinkers did not merely remember their enemies. They became them, if only for a moment. It is a grim irony, perhaps, that those who drank souls would come to question their own. And though the new chapter fights on, Primaris warriors with the name of traitors, they carry a heavy burden, one not easily cast aside. They walk in the shadow of a fallen legacy, yet strive still to forge a path worthy of the Emperor's light. Even to stand upon the same battlefield as the Thousand Suns is to risk not just your mortal form, but also your very sanity and soul. They are unmatched sorcerers, manipulating the perilous energies of the warp to reorder fate, mutate living flesh, and steal the will and wits of friend and foe alike. To do battle with this infernal legion is to face the Empyrean unleashed. Their advance is heralded by magical firestorms and volley upon volley of warp-infused shells and bolts. As the battle lines close, shrieking herds of mutant Zangor, gibbering chaos spawn, flame-belching demon engines and tank-sized bestial abominations surge forwards to hack and tear, throttle, immolate, and devour. Worse than the carnage the thousand suns wreak, however, worse even than their unholy twisting of reality itself, is the fear that however their enemies strive, those who battle them can never be sure of victory. Illusions and trickery are second nature to these diabolical champions of Tzeentch. Even those who believe the thousand suns bested may in truth be mere puppets, unknowingly serving the very foes they fight. Magnus the Red, the Crimson King of Sortiarius. The fate of the Thousand Suns is inextricably linked to their gene-sire, the demon primarch Magnus the Red. In millennia lost to dust, he was a son of the Emperor himself, a beacon of wisdom and power, who served his master with the best of intentions. Now, Magnus is abhorrent, embittered, greater yet lesser than he was before, as is the legion he leads. Magnus the Red is a towering demonic demigod, whose might is augmented by the boundless gifts of Tzeentch. He is sorcery made flesh, a winged behemoth who commands the Empyrean at will, whose mere presence breaks the fundamental bonds of reality and turns all to madness. Magnus's power is such that he can obliterate legions of foes with a word or a baleful glare. The warp-saturated blade he wields can take any form he wills, and with a single blow can sunder a fortress gate or mighty war engine. Magnus's rune-etched armor is proof against even the most powerful attacks, be they physical or spiritual. And his flesh is so drenched in warp energy that he can never be truly slain. The demon primarch's very presence twists reality into myriad fractured reflections and shatters the sanity of even the staunchest foes. He is a locus of unbridled change, a nexus of plots uncounted, the greatest servant of Tzeentch, and a walking repository of forbidden and sanity-blasting secrets. Yet he was not always thus. What records endure regarding Magnus and his path to damnation are sealed in vaults deep beneath the imperial palace, or else kept by the Thousand Suns themselves. These latter cannot be trusted, for no written word remains long in the hands of Tzeentch's servants without turning to conflicting lies. Yet, Primarch Gilliman, if pressed, might recall a tall and powerful brother, red of skin and hair, quick to smile, and ever ready with learned counsel. He would recall, also, that Magnus's demeanor hid a troubled mind, for his legion, the Thousand Suns, were both gifted and cursed with a preponderance of psychic brethren, and so imperiled by this mutation and the suspicion of their brother legions. The Emperor, it is said, forbade Magnus and his sons to employ their powers or to delve further into the sorcerer's abilities they courted. Magnus, certain in his righteous enlightenment, pressed ahead. In doing so, he damned himself, his gene sons, and their adopted homeworld of Prospero. The skalds of the Space Wolves still tell how their legion, led by Primarch Leman Russ himself, was sent to bring Magnus to heel. No records remain in the 41st millennium of the terrible conflict that followed. Yet its conclusion is beyond doubt. Russ's legion burned Prospero, shattered its crystal pyramids of learning, and would have crushed the betrayed and bewildered Thousand Sons. Yet, in this moment of bleakest need, when his faith in his father the Emperor had at last been broken beyond all redemption, Magnus offered himself up to Tzeentch in exchange for his legion's salvation. So were the Thousand Sons and Magnus spirited away to Sortiarius, the planet of the sorcerers, located deep within the warp. A place of insanity and unbridled change, but also of incalculable power. This would become the home world of the Thousand Sons for millennia to come. Yet their trials were far from over. For just as Magnus's body and mind had been irrevocably altered by his pact with the Changer of the Ways, so too had those of his gene sons. Ahriman, architect of the rubric. Ahriman is the greatest sorcerer of the Thousand Sons, barring only his demonic gene-sire. All of his prodigious power he bends to a single cause, the salvation of his damned legion. It is an all too Tzeentchian irony that for all his sorcery, all his towering intellect, and thousands of years of seeking, Ahriman has thus far succeeded only in making matters worse. When the Thousand Sons first came to Sortiarius, they believed it to be a sanctuary. Immersed as they were amidst the tides of the Empyrean and free to practice their spellcraft as they wished, they soon discovered that it was indeed a place of damnation. Already prone to catastrophic physical mutation, a bane that the Thousand Sons had fearfully named the flesh change, they now found this trait accelerating. Few could doubt that, if this curse did not abate, the Legion would soon be lost to madness and monstrosity. Yet Magnus, consumed by his own now limitless studies and brooding upon his need for vengeance, did nothing. Instead, it was Ozek Ahriman, the Legion's former chief librarian, who took it upon himself to save his brothers. The spell that Ahriman and his co-conspirators worked was called the Rubric, and it was the final blow that cast the Thousand Sons into eternal damnation. Admittedly, it did arrest the flesh change for all time, but its cost was monstrous indeed. As punishment, Magnus cast out his once favored gene-son, banishing him until he could complete the impossible task of comprehending the true nature of Tzeentch. Yet Ahriman was unrepentant. His efforts now became focused upon a single goal. He would restore his legion to their true former glory, not only undoing the terrible changes he had wrought upon them with his sorcery, but restoring them to a position of power, not known since before the Emperor sent his wolves to lay them low. Since that time, Ahriman has blazed a trail of ruin across the stars. He gathers all those to him that he can use, be they thrall bands of Rubricae, mutant Tzeentch worshippers, or even masterless renegades for Ahriman to expend in the name of final exoneration. Believing with absolute conviction that it is within his gift to unpick the puzzle of restoring his brothers, the arch-sorcerer balks at no deed, no matter how dark, cruel, or taboo, providing it will aid him in his ultimate goal. To his foes, Ahriman's acts of violence and desecration seem random to the point of insanity. In truth, his schemes are nearly as sprawling as those of his demon Primarch. In battle, Ahriman wields the Black Staff, an abomination of a force stave that manifests in the warp as a burning black absence. Ahriman fashioned the staff himself. At its tip is the Stone of Hidden Truths, recovered from the runes of Tiska. Crowning the weapon are the severed horns of the demon prince Vadhakar the Annihilator, while its haft is built around the charred fragments of Ahriman's own Hekwa staff that burned on Prospero during the Space Wolves' invasion. Its blade, meanwhile, is forged from the desecrated remains of an ancient Eldari Farseer's stave. Each new edition is rich in the powers of sorcery, heavy with fate, and capable of amplifying Ahriman's own sorcerous abilities still further. The Rubric of Ahriman. Though the 1,000 suns had long been plagued by the horrors of mutation, the Rubric of Ahriman was arguably the greatest single change inflicted upon them. For many of Magnus's gene-sons, it was also the last. The spell's energies transformed the Traitor Legion from a brotherhood of warrior scholars into something altogether more grotesque and tragic. The power of the warp is ever in flux. When its influence is felt by the stuff of real space, it causes mutation and change. Unbound, unstable, this energy twists all it touches. Such changes take many forms and can be beneficial for those who can harness them, at least while they remain under control. Many who embrace such empiric might are transformed over time so that they come to physically embody their own deepest obsessions, desires, or innermost secrets. Some believe the 1,000 Suns were marked by Tzeentch long before their true damnation. Others whisper that it was the Legion's manifold pursuit of knowledge, their use of the euphemistically titled tutelary familiars, actually demonic entities, or some facet of the sorceress energies they courted that led to their anarchic and widespread physical change. Whatever the truth, by the time they became the masters of the planet of sorcerers, even the 1,000 Suns' own fluctuating records told a tale of mutation, degeneration, and madness. Once clean and powerful limbs became many-hued tentacles. Hands that had formerly scribed learned treatises now grew vicious talons or became snapping pincers. 1,000 Suns' battle brothers sprouted profusions of staring eyes, fire-hued wings with glass feathers, weird fanged maws that whispered sanity-eroding secrets, and countless other obscene mutations. Some changes were powerful boons that made their recipients better warriors or more talented sorcerers. Yet even these brought an erosion of sanity and self, while the more disfiguring curses reduced once proud soldier scholars to gibbering wrecks of heaving flesh and bone. Few doubt that Ahriman and his co-conspirators saved their legion from a final descent into unspeakable horror. Yet the fate to which they consigned their brothers was, in many ways, infinitely worse. Ahriman's cabal performed their spell without Magnus's approval. The Crimson King's own accounts tell how their efforts were hidden from him behind concealing glamours of incredible potency, and how the cabal operated with supernatural stealth and secrecy. Still, they might not have escaped Magnus's notice, but that his attention at this time was consumed by schemes for vengeance and the desire for fresh and unfettered learning. No reliable records remain of the part which the 1,000 Suns played in the events of the apocalyptic Horus heresy. But perhaps those events, too, helped to obfuscate Ahriman's intentions until it was too late for Magnus to stop him. The ninefold tomes tell of the rubric of Ahriman. They describe how the spell was so unbelievably powerful that it sent a bow wave and a dolorous howl rolling through the Empyrean into infinity. They describe a catastrophic superstorm of sorcery that engulfed Sortiarius, of an explosion of arresting and binding spellcraft so violent that it formed an impossible fixed point amidst the ever-changing madness of the warp. Writhing strands of fate were snatched into its grip like insects in amber and crushed into enforced stasis. Lightning strikes lashed down from Sortiarius' skies again and again, each strike blasting another of the 1,000 suns. At last, so the tomes say, Magnus ended the onslaught only by beseeching Tzeentch to intercede. By then, the damage was done. Every single 1,000 Suns warrior struck by the sorceress bolts had been reduced to ensorcelled dust, sealed forever within their battle armor. Their souls, their minds, all had become mere geists, doomed to haunt their cursed war gear and lended a near mindless semblance of life. Never again would they be slaves to change. Instead, they became the golem-like servants of their former librarians, who alone had been unharmed by the rubric, and who had instead had their sorceress abilities vastly enhanced. Thus was the 1,000 Suns Legion transmogrified, cursed to the form it still wears unto this day. It is said that Magnus would have slain Ahriman and his conspirators, but such was not the will of Tzeentch. Instead, having banished his former chief librarian and favored Geneson, the Crimson King set about salvaging what he could of his legion. By necessity were the 1,000 Suns now divided into 2 camps. The sorcerers retained their full sentience. Indeed, their minds and their cunning had been vastly enhanced by the rubric. Thus they became the Legion's commanders and Magnus's champions. The rest of the Legion, the rubricae, were now naught but dust and echoes, became the foot soldiers of the 1,000 Suns. They could still follow direct orders, responding only to those who could utter their true names and thus command them. They became the walking weapons of their sorceress masters, who in turn swore to work Magnus's will. Of course, more often than not, it was their own ambitions they served. Magnus could have been forgiven for fearing that his legion did not have long left to it. New Space Marines were created through the excision, culturing, and implantation of gene seed. This nigh supernatural substance creates the unique organs which transform a mortal human into a Space Marine. In the rubricae, all was now dust, while the gene seed extracted from dead sorcerers seemed only to take root within recruits possessed of prodigious psychic talents. Such a small recruitment pool could never keep pace with the attrition of constant war. Contradiction and fabrication hide the truth of how this quandary was solved. But somehow, the 1,000 souls learned of the rituals of rebinding. Should a slain rubricae's armor be pieced back together, and should the correct, highly perilous rites be performed, the fallen warrior's dust and ghost would manifest again. Their war gear would be restored, their power undimmed. The thousand sun would be risen again to the cursed unlife he had so long endured. Thus, so long as a single sorcerer remained to scavenge fallen rubricae from lost battlefields, and say the right words, the Thousand Suns Legion would know the same damned immortality as did its luckless foot soldiers. Legions of Sortiarius. Since the rubric, the Thousand Suns have become amongst the strangest and most eclectic of all the heretic Astartes forces. Their thrall bands comprise not only sorcerers and rubricae, but also all manner of infernal war engines, mutant slave soldiers, and unnatural entities. They fight to plunder knowledge, to twist fate, to exact vengeance for ancient wrongs, or sometimes for reasons so inexplicable and esoteric that they seem like madness. Yet there is always a plan in motion. The core of most Thousand Suns thrall bands remain the rubricae. For all their cursed nature, these chilling, silent warriors have many advantages in battle. For one thing, their obedience is absolute. Rubricae fight entirely without question, obeying he who invokes their true names, and knowing nothing of fear, hesitation, or even an instinct for self-preservation. Rubricae are tremendously resilient, not only psychologically, but also physically. Lacking any true corporeal form to be wounded, they can only be stopped by the ruinous dismemberment or wholesale destruction of the armor that houses their essence. Should this feat be achieved, the ensorcelled dust of the rubric marine is typically scattered and lost. Yet no matter how long that warrior may spend effectively dead, still they can be restored to their cursed unlife time and again. Horrific whispers persist that the rubric somehow afflicted even those thousand suns who inhabited the time stream before its casting. How such a sanity-bending thing could be, none can say. Yet more than one thrall band has descended to plunder ancient battlefields from the days of imperial prehistory. Though they have lost any true sentience, war recalls to the rubricae the martial abilities they possessed in life. These remain undimmed and are now augmented by an array of fearsome sorcerers' armaments provided by their masters. Excellent shots all, the rubricae lay down unceasing hails of fire from ensorcelled bolt guns and screaming soul reaper cannons, or engulf their foes in conflagrations of mutagenic fire that burn away not only the foes' bodies, but also their souls. The rubricae remain just as skilled at close quarters, fighting in eerie silence, but with all the speed and poise of living, breathing Adeptus Astartes. Only when the fires of battle die and the foe are no more do they settle back into a state of mindless torpor until their masters call upon them to act again. Indeed, even this lifeless state can work to the Thousand Sons' advantage. More than once, inert rubricae have been disguised as statues amidst the confusion of urban war zones, striking suddenly and with complete surprise at a word from their masters. During the raid on Zvanorth Void Docks, 50 rubricae were concealed within the airless interior spaces of a wrecked Imperial bulk hauler. The rubricae drifted undetected through their enemies' patrol lines before reanimating and boarding the Imperial warship that came to investigate their seemingly abandoned transport. Some sorcerers have even been known to seal rubricae inside Xenos tombs and other repositories of esoteric knowledge, ordering them to stand eternal guard over their arcane caches, springing to life only should the incautious or acquisitive disturb them. The Rubric Marines and the elite Scarab Occult Terminators form a resilient and powerful core to any thrall band. They are, however, far from the only assets that the Lords of Sortiarius have at their disposal. Many sorcerers bulk out their thrall bands with numerous but eminently expendable hosts of slaves and servants. Beyond counting are the cults of Tzeentch-worshipping humans scattered throughout the Imperium. The desperate, the insane, the mutated, and the deviously ambitious, all offering worship to Tzeentch. The underbelly of the Imperium teems with petty magisters and their pitiful followers, all offering themselves, body and soul, to the changer of the ways, in hopes of seizing even an iota of power to change their powerless lives. Armed and hurled into battle, such chaos cults support Thousand Sons invasions with cunningly timed uprisings or pack out the holds of Thrallband warships, ready to be expended like living ammunition once battle is joined. Herds of Zangor, too, provides the sorcerers with flesh and blood soldiery. These mutants are creatures of Tzeentch through and through, blessed with the Change God's mark and protected by sorcery and unnatural fate. Savage meldings of human, avian, and savage beasts, these creatures nonetheless wield ensorcelled weapons with remarkable skills. The shamans who lead them, meanwhile, possess sufficient cunning and innate magical power to act as lieutenants to the sorcerer lords of the Thousand Sons, or even to lead feral raiding bands in their own right. The Thousand Sons can also call upon war engines with rumbling engines and thundering guns. Many of the Legion's battle tanks still survive, though some have undergone mutations of their own, or else been taken as hosts for predatory demonic entities. More such manifestations of Tzeentch's will are bound into the brazen shells of the Legion's demon engines. These bestial machines are built by warpsmiths, skilled in the infernal arts, and whose services the Thousand Sons have either bartered for or secured by force, trickery, or hypnotic compulsion. Hunting packs of tanks, armored transports, and rapacious demon engines are often employed to provide thrall bands with overwhelming firepower and increased maneuverability. Equally, the Thousand Sons are not above stealing such assets from other renegade warbands, or even from securing alliances with such forces. These arrangements are always temporary and invariably end badly for the sorcerer's unfortunate allies. The ruling cabals. It is a strange contradiction that the chosen traitor legion of the Change God organizes itself with a rigid hierarchical system. Imposed by Magnus in the wake of the rubric, this structure has been maintained by all of his gene sons, at least in appearance, through the bloody millennia since. Magnus the Red occupies the pinnacle of power on Sortiarius, both literally and figuratively. From his ensorcelled chambers atop the Tower of the Cyclops, the demon Primarch's single eye sees all, and his insidious will reaches out like Tzeentch's own to influence the plots and deeds of his cunning scions. Below Magnus are his most powerful lieutenants, known as the Rahadi, the Magister Templi who rule over the Legion's 9 great cults. Always there are 9 in this elite cabal, chosen sorcerer lords and demon princes whose empiric might and unnatural gifts surely indicate Tzeentch's favor. Of course, the changer of ways is ever fickle. When one of these warlords falls from grace, their fate is often a cautionary tale against unbridled ambition and treachery. While none but the hopelessly insane would think to scheme against Magnus himself, the jealous and rightly paranoid Rahadi have no wish to share power with their fellows. Thus, their ranks change often. All scheme constantly to reinforce their own positions, while undermining those of their rivals, staging grand conquests, performing devastating rituals, and concocting labyrinthian plots to further their own agendas. Should one of these eldritch beings take to the battlefield, it will always be in aid of such schemes, and the hapless foes soon become nothing more than victims sacrificed to the Rahadi's ambitions. Bearing some of the most powerful arcane treasures in the galaxy, wielding empiric powers that make them the masters of mutation, illusion, and unbridled change, each Magister Templii is the equal of entire armies. Below the Rahadi, the main power structure of the Thousand Sons comprises cabals of sorcerers, infernal masters, and further, less highly favored demon princes. Just as the Legion itself is divided into 9 great cults, so a coven of 9 such champions lead each of these cults and direct its efforts in real space. This is not, of course, the totality of every sorcerer and infernal champion that leads the Thousand Sons to war. None save perhaps Magnus himself could give an accurate account of how many there are, for the Legion has mustered its full strength only rarely in the last 10,000 years. Even then, with illusion and trickery being as natural to the Thousand Sun sorcerers as it is breathing, none could be sure that all of Magnus's gene sons answered his call to war. Just as the Rahadi scheme constantly against one another, so the rest of the Thousand Sons champions strive constantly to advance their own power and positions. Those sorcerers charged with leading the Rubricae into battle aspire to muster the arcane lore and infernal influence to rise to the rank of Exalted and command entire thrall bands. Those exalted sorcerers and infernal masters already leading such warbands to plot war constantly, seeking a path by which they might seize a position within their chosen cult's ruling cabal. Meanwhile, those who rule eye the mantles of the Rahadi jealously and lay their plans to assume the position of Magister Templii in their own right. The rubric of Ahriman left a scar upon the collective consciousness of the Thousand Sons, such that overt violence between champions is rare. Magnus will not suffer his scions to fritter their lives away over petty jealousies and punishes severely those he finds guilty of doing so. Besides this, there are too few Thousand Sons still truly living as it is. Few amongst their rank are willing to risk the future of their fraternity in such a crude fashion. On the other hand, the changer of the ways rewards cunning, manipulation, and trickery. His demons whisper into the minds of those Thousand Sons still sentient enough to hear them. They impart dark secrets, offer perilous pacts, and promise might beyond compare for those willing to outmaneuver and subtly sacrifice their rivals. Between these internecine machinations and the myriad dangers of the battlefield, many Thousand Sons champions secure the protection of the Sekhmet, formerly Magnus's own bodyguards. These elite Thousand Sons warriors fought in stylized Terminator armor and wielded ceremonial power blades based upon the ancient prospering Khopesh. They ritually etched passages of their legion's esoteric lore into the plates of their armor, seeing it as their duty to guard this precious knowledge. After the rubric, their essences were trapped forever within the arcane inscriptions they had wrought, absorbing their power and becoming all the more potent for it. Now, these Sekhmet guardians can be claimed by any Thousand Sun sorcerer, infernal master, or demon prince with sufficient lore to command them. They are utterly loyal once bound to service, and will fight with indefatigable ferocity to protect their ward against any and all peril. Below the ranks of the champions, the Thousand Suns and their allies proliferate anarchic profusion. Bands of rubricae, herds of Zangor, and servile chaos cults fill the ranks alongside allied or enthralled renegade chaos space marine warbands. Magi of the Dark Mechanicum provide technological arcana or offer tribute of weapons and ammunitions from their surf worlds. Demonic entities are bound into service. Mortal psychers are taken as acolytes or offered up as sacrifice. There are few tools the Thousand Suns will not use to work their will, and few bargains they will not strike or later renege on in service of their goals. The Great Cults. The 9 great cults of the Thousand Suns are immensely powerful, if much fragmented bodies. Each offers worship to, and works the will of, a different aspect of the Changer of the Ways. In doing so, they further the overall cause of their legion, sometimes in competition with the other great cults, but always at the expense of their luckless foes. Each of the great cults specializes in a different facet of the Tzeentchian power, such as stolen knowledge, cunning scheming, or the manipulation of time itself. These foci color the way in which the cults make war, the kinds of strategies and tactics they employ, and even inform the grand plans they seek to put into motion across the galactic stage. In order to effect these plans, each cult maintains its own cabal of Tzeentch-marked champions to direct its efforts. Its own ranks of Sekhmet and rubricae, squadrons of war engines, packs of demon engines, and hosts of lesser Tzeentch worshippers, whose number vary greatly even from one conflict to the next. Moreover, each great cult is further divided in numerous thrall bands. And as the cults differ, so too do their thrall bands. While all are raiding forces at their core, their strength, composition, and favored methods of war vary depending upon the whims and influence of the sorcerers who lead them. Some fight entirely alone, their leaders bent upon some nefarious design or self-motivated quest in which great numbers would prove more a hindrance than a help. Forces of this sort often cross the galaxy by secret paths, opening coruscating warp portals or stealing through isolated spars of the Eldari webway. The better to strike swiftly and silently. At other times, multiple thrall bands from these same or even different great cults gather their might to launch a great offensive or to defend some site precious to the Legion's designs. It takes a great event indeed to draw the great cults together and see them fight as one. Yet, when they do, the very stars tremble. The most recent example was Magnus's vengeful attack upon the Space Wolves' home world of Fenris. By that apocalyptic conflict's end, Fenris itself was scarred and tainted. The Space Wolves badly mauled, while the nearby world of Midgardia was sacrificed wholesale in order to power an almighty ritual. By Magnus's will did these energies draw Sortiarius out of the warp's depths, allowing it to manifest in real space around the same star as long-lamented Prospero. This conflict marked the greatest victory for the Thousand Sons Legion in millennia. Yet it was but the first stage in Magnus's labyrinthine plot for revenge and vindication. Sortiarius, the planet of the sorcerers. There is nothing natural or true about the planet of the sorcerers. Nothing that is not in perpetual flux. Sortiarius is a demon world. It is an agglomeration of raw empiric energy, bound escapably to the whims of the changer of the ways. The Thousand Sons have made this sanity-blasting realm their own, and have plundered its dark secrets without mercy or restraint. Though Magnus has succeeded in translocating Sortiarius from the warp back into real space, it remains a wholly unnatural planet, whose warped reality is anathema to natural life. The air swirls with kaleidoscopic storms of raw magic. Horizons glow with ominous and unnatural lights, or shimmer and resolve into new shapes before horrified onlookers' eyes. Striated clouds, the color of fire, race across an ever-changing sky, forming leering demonic faces and staring eyes before shattering apart again in eruptions of blue and purple lightning. Squalls of raw empiric energy fall like rain upon bone mountains and plains of writhing flesh and flame. Their energy flows in mutating torrents back to the unnatural oceans which boil between the world's ever-shifting continents. The only fixed point in the geography of the strange world is Tisca. Once the capital city of Prospero, its blasted remains were spirited away to Sortiarius along with the Thousand Sons themselves. Like the traitor legion who inhabit it, this damned city has changed beyond recognition over the millennia. Where before there stood gleaming crystalline pyramids, now there rise megalithic structures of veined stone, whose flanks glow with baleful runes and dancing warp flame, and whose impossible geometries are encrusted with leering gargoyles. Where before there stood magnificent towers of marble and gold, now there loom cloud-scraping obelisks, immense spars of tunneled-out bone and pupating flesh towers about which whirl flocks of demonic abominations. Legions are the mall-shapen edifices of Tizca, but they are all dwarfed by the innermost megalith, the Tower of the Cyclops. Looming ominously over the planet's surface, the highest levels contain Magnus's personal sanctum, and from the pinnacle comes a flood of iridescent light, cast by an entrapped tempest of glowing warp energy. This raging storm is enveloped by an orb of profane wards, and through the eye of the storm, Magnus watches the manifold paths of the past, present, and future. For thousands of years, Magnus has observed the material universe from his tower, biding his time and planning his master strokes of vengeance. Sortiarius serves the 1,000 Suns as both a sanctum of study and experimentation, and also a staging ground for their endless wars. Within Tizca's towering structures are sprawling librariums of plundered and forbidden knowledge. These lie side by side with alchemical laboratories wreathed in unnatural fumes and ringing with the screams of endlessly mutating experimental subjects. Labyrinthian corridors lead to sorcerers' lairs, scrying chambers, sacrificial altars, summoning circles, troves of sorcerous arcana, and unholy armories without number. All are employed by the great cults of the 1,000 Suns in order to strengthen their many-faceted war machine. Further facilities lie within Tizca's fluid bounds, their purpose to support Magnus's martial endeavors. The vast, 9-circled pit known as the Abyssal Maw, in which demon engines and brazen battle tanks are fashioned, repaired, or bound into servitude. The glimmering spire of glass, the living crystal void docks that rotate constantly through 9-fold astral alignments high above the Tower of the Cyclops. The sanctums sacrilegious, which contain fluctuating warp portals that, with skill, foresight, and favorable fate, can be used to travel thousands of light years across the galaxy and bypass even the most formidable enemy defenses with entire thrall bands. Amongst the most potent of Sortiarius's assets are the obelisks of ruin. Though each is different in form and precise function, These impero-geometrical constructs are the source of the demon world's orbital defenses. These constitute an overlapping and incredibly intricate interweaving of spells that wreathe the planet from one pole to the other. It is said that Sortiarius knows the weaknesses of all who attempt to approach it in anger, and delights in levering open the cracks in its enemies' defenses through twisted sorcery. Whether it is accurate to attribute such sentience to the demon world is questionable. It cannot be denied, however, that almost every attempted attack upon the Thousand Suns' unnatural homeworld has ended in disaster. Storms of writhing warp flame spring to life in the void, engulfing those foes who attempt to approach by stealth. Illusory glamours inveigle themselves into the minds of those who make a more overt approach, tricking them into firing on one another even as they seek to bombard the Sortiarian surface. Sensor networks fill with contradictory information, or crackle madly as they are possessed by unholy data demons, even as hatches open to depressurize decks, warheads detonate within sealed magazines, and warp drives implode to hideous effect. Such are but a few of the unnatural fates that have claimed those who dare approach Sortiarius with harmful intent. Beyond the bounds of Tisca, Sortiarius is freakish and ever-shifting. Certain landmarks and regions are known to the Thousand Suns, from nomad peaks to the shimmering amorphoric plains, the forests of tentacles, the glass fire chasms, and the predatory caverns of transmogrification. However, the locations of these places are ever in flux, dictated not only by the movement of the planet's land masses, but also the phases of Sortiarius' star and newfound sister worlds, and the ebb and flow of warp energies across the world's surface. It is amidst these strange environs that the Zangor herds scratch an existence. They prey upon one another, and on the mewling chaos spawn that haunt the wilds, avoiding only the enormous mutilith vortex beasts that are Sortiarius' unnatural apex predators. The Zangor labor to raise strange flux cairns where the planet's sorcerous ley lines converge, channeling Tzeentch's power through real space by erecting duplicate cairns in the wilds of other worlds. The longer these simulacra remain in place, the more mutating empiric energy bleeds through from Sortiarius, corrupting the natural landscapes before full-scale invasion. The fall of Ultimus. To do battle with the Thousand Suns is no simple or clean-cut matter. Duplicity, misdirection, the manipulation of fate, and the callous sacrifice of allies and enemies alike all play their parts in their intricate schemes. Worse, what looks to their foes to be the totality of the conflict may turn out to be but one strand of a far wider and more intricately woven web. Such was the case when Hasak Atali set his sights upon the bastion world of Ultimus and its hub fortress, Aquila in Cursus. When Indomitus Crusade Fleet Quintus pushed battle groups into the Mephisto sector, they reclaimed a valuable swathe of systems for the Imperium. In their wake, the battle groups left sturdy supply chains running through the bastion worlds of Ultimus and Vorsicon. Ultimus, in particular, was a seemingly impenetrable strongpoint. 10 regiments of Astra Militarum soldiery garrisoned its towering fortifications. Maniples of the Skitarian occupied its subterranean bunker plexes. A maniple of the Legio Decimator Titans patrolled its irradiated deserts, and squadrons from Battlefleet Pacificus its orbital approaches. Despite, or indeed partly because of, all these defenses, Hasak Atali resolved to conquer Ultimus in Tzeentch's name. His reasons were many-faceted. Atali was a Rahadi Magister Templi of the cult of scheming, and he wished to prove his dominance, not to mention the might of his cult, by laying low an imperial world proclaimed impregnable. Moreover, Battle Group Delphi of Crusade Fleet Quintus continued to prosecute an effective offensive through the Omnicron Reach, drawing on supplies funneled through Ultimus. Their efforts threatened the sorcerous sanctum that Atali maintained in that region upon the moon of Vigoria. The Magister Templi also sought a precious prize. He had learned from a demonic familiar that a precious magical relic, the Talisman of Glass, languished within a sealed inquisitorial vault on Ultimus. His rival Rahadi, Korskaris of the Cult of Magic, sought to seize this relic, and Atali had determined to secure it first. Atali's attack upon Ultimus began with misinformation centered around a world far away across the Mephisto sector. Employing duped mortal cult agents, he saw to it that an aspiring sorcerer within the Cult of Magic learned of an entirely fictitious demon sword. The lie went that this potent weapon lay entombed beneath the mountains of the world of Narthis, and was soon to be discovered by dig teams of the Adeptus Mechanicus. While his lies were seeping their way to the intended target, Atali made a pact with a demonic entity. This creature manifested before Hapfester, an exalted sorcerer of the Cult of Magic, who had recently fallen from the favor with his cult's Rahadi, and would do anything to curry that favor with his displeased master. From the demon's whisperings, Hapfester learned of the so-called precious secret being hoarded by his acolyte. Predictably, he was quick to punish the aspiring sorcerer, and to pass on the information about the blade on Narthis to his Rahadi master. Believing that the fabled demon blade would lend him might in his planned attack on Ultimus, Corskaris launched an attack upon Narthus. His thrall bands were soon embroiled in a running battle with the Adeptus Mechanicus. While his Narthus gambit was developing, Atali set other plans in motion. He triggered cultist sleeper cells on several Imperial-held worlds along the Star-Spun Way, the stable warp route connecting Ultimus to both Narthus and the Omricon Reach. He fed small thrall bands and carefully picked kill teams into the escalating conflict, fanning the flames of war and imperiling the Star-Spun Way. At the same time, Atali himself met with the champions of several renegade bands of heretic Astartes within his sanctum on the moon of Egoria. There, he promised these rapacious pirates power and sorcerous rewards in return for their aid. They were to launch diversionary attacks against key task force from the battle group Delphi, their intent to draw in the battle group's reserves. The Imperial commanders would thus be left with no additional forces that could threaten Atali's sanctum, nor respond should Ultimus call for aid. Next, Atali had several of his sorcerer lieutenants send nightmares of disaster and defeat to poison the sleep of General Gresmond, Ultimus's commanding officer. Filled with nameless dread, seeing the flames of war burning hotter along the Star-Spun Way, Gresmond resolved that he had to act. Atali's lieutenants stoked Gresmond's growing panic with the skill of impresarios, ensuring his response was disproportionately heavy-handed. The general sent more than half his warships along the Star-Spun Way, bearing 3 of his garrison regiments, most of his Skitarii, and half the Titans to form a decisive army of reconquest. It was not long before this force detected the distress calls emanating from Narthus. Compelled to aid the hard-pressed Adeptus Mechanicus explorators, they fell upon the cult of magic thrall bands attacking the planet. Thus were Corskaris' thrall bands mauled. Atali, aided by his ally within the cult of prophecy, knew the precise moment to spring his trap. He unleashed demonic allies upon those same renegade warbands who had pledged to aid him in the Omricon Reach, offering his erstwhile allies up as sacrifices to the demons. Caught between their imperial foes and ravening demons, the piratical bands were slaughtered. In return for this offering, the Lord of Change, who led the demons, conjured up a short-lived warp storm that surrounded Narthus. It would burn out within 9 weeks, but that would be long enough. For until it did, more than half of Ultimus's garrisons was trapped. Still, Atali was not done. He dispatched thrall bands of Zangor to the agri worlds of Horgith and Kladak, and had them raise flux cairns in secret. So were the food stores destined for Ultimus infected
with mutagenic magics. He swore a blood favor pact with a sorcerer of the Cult of Time, having them launch a raid against the planet Decimar. Atali's sworn allies used their temporal powers to cast Decimar a decade backwards along its own timeline. Everything that had happened upon that world for the last 10 years was undone, and while it would happen again as fate intended, this sent ripples through time and space. 4 of Ultimus's garrison regiments were Decimari, and now all 4 had not yet been raised. Thus, in an instant, they vanished from that world, and all forgot they had ever been there. At last, Rahadi Hasak Atali launched his invasion of Ultimus with vast and terrible forces. Against them stood a handful of warships, a demi-maniple of Titans, and a meager 3 regiments of Astra Militarum. Of course, the Imperial forces fought as hard as they could, but riven by a mysterious plague of mutation spreading through their ranks, from tainted rations and horribly overmatched in martial might, they could never prevail. Atali claimed the Talisman of Glass from amongst Ultimus's blasted ruins, but he also protected his personal sanctum, undermined an entire battle group of Indominus Fleet Quintus, and crippled the military might of his most despised Rahadi rival. Meanwhile, the punishments and inquisitions as to how General Gresmond had come to leave a crucial redoubt world so woefully unprotected would rage on for years to come. This was fortunate, as Hasak Atali had several schemes already developing that would benefit greatly from that ongoing strife.
In the waning days of the old Earth, before the stars had truly been reclaimed, Ozek Ahriman was born into the techno-barbarian nobility of the Achaemenid Empire, a wealthy tribe whose kings had cast their lot with the Emperor of Mankind during the brutal Unification Wars. Thanks to this early allegiance, Ahriman's people were spared the worst of the atomic firestorms and gene warrior invasions that ravaged Terra during that era. It was a rare mercy in a time of relentless destruction. When peace at last blanketed Terra beneath the banner of the nascent Imperium, and the Emperor forged his fateful alliance with the Mechanicum of Mars, Ahriman and his twin brother, Ormuzd, were chosen to join the new force being raised to reclaim the stars, the Space Marine Legions. Inducted into the 15th Legion, later to be named the Thousand Suns, Ozek fought alongside the Emperor during the earliest campaigns of the Great Crusade. But within 5 standard years, strange changes began to manifest among his gene brothers. Some developed psychic gifts, powerful, unnatural talents of the mind. Others fell victim to the Legion's hidden curse, the dreaded flesh change, a horrifying mutation that twisted Space Marines into gibbering beasts. Many were euthanized by their own brothers. And soon, the Imperium itself questioned whether the Thousand Sons should be disbanded as a genetically flawed legion. The corruption cut deep. Ozek lost his twin to the mutation, a grief that haunted him and birthed an unshakable fear of what might yet come for the rest. As a silent vow, he had Ormuz's cherished pendant, a gift from their mother, worked into the shoulder guard of his power armor, mirroring the one he wore himself. Then came Prospero. When the Thousand Sons rediscovered their lost Primarch, Magnus the Red, the crimson giant of Cyclopean gaze, hope returned. Magnus brought with him a cure, or so it seemed. Through mysterious, possibly sorcerous methods, and at the cost of one of his own eyes, Magnus halted the flesh change. Few spoke aloud of the price he paid. Fewer still dared to ask what force had answered his plea. While Ahriman's exploits during the Great Crusade were not widely recorded, it is known that he was, for a time, seconded to the Word-Bearers Legion. There, surrounded by warriors who openly deified the Emperor in defiance of imperial truth, he felt uncomfortable. Yet even among them, he found a strange camaraderie, particularly with the Legion's chaplain, Erebus, who would later play a pivotal role in galactic betrayal. Ahriman, ever a believer in the power of knowledge, supported the Emperor's initiative to embed remembrancers, Imperial civilian historians, within the Crusade's armies. He believed that if the galaxy could witness the Thousand Sons for what they truly were, then the fear of psychic power might one day fade. Records place Ahriman at the Agoru campaign, near the end of the 2nd century of the Great Crusade. There, the 28th Expeditionary Fleet, aided by the Space Wolves, brought a pre-industrial world into compliance. During this campaign, Ahriman defied Magnus's explicit orders and would lead a search party to find their absent Primarch. This would mark the first time he would openly question Magnus's judgment, and it would not be the last. While on Agoru, Ahriman encountered Rune Priest Othir Wordmake of the Space Wolves. They spoke of psychic power as brothers in arms, or so Ahriman believed. He shared knowledge of Thousand Sons' disciplines in good faith, not realizing Wordmake would later twist that confidence into condemnation. And yet, their cooperation on Agoru would soon prove essential, as both legions faced warped spawn horrors, weapon forms, monstrous entities not unlike demons or corrupted titans. In this, Ahriman and the Wolves first glimpsed the truth of chaos. During this time, Ahriman was also tasked with mentoring a young remembrancer, Lemuel Gallman, who showed signs of psychic potential. Ahriman trained him carefully, even bringing him into combat during the Heliosa pacification, where once again the flesh change re-emerged. Ahriman watched, hollow-eyed, as Space Wolves executed the twisted remains of his brothers. Though Magnus had once promised the mutations were gone forever, their return seared a deep wound into Ahriman's soul, one even Gallman could feel. Ahriman was also present at Olenor when the Emperor elevated Horus to War Master. He also stood as witness of the Council of Nicaea, where the fate of psychers across the Imperium was debated and ultimately sealed. To Ahriman, the council felt less like a deliberation and more like a trial, with the 1,000 Suns as the accused. Then came betrayal. The first to speak against the 1,000 Suns' practices was none other than Othir Wordmake, the space wolf Ahriman had once called friend. Worse still, it was at Nicaea that Ahriman first learned the darkest truth of his legion's salvation. Magnus had made a pact, however veiled, with the warp itself. The deal that ended the flesh change was born of sorcery and ruinous power. A revelation that threatened to prove their accusers right. In horror, Ahriman confronted Magnus, but before he could fully comprehend the depths of his Primarch's dealings, Magnus stripped the memory from his mind. By the time the Horus heresy began, Ahriman had risen to power within the 1,000 Suns. He was now chief librarian, commander of the elite Scarab occult, and captain of the First Fellowship. He led the cult of the Corvidae, masters of precognition and seers of fate, those who read the strands of possibilities like others read maps. Alongside others like Amon and Anku Anan, Ahriman grew increasingly concerned by Magnus's growing secrecy and withdrawal. Their Primarch, it seemed, was unraveling mysteries of terrible scale beneath the vaults of Tizca, chasing visions no one else could see. Magnus had foreseen something dire, the downfall of Horus, the betrayal of the Imperium, a galactic civil war, an age of darkness, prophesied long ago by ancient Terran mystics. He believed the Kynbrock Anathame, a cursed Xenos blade, would wound Horus on the moon of Davin. From that wound, something primordial would reach out to claim him. In a desperate attempt to avert this fate, Magnus began preparing a ritual, one that would allow him to project his consciousness into the warp and protect Horus's soul. Amon scoured ancient works in hopes of finding a way to save the War Master. Ahriman and the Corvidae were ordered to do whatever it took to understand what was coming. But it was too late. Horus fell. The wound was struck, and Erebus, the same chaplain Ahriman had once trusted, ushered the dying Primarch into the temple of the Serpent Lodge, where Davinite shamans and cultists of chaos worked their black rites. Horus's soul was cast into the Immaterium and shown a vision, a future Imperium of tyranny and blind worship, where the Emperor ruled as a god. It was true, but only because he himself would ensure it. Magnus too entered the warp, seeking to stop his brother's fall. He tried to show Horus the vision was only one possibility, not an unchangeable fate. But Horus, resentful and proud, embraced what he saw as his destiny. Magnus learned, to his dread, that Lorgar and the Word-bearers had long since turned, that the corruption was already spreading, and the great betrayal had begun. And so Magnus turned to Ahriman and gave him his final command. See what comes, no matter the cost. And Ahriman obeyed. In desperation, Magnus the Red sought once more to save the Imperium. He had seen the War Master's betrayal before it had began, had glimpsed the dagger poised to strike the Emperor's back. With urgency, he cast his mind once more through the Immaterium, using sorcery to breach the psychic wards of the Imperial Palace and send a warning to his father. But in doing so, he shattered more than just walls. He tore through the Emperor's hidden work beneath Terra, a secret project meant to secure a human pathway into the webway. The Emperor, unwilling to believe that Horus, his beloved son, his favored creation, would ever betray him, turned his wrath instead upon Magnus. The Thousand Sons, long viewed with suspicion for their reliance on sorcery and their cursed mutations, were now seen as traitors. The Emperor gave the order. Leman Russ, Primarch of the Space Wolves and ancient rival to Magnus, was dispatched with his legion. Alongside them marched the Sisters of Silence, the Witch Hunters, and the Emperor's own Custodes. The command was clear. Bring Magnus to Terra to face judgment for his violation of the Council of Nicaea. But Horus intervened. He whispered poison into Russ's ear, convincing him that Magnus's punishment should not be confinement, but annihilation. Russ, disgusted by Magnus's sorcery and blind to the deeper manipulations, obeyed. On Prospero, Magnus waited. His will broken, he chose inaction. He had seen the price of defiance. To resist would only prove the worst fears of their enemies. So he veiled the planet in psychic shrouds, preventing his own sorcerers from seeing their doom approach. It was then that Amon, his oldest friend and mentor, learned the full extent of Magnus's despair. The Primarch had murdered Balik Uthazar, captain of the Fifth Fellowship, to keep the knowledge of the approaching fleet hidden. He had done terrible things, he admitted, but he believed they were necessary. He believed he could not fight back, because to do so would mean surrendering to the path the ruinous powers had laid for him. Amon, however, could not accept this. He had once dreamed of Prospero's destruction, years before Magnus fell from the sky. The nightmare had haunted him until Magnus arrived, and now it had returned. He saw the end of all he loved on the horizon, and unlike his Primarch, he refused to let it pass unopposed. Then came fire. The Space Wolf's fleet arrived, tearing down Prospero's orbital defenses. Tizca, the shining capital of the Thousand Suns, was protected by a powerful psychic kind shield. As the rest of the planet turned to ash, Tizca stood until the wolves descended. Landing forces swarmed the city. Prosperines were slaughtered. Fires consumed everything. And still, Magnus did nothing. But the Legion did not share his passivity. They rose in defiance. They fought not to win, but to die on their feet. Before he faced his brother, Magnus entrusted Amon with a single object: the Book of Magnus, a tome containing all his accumulated knowledge of sorcery, psychers, and the secrets of the warp. Amon was to give it to Azek Ahriman should he survive. It was the last gift of a Primarch to his sons. Then, Magnus faced Russ. On the steps of a shattered pyramid of glass and steel, they fought. The duel was terrible. In the end, Russ shattered Magnus's body, breaking his back. Defeated, Magnus opened a gateway into the warp and fled with the remnants of his legion to the Eye of Terror, where Tzeentch had prepared a demon world for him, Sortiarius, the planet of sorcerers. There, Magnus was remade. The Changer of the Ways rewarded his champion with immortality, transforming the Crimson King into a demon prince. But peace did not follow. In the Eye of Terror, the flesh change returned. The mutations began anew. Magnus, now a demon, seemed to accept it, but Ahriman did not. Bitter, disillusioned, and burning with hatred for what his legion had become and what his Primarch had allowed, Ahriman turned to the Book of Magnus. Within its pages, he searched for salvation, and from its boundless knowledge and his own anguish, he forged a spell of immense power, the rubric. This spell would end the flesh change forever. But Ahriman lacked the power to cast it alone. So he gathered a cabal, the strongest sorcerers of the Legion, including Amon. Those who remained loyal to Magnus or excluded, dismissed as weak. Together, they unleashed the spell. And it both worked and failed. The rubric burned through the Thousand Suns, sparing only those with psychic talent. For the rest, it was doom. Their bodies turned to ash, their souls trapped inside their armor. The rubricae were born, mindless, unfeeling, and undying. Ahriman was horrified. The spell had done what it promised. but at a price none had foreseen. What remained of the Legion had been transformed into a shell of its former self. Powerful, yes, but hollow. When Magnus had learned what Ahriman had done, he stormed the Tower of Sorcery, where the Cabal had gathered. Most fell to their knees in remorse. Ahriman stood. Magnus raised his hand to strike, but he was stayed. Tzeentch himself intervened, saving Ahriman for a future role in his plans. Instead of death, the sorcerer was given exile. Ahriman and his Cabal were banished from Sortiarius. In exile, Amon sought redemption. He wished to undo what had been done, to free the Rubricae from their eternal prison. Over centuries, he amassed power, founding his own warband of exiled Thousand Sons, the Brotherhood of Dust. He sought out old brothers. Those who joined survived. Those who refused did not. Meanwhile, Ahriman hid among the ranks of a corn-worshipping warband known as the Harrowing, living in disguise as a lowly sorcerer named Horkos. But Amon's reach was long. He sent Tolbeck, a Pyre sorcerer and member of Ahriman's original Cabal, to find him. Tolbeck found his quarry and revealed Ahriman's identity. The sorcerer, exposed, unleashed his full might. He slew his former allies, but not before Tolbeck attempted to drag his mind into oblivion. Ahriman barely escaped. Amon sent more agents, demons, even a half-demon prince. All failed. Eventually, Ahriman tracked Amon himself. But before he could strike, he was betrayed by the mistress of his stolen ship. Wounded, he was subdued and brought aboard Sycorax, Amon's flagship. There, Amon demanded the secrets of the rubric. Ahriman at last agreed. But during a rescue attempt by his allies, Ahriman confronted Amon once more. The two dueled, minds locked in a psychic struggle. In the end, Ahriman revealed the truth. The rubric lived in them all. It was bound to their very souls. And with that, Ahriman unraveled Amon from the inside out. His armor tore apart, dust spilled into the wind. The armor reassembled, plate by plate, over Ahriman's own body, reshaping him in the image of his fallen brother. The Brotherhood of Dust stood in stunned silence. Ahriman raised his hands, summoned warp flame. The red armor of Amon's followers shifted to sapphire. Rubricae and sorcerers alike were reborn in Tzeentch's hue. Ahriman knelt, bowed his head to the past, and rose as the new master of the Brotherhood of Dust. Whether the warband he commands now in the 41st millennium, the Prodigal Sons, is the same force reborn under a new name remains uncertain. But one truth endures. Ahriman walks the galaxy still, cloaked in flame and fate, his sins burned into the armor he wears. Among the countless atrocities committed by Ahriman, few speak so clearly to his devastating blend of subtlety, power, and ruthlessness as the event known as the Harvest of Calliope. This world, once a monument to knowledge, existed solely to archive the records of the Imperium, from its mythic founding to its uncertain present. Its very ecology revolved around this purpose. Cities built around ancient index vaults, data-spool void stations orbiting from pole to pole, and vast cavernous stacks of rotting parchment that burrowed deep into the crust. Every soul on Calliope played their part. Hunters, clearing vermin from forgotten archives, scribes, vying for dominance over contradictory indexes. For as long as memory stretched, this was the way of things. But then something changed. A new movement emerged from within the cast of indexers, an intellectual faction calling themselves the Summation. They believed that all knowledge could be unified into a single, endlessly extending formula. None could say from where the idea had originated, but once seeded, it spread rapidly, blooming like a lotus in sunlight. Over generations, the Summation grew in power until it ruled Calliope unchallenged. Billions toiled across centuries to complete the vision. And at last, on the day of the Emperor's ascension, in the High Hall of Indexes, the final line of symbols was inscribed. At that precise moment, the planet fell silent. When an Imperial void ship arrived 10 standard years later, it found only a few emaciated survivors wandering among dry corpses. The minds of those left behind, still broken, could retain no memory for more than a few fleeting seconds. Stranger still, every archive was blank. Data stores were wiped clean. Scrolls, books, slates, every page barren. There was only one remnant of what had occurred, an image lingering in the scorched memory of the survivors. A figure in a horned helm, cloaked in flame, stepping from a wound in the air. He had come to claim the fruits of Calliope's labor, harvested at last by the hand that had planted the Summation seed so many lifetimes ago. Ahriman himself. There existed an object of great importance to Ahriman, the silver-dipped skull of Lepidus, a martyr of the Second Black Crusade, engraved with 10,000 words of detestation. It lay sealed in a polar shrine city on Dianaxis, a mausoleum world revered throughout the Imperium. Ahriman had had once sought to claim the skull by guile and conspiracy. But when that failed, he turned to fire and war. For nearly 8 millennia, the honored dead of humanity had been brought to Dianaxis. Bodies of martyrs, charred bones of warriors, polished skulls of Astartes. The very cities were built from the remains of heroes. 12 Space Marine chapters maintained permanent bastions there. Star fortresses watched from orbit. Millions stood vigil over the bones of the dead. But far away, Ahriman began a ritual of alignment. He burned worlds, ending lives in swaths, each death part of a greater pattern. As the sacrificed systems spun into a perfect design, Dianaxis was drawn to the center. The moment the alignment was complete, its sun was torn from reality, leaving a screaming hole in the sky. The mausoleum world descended into chaos. Rainbow-hued fire licked at bone towers. The screams of the dead echoed, their last thoughts unleashed. Through the void where the sun once burned, demons descended like meteors. Imperial defenders were overwhelmed, their souls devoured. In the midst of this apocalypse, Ahriman appeared, just like on Calliope, but this time surrounded by a circle of sorcerers and rubricae. Arcane fire melted flesh and spirit alike. Honor guards from Space Marine chapters charged, only to be reduced to dust in an instant. Then came Firebane, the last warlord-class titan of Legio Officium. Its warhorn shook the dying world as it opened fire. But Ahriman, drawing upon his sorcerous brethren, brought the mighty engine to its knees, ripping its plasma reactor core through its own carapace in a torrent of molten death. At last, Ahriman held the skull of Lepidus in his hand. One word etched upon its surface held what he sought. With the deed done, he let it fall and vanished into the warp, leaving Dianaxis in ruin, bones burning, demons howling, and no one left to mourn. And for centuries further, Ahriman scoured the galaxy in pursuit of another forbidden prize: entry into the Black Library, the Eldari's hidden repository of ancient knowledge, secrets of chaos, the warp, and the very fabric of reality. Long did he wage war within the twisting passages of the webway. Time and again, he was repelled by the spectral guardians and agile harlequins. And yet, he persisted. Eventually, Ahriman found a path, one that bypassed physical resistance, projecting his mind telepathically into the sanctum. He walked its shadowed halls in spirit, even as his body transcribed the revelations he was witnessing. Among the treasures he stole from that incorporeal pilgrimage was a priceless copy of the Tome of Labyrinthus, a sacred harlequin map to the secret routes of the webway. Knowledge that would one day reshape the galaxy. Long after the rubric was cast, and the rift between master and son had grown into legend, Ahriman was summoned by no less than Magnus the Red himself. For the first time since that fateful day on Prospero, the Crimson King and his former chief librarian stood united once more. Vengeance, shared and burning, brought them together. The destruction of the Space Wolves. Their moment came not long before the 13th Black Crusade. The Fenris system, home to the Sons of Russ, found itself suddenly racked by violent warp storms. From within these unnatural gales surged legions of demons, rending through space and sanity alike. The Space Wolves had only just rediscovered their long-lost wolfenkin when the skies turned dark with chaos. Imperial reinforcements came swiftly. The Grey Knights and the Dark Angels answered the call to arms, descending into the system to aid their embattled brothers. But among the swirling madness, reason faltered. A terrible manipulation was afoot. One of Tzeentch's greatest tricksters, the Changeling, wove lies and illusions so deft that mistrust blossomed like rot among the Imperials. Allies turned suspicious. Coordination crumbled, and still the storm intensified. It was the Grey Knights who saw it first, who read the pattern in the warp, etched in madness and stormlight. It was a sigil not seen for 10,000 years, a symbol of vengeance, the mark of Prospero. And then they came. 9 silver towers descended from the warp-churned skies above Fenris. From these massive spires of impossible architecture poured forth the 1,000 suns, accompanied by shrieking Zangors and mutated cultists. Scarab occult terminators marched through the ice and blood, their ancient armor gleaming with sickly light. Rubric Marines followed behind them, silent sentinels of the past, eyes aglow with magical flame. From secret portals and hidden rifts, more warbands emerged. These were exiles, once scattered across the stars. Now they returned through Ahriman's mastery of the webway. They struck hard and fast, emerging from the labyrinth dimension with psychic fire crackling from their hands. The Adeptus Astartes were caught off guard. Flames consumed the snow. As Imperial lines buckled and broke, the silver towers drifted into alignment with the planet's geomantic nodes, sites of deep and ancient power. On the 3rd solar day of the invasion, the skies were torn open by fire. Sorcerers across Fenris poured their will into a great ritual. In the heart of each silver tower, a space wolf was sacrificed, boiled alive in cauldrons of blood and warp gore. This grotesque rite tore a hole in reality. From the breach stepped a god, Magnus the Red. The Crimson King returned to real space, his arrival shaking the ice world to its molten core. He joined Ahriman and their greatest acolytes at the center of the ritual, deep within the towers. The energy unleashed began to twist the very land. Rivers boiled, mountains cracked, and the volcano beneath the Fang, the fortress monastery of the Space Wolves, erupted with demonic presence. The tide did not turn until Midgardia, a neighboring world, was destroyed entirely. With its annihilation, the Silver Towers vanished. To the Imperium, it seemed a desperate victory, but it was no victory. Midgardia's death was a harvest, and Magnus reaped it well. With that power, he completed a long-buried ambition. The planet of the sorcerers, home to the Thousand Suns, was torn from the warp and returned to real space, hovering now above the corpse of Los Prospero, like a ghost returned to haunt the living. In the twilight hours of the 41st millennium, as the 13th Black Crusade engulfed the galaxy in ruin, Ahriman turned his gaze once more to the hidden paths of the webway. Forbidden knowledge beckoned, secrets entombed within the black library of the Eldari. Twice, during the chaos of Abaddon's uprising, did the arch-sorcerer breach the hidden labyrinth, chasing answers that had eluded him for 10 millennia. His first intrusion was made possible by a most curious prize: the captured Inquisitor, Bronislaw Sevak. Once welcomed, begrudgingly, by the Eldari as a guest of the Black Library, Sevak had been little more than a pawn in the game the Eldar thought they controlled. Ahriman, however, had other plans. From Sevak's memories, he gleaned ancient truths. The trail led him to the forgotten world of Atemium III, a seemingly insignificant planet once under the watch of craftworld Altensar, long since lost to the Eye of Terror. There, his agents uncovered a dormant webway portal. Ahriman entered with haste and fury. The Eldari were not prepared. The incursion sparked panic among the Farseers. None had foreseen it, not even the greatest among them, Eldrad Ulthran of Ulthway, whose presence was hastily summoned to mount the Eldari defense. The battle was swift and terrible, but in the end, Ahriman was repelled. The gate he had used was sealed, buried beneath layers of warding, never to open again. The secretive Order Psychana, a brotherhood composed solely of Blood Raven's librarians, was called to take over the portal's guardianship. Though too late to aid the defense, they ensured the rift would never threaten the Imperium again. But the Arch-Sorcerer's ambition was not so easily thwarted. Soon after, he foresaw another breach, this time not by his hand, but by a librarian of the Blood Ravens named Rama, during operations on the icy world of Lorn V. Rama's ritual had torn open a pocket in the fabric of the webway. Ahriman moved swiftly. With his elite warband, the Prodigal Sons, Ahriman traveled to Lorn V under a shroud of deception. Demons flocked to his will. Through arcane sorcery and exploitation of the dimensional wound left by Rama, he pierced the veil once more, this time reaching Arcadia, the sacred planet of law home to the enigmatic Harlequins. Arcadia was no ordinary world. Hidden within were vast, concealed repositories of Eldari lore, relics of a time before time, including the fabled librarium, a vault of knowledge predating the fall. Here, Ahriman hoped to find a way into the Black Library. He carried with him the Tome of Kerbenian, a book thought mythical, taken from the Harlequin solitaire who bore its name. With this artifact, he sought the sword of Lanithrak, a weapon wielded in the ancient war against the Catan. It was held by the great Harlequin, and Ahriman aimed to take it. Among his trophies was a prisoner of immense importance, Ethereal Stern, once a sister of battle, now the demon fuge, a being whose existence straddled the veil between damnation and salvation. Ahriman had plans for her too, once his conquest was complete. But conquest eluded him once again. Even the summoning of a massive manta-like warp leviathan could not turn the tide. The Harlequins fought with a grace and fury born of ages. Casualties mounted, demons fell, and Ahriman was cast out once more, driven from the webway with none of his goals achieved. Yet in failure his legend grew. He had come closer to the Black Library than any mortal had right to. He had outwitted the Asarnyani, captured Sevak, and pierced the veil of one of the oldest secrets in the galaxy. To Magnus the Red, it was enough. Ahriman's star once more ascended. In the stillness that followed Cadia's fall and the birth of the Great Rift, Ahriman's purpose sharpened. Hidden demon spies had whispered of something strange, of Eldari who had defied death, who returned not as revenants, but resurrected souls reborn. The Inari. Within them, Ahriman saw possibility. If the dead could return, then so too might his lost brothers, the Rubric Marines, trapped in shells of dust and sorrow. And so, when the Inari moved toward the ice moons of Classius, seeking to ally with the survivors of Cadia, Ahriman made his move. Through sacrifice and sorcery, he enacted a forbidden rite. 999 captives were offered to Tzeentch. With that blood price, Ahriman and his 1,000 sons were translocated across the webway, arriving in the crystalline tunnels of the Psyche Delta, just as the Inari passed through. The ambush was sudden and brutal. Warp fire painted the walls in sickly colors. Sorcerous bolts and wailing demons clashed with Harlequin blades and Ynnari soul magic. And in the heart of the storm, Ahriman seized the triumvirate of Ynid, Ravain, the Vissart, and the mysterious Incarnate, pulling them into a private realm outside space and time. Here, in a void of his own making, Ahriman prepared to draw the knowledge he craved from the champions of the death god Ynid. But Ravain had seen beyond his plans. As the arch-sorcerer prepared his psychic blades, she reached toward the impossible and offered a gift. With a whisper, and a surge of divine energy, she resurrected 12 rubric marines. Warriors, long believed lost to the rubric, stood once more in flesh and blood, dazed but alive. They looked upon Ahriman not as their destroyer, but as their battle brother. And for the first time in 10,000 years, he saw them see him. Overcome, Ahriman released the Inari from the void, but it was too late. A Wraith Knight tore through the webway walls, cleaving open a massive rift. As the Eldari forces fled, the Incarnate inhaled deeply, and with a terrible wail, dragged the newly reborn 1,000 suns into the abyss. Ahriman screamed. They were gone again, resurrected only to be lost once more. Yet the seed had been planted. The rubric could be undone. It was possible. And he now knew who held the key. In the wake of his shattering revelation within the webway, Ozek Ahriman was a changed being. For 10,000 standard years he had wandered the warp, driven by a singular obsession to undo the rubric, to restore the minds and flesh of his fallen brothers. The 1,000 suns turned to ash within their armor. Time and again he had failed, but now, after witnessing the miracle wrought on by Ivrain, priestess of Enid, he no longer searched blindly in the dark. He knew the power existed. He had seen it. He had felt it. With the emergence of the Great Rift, it shook the foundations of the Imperium and rent the veil between realms. In this chaos, Ahriman saw a path forward. The psychic tide surged stronger than ever, and the warp whispered new truths. As the galaxy burned, Ahriman gathered his strength. He summoned the remnants of the prodigal sons, those sorcerers still loyal to his path, and bent his gaze toward the screaming heart of dark ambition, the twisted metropolis of Kamara, the seat of the Drakari. If Ivrain and the Inari could touch the dead and breathe life into dust, then there would be whispers of such things in Kamarag's underworld. The city of suffering held secrets traded in agony, and lore bartered through screams. Ahriman would find what he sought there, or rip it from the darkness. For now, the arch-sorcerer set his will upon the road to resurrection. Not for glory, not for vengeance, but for the souls of his legion, forgotten by time, entombed in dust, who at last might yet live again. In the shadow of the Himalayan mountains on ancient Terra, 20 capsules were cast adrift through the warp, genetic progeny of the Emperor himself. Among them was one destined to become the swiftest of all, his pod flung far from humanity's cradle, crashing upon the open steppe lands of a world known to Imperials as Mundus Planus, though its people called it by a simpler name, Chagoris. This was a feudal world, fertile, vibrant, and scarred by the age of strife. It had clawed its way back to a Renaissance-level society, where black powder had only just begun to thunder on the battlefield. Across the vast plains and mountains of Chagoris, power belonged to noble houses and monarchs ruled in the east by a proud tyrant known as the Palatine. But in the empty quarter, those wild, wind-bitten plains of the west, life moved to a different rhythm. Nomadic tribes roamed free, unburdened by cities, governed by the brutal customs of horse and blood. And it was there that the pod opened. A child of otherworldly beauty and presence was found by a wandering chieftain of the Talskar tribe, a man called Ong Khan. He took the boy as his own, raising him among his people, never knowing the son he had adopted was not of this world. The boy grew quickly, learning the ways of the steppe, of war, survival, and honor. But fate came swiftly. Ong Khan and his warriors were murdered by a rival tribe, the Kurade, a blood debt by Chagorian custom. Most sons would have taken a few lives in vengeance. Jagatai did more. He unleashed his fury upon the Kurade. In a single night, their village burned, their warriors were slain, and the chieftain's head hung above Jagatai's tent. None were spared. It was a massacre that shattered the tribal cycle of revenge, and it earned him a name: warrior, butcher, genius. He was elected Khan of the Talskars, and with the wind at his back, he declared a new purpose: to unite all the tribes of the empty quarter. One by one, they either fell or bent the knee. Those who submitted were honored, those who resisted erased. Jagatai broke the power of tribalism by dissolving bloodlines, forming new warrior bands with mixed heritage, and commanding loyalty to him, not lineage. Within mere decades, the plains were one people beneath his banner, and he was no longer merely a Khan. He became Kagan, the Khan of Khans. His greatest test came not from men, but from the warp. A cult of chaos had begun to fester on Chagoris' central continent, spreading its corruption through cities and fields. Jagatai led 10,000 horsemen against them, charging through black powder and cannon fire. Many fell, but none fled, and in the end, the cult was annihilated. To the east, the Palatine Empire watched from afar. For centuries, they had hunted nomads for sport. That changed the day the Palatine's son tried to claim Jagatai as prey, only for his head to return instead. And it bore a message: the people of the steppes are yours no longer. The Palatine brought war, armored knights, heavy cavalry, thousands. They met the Khagan's bow-wielding riders on the open plain, and they never returned. The horse tribes, faster and more agile, rained death from afar. The Palatine was slain, his empire shattered, his cities taken or razed. The world fell to the Khagan, and with each conquest, he offered the same choice: serve or die. In just 20 standard years, Jagatai forged a global empire. Peace followed, swift, brutal, and final. And then, from the sky, came a stranger. In 865 M30, a ship descended upon Chagoris. From it stepped the Emperor of mankind, flanked by Horus and the 16th Legion. Ironically, it was not the 5th Legion that discovered the world of their gene-sire, but the Luna Wolves. Jagatai met his father with eyes unflinching. The Kagan had conquered a world. The Emperor had conquered hundreds. Still, the two men saw something in one another. Most chronicles claim that Jagatai submitted in awe. His own writings suggest otherwise. He saw a man who offered the same choice he had once offered the tribes: submit and rise, or resist and fall. And so Jagatai did not kneel out of fear, but calculation. He bargained. In exchange for loyalty, he demanded respect for the people of Chagoris and a voice in the Imperium's future. And so the Emperor gave him a new purpose, and the Khan of Khans slipped free of the burden of rule. War called to him once more. The 5th Legion had long since earned the name Star Hunters, for they prowled the void alone, scattered across forgotten fronts. What Jagatai inherited was not a legion, but 1,000 warbands, brothers in blood, strangers in name. So he did what he had always done. He summoned them. Astropathic calls rang across the stars. Over the course of a decade, the pioneer companies returned, wary, bitter, and proud. They gathered in the empty quarter, and the Kagan saw that though their armor bore many colors, their gene seed was the same. He bound them in culture where genetics failed. Upon the wide plains of Chagoris, they took the blooding. 50,000 warriors drew blades and carved scars into their faces, marking the end of their old lives. Then came the naming, a rite of rebirth. They shed their pasts and took new names, many in the old tongue of Chagoris, names that spoke of deeds and dreams. And thus, the white scars were born. The Kagan gave his warriors more than scars, however. He taught them the noble pursuits, calligraphy, hunting, storytelling, arts that sharpened the mind as well as the blade. It was a blend of tradition and practicality, and it clashed with the imperial truth. The Emperor's secular doctrine allowed no room for superstition, yet Jagatai did not bend, and some, like Gilliman and Lorgar, took issue with this. But Jagatai had seen the world broken by pride. He knew the cost of stubborn unity. What he forged was not perfect, but it was strong. In time, the disparate nomads became one legion. They carried scars on their faces and poetry in their hearts. They rode into war like storms, and above them all, at the head of the thunder rode the Khan of Khans, his eyes forever on the horizon, his heart beating to the rhythm of the hunt. After the unifying rites of blood and name upon the open plains of Chagoris, the Kagan knew that tradition alone would not bind his legion. Ritual could forge identity, but only war could forge loyalty. Thus, Jagatai Khan led his newly reborn White Scars into the stars, to test their mettle not as scattered warbands, but as a legion. Their proving ground was the Kolarn Circle, a lawless region long left to fester in the dark. Scouted decades earlier by the 103rd Pioneer Company, the Soul Hunters, it was known to harbor both feral and degenerate strains of mankind and roving Xenos hosts. These were not worlds of great value or glory. They held no vital resources, but the Kagan had chosen them with purpose. On these brutal ash-scoured worlds, no single company could prevail alone. The Fifth Legion would either learn to fight as one or be broken. Into this crucible, Jagatai scattered the warriors of his Chagori and Keshik, men whose names would echo across centuries. Each was entrusted with a spark of the Kagan's wisdom, to lead by deed, to teach through war. 80,000 warriors entered the circle. For 5 Terran years, they battled across its burning skies and bloodied soil. 1 in 10 would not return. The orc hordes of Singermar and Vorgeist were shattered through mobile warfare, where speed was weapon and ambush an art. Though outnumbered, the Chagorian style of strike and fade proved to be brutally effective. On worlds where others would have dug in or faltered, the White Scars danced across the battlefield like the steppe wind. Some companies fought alone for years, unsupported, isolated deep in enemy systems. But the old pioneer companies, forged in solitude, endured. They adapted. With every ambush, every silent kill beneath alien moons, the feral fury of Chagoras was married to the seasoned resolve of Terra's veterans. The Kagan led from the front in every battle, his presence like fire in the bloodstream of his legion. At first, they followed him because he was their lord. Soon, they vied to fight at his side, inspired by the savage joy he took in war. Their loyalty was no longer to Terra, nor to the dream of a distant imperium. They followed the Khan of Khans. In those days, none questioned such loyalty. A Primarch was the Emperor's will made flesh. To love him was to serve the Imperium. When the final battle came upon the ash fields of Kalarn itself, the Legion stood as one. The circle was theirs, one through flame and blood. The worlds, once desolate and war-torn, now became recruiting grounds. From Chagoras, from Terra, and from the ash-covered remnants of the circle, the Legion was rebuilt, stronger, sharper, reborn. No longer would they haunt the edges of the Great Crusade. The first blooding was complete, and the White Scars emerged not as stragglers, but as one of the Emperor's frontline blades. When they rejoined the Great Crusade, the White Scars no longer fought as fractured pioneer companies. They finally rode together, a true legion. The galaxy was aflame in the final century of the 30th millennium, the Imperium expanded like wildfire, pushing its borders to the void's very edge. Terrible foes rose to resist mankind's dominion, and were cast down by the fury of the legions Astartes. The White Scars lacked the sheer numbers of some of their kin, but what they lacked in mass, they more than made up for in momentum. Where others planned, they struck. Where others entrenched, they advanced. They descended upon enemies like a sudden monsoon, unseen, unrelenting, and unforgivable. To many, they appeared no more than savage raiders, no better than Angron's berserkers or the savage executioners of Fenris. But those who fought beside them and survived knew otherwise. Their savagery was precise, their chaos controlled. They scorned endless planning, favoring instinct honed in blood. And though they moved with wild fury, they did not do so without thought. They were craftsmen, scholars, and poets. They honored beauty as they honored war. They carried wisdom like a quiver, drawing knowledge as others drew blades. They were both storm and silence, hunter and sage. As Sanguinius once said of them, they smile often, and they laugh when they kill. They fought for joy, not cruelty, for honor and not slaughter. When they showed no mercy, it was in respect for a worthy foe, not bloodlust. When they defied imperial command, it was not rebellion, but confidence in their own way of war. They sought no validation, only results. And yet, still many saw them as lessers, outsiders, nomads. Most Primarchs kept their distance. Guilliman, Dorn, men of walls and laws, looked down upon their seeming lawlessness. The Kagan cared little. He kept to himself and to those who truly saw him. Horus, who recognized his skill, Sanguinius, ever the diplomat, and most of all, Magnus, the other outsider, the only one who matched Jagatai in both intellect and estrangement. While others gathered in council, the Khan roamed. While the Imperium became bureaucracy, he remained a warrior. Yet, as the galaxy grew tame beneath Imperial banners, he sensed a change. The wild was vanishing. The maps were filling. There were fewer places to run, fewer enemies to chase. The joy of conquest was being replaced by the weight of an empire. The Khan grew restless. A choice loomed. He could remain loyal and fade into administrative duty, slowly diminished, his legion neutered by peace. Or he could reject it, betray everything he'd helped build, and take back the wild. It was not time yet, but the storm was coming. There is a tale the White Scars tell, though seldom beyond their own brotherhoods. No remembrancer ever etched it in verse. No picked record preserves the light of dying cities or the glint of blood on the Kagan's blade. But in whispered tones around campfires, or within the quiet of a thunderhawk's hold, the warriors of Chagoris speak of it when others scoff at the Khan's prowess, or mistake his smile for softness. They call it the Tale of the Pale Emperor. Its details have blurred across the centuries, embroidered by warrior poets and recited in shifting voices across brotherhoods. But some truths never change. One is that the tale unfolds in the final years of the Great Crusade, likely around 980 M30. Another is that 5 White Scar brotherhoods ventured into wild space near the Mandragoran sector. And the last, and most important, is that Jagatai Khan himself led them. At the galaxy's edge, amidst voids haunted by Xenos ghosts and half-charted stars, they found a string of worlds. Human worlds, isolated yet advanced. Colonies of Terran descent that had survived the age of strife, not as feral shadows, but as refined echoes of lost civilization. The first of these worlds hosted several cities, prosperous and clean, technologically equal to the Imperium, yet small, too small to resist the Emperor's will for long. And yet, when Jagatai offered unity, peaceful compliance, as he had done many times before, he was not met with open arms, but with open fire. The White Scar's fleet came under attack. The void craft that rose against them were sturdy and determined, veterans, no doubt, of centuries of skirmishes with Xenos. But they were few. Their bravery was no match for the 12 Imperial warships that awaited them. The battle was brief. Their ships fell burning from the void. And in respect for their courage, the Great Khan let the survivors flee. With orbit secure, he struck the surface. Gunships and landing craft poured down upon the boreal plains at the edge of the settlements. Thousands of White Scars touched down, jet bikes roaring, banners snapping in the alien wind. Awaiting them were several hundred defenders clad in immense battle plate, each more war engine than man. Weapons bristled from their armor, cannons and beam arrays from another age. Neither side wished to despoil the city behind them, and so they met outside its walls, assembling in grim silence. Then came the roar of cannon, the scream of engines, and the clash of blades. The enemy's plate was formidable, ancient and heavy, proof against most standard weaponry. But they were slow. The White Scars, born of the plains of Chagoras, fought with speed and fire. Jet bikes flanked and harried, marking weaknesses in joints and armor. Their enemies advanced in lockstep, trying to maintain formations, but they could not track the wind. Once the gaps formed, the jet bikes circled and turned, shifting from skirmish line to killing wedge. At this point rode the Kagan. Jagatai Khan, blade flashing, struck like lightning. Larger than most Astartes, and as fast as any of them, he carved through his foes with impossible grace. His warriors surged behind him. One by one, the armored giants fell. The city stood. Jagatai spared it. From among his victorious warriors, he chose 3 champions, honored emissaries, to carry his offer to the ruler of these worlds: surrender and prosper, or resist and perish. It was how the Khan preferred his wars: swift, fair, and followed by dignity, not annihilation. But the Pale Emperor, whose name is never remembered, responded with cruelty. His guards returned the emissaries in pieces. The Khan said nothing, but his rage was deep and cold. That night, the White Scars descended. They razed the city, tore down its towers, and hunted every last soul. No mercy, no survivors. They moved from world to world like a storm. Cities burned, thrones cracked. The Pale Emperor's domain became ash. At last, they came to his final stronghold. His palace gates fell like all the rest. His finest warriors died screaming. His court lay in ruins. The Pale Emperor was left alone, seated on a throne that could not save him. Jagatai stood before him, bloodied and unbowed. You chose this doom. You forced my hand for the sake of your own petty pride. I would like to kill you, to have your blood join that of all the others you have forced me to kill. But I will not. You will remain here and let others know of the price of pride, that we shall not have to sully our blades again. So ends the tale, as most tell it. But among the oldest brotherhoods, the ones composed of the first true sons of Chagoras, another version is whispered. A different ending. The Khan, standing above the Pale Emperor, said instead, "You have chosen the doom I could not. You have chosen pride over servitude. I would like to kill you, for you remind me of my own choices, but I will not. You will remain here, so that I will remember the price of pride, and why we sully our blades with the slaughter of small emperors." When the Horus heresy tore the galaxy apart, the White Scars stood at a crossroads. Jagatai Khan had long kept his legion apart, distant from the politics and rivalries that wove through the other legions. Though his closest bonds were with Horus Lupercal and Magnus the Red, the Khan remained solitary, guided by instinct and honor more than allegiance. At first, whispers spread that the White Scars might turn. They had no deep ties to Terra, nor strong oaths to the other loyalist legions. But such speculation failed to grasp the truth of the Khan. For while others built their strength on hierarchy or rage, he had built his upon freedom, and would never bow to a tyrant's will. When Horus made his move, the Khan hesitated, not from fear, but from clarity. He saw that both sides, loyalist and traitor, could destroy all he had built if the truth were not revealed in time. At Prospero, where the ashes of betrayal still hung thick in the air, the White Scars met the Thousand Suns. There, secrets unraveled. The Khan, torn between his affection for Magnus and loyalty to the Emperor, chose his path. He would not kneel to Horus. And from that moment on, the White Scars became a fury unbound. They rode across burning stars and shattered fleets, striking where needed, refusing to be pinned. They fought with unmatched speed, harrying traitor forces and shielding vital worlds. Though the path to Terra was long, the Khan carved it with blood and fire. At the siege of Terra, they arrived when hope had nearly withered. Their jet bikes screamed over ruined battlements, slashing into traitor lines with righteous fury. Though the records are few, their presence was like a storm breaking the dead air. Swift, precise, and utterly unstoppable. After the heresy, the White Scars did not rest. They hunted the remnants of the traitor legions, carving bloody paths through warp-tainted space. Jagatai Khan himself led many of these campaigns, none more infamous than the years spent battling the Drakari, the cruel raiders of the Webway. In one final furious pursuit, the Khan chased a Dark Eldar raiding force into the labyrinthian tunnels of the Webway. His warriors fought beside him, but the paths twisted and the shadows deepened. There, at the edge of real space and madness, Jagatai vanished. No body was found, no message returned. Some say he was slain in battle, surrounded by enemies in the dark. Others whisper he still rides within the Webway, lost but unbroken, biding his time. Among the White Scars, one truth remains. The Khan is not dead. He simply rides ahead. Since their days as nomadic hunters on the plains of Chagoras, the White Scars have perfected the art of pursuit, augmented by gene-forged reflexes and centuries of tactical doctrine. They are among the Imperium's most formidable trackers. Their renown is such that even those outside their ranks know of the master of the hunt and his sacred quests. Yet such legends are only part of the story. Across the millennia, the White Scars have relentlessly hunted the Imperium's most elusive foes. One such prey was the Drakari homunculus known as the Shatterling Prince, a twisted creature who seeded phages in Imperial food supplies and abducted entire garrisons for Kamarog slave pits. In the early 41st millennium, the Third and Fifth Brotherhoods of the White Scars, bolstered by elements of the Eighth and Ninth, descended upon the Asmari system to exterminate this threat. Captain Khajaten Khan, leading the Third Brotherhood, orchestrated a cunning trap. While small scouting bands infiltrated the system aboard civilian freighters, Khajaten struck Asmari Tertius with calculated fury, drawing out the homunculus's wrath. The Shatterling Prince responded, unleashing raiders and skimmers through hidden webway portals. As Drakari forces swarmed Asmari Tertius, fresh war parties emerged across the other worlds. But it was exactly what Khajat Khan had anticipated. With psychic cries from their storm seers lighting the void, the White Scars fleet surged into the system. Drop pods and thunderhawks screaming down upon the enemy. In brutal engagements across Asmari's worlds, the White Scars annihilated the Xenos warbands and sealed off the webway exits. Yet the Shatterling Prince himself never appeared. Khajatin, unwilling to risk a doomed expedition into the webway, refused to pursue. Less than a year later, Khajatin Khan was found slain in his meditation cell. His throat slit, his expression frozen in horror, and no trace of his killer. Every mirror and window within 3 levels had shattered, and the message was clear. The Shatterling Prince had struck from the shadows. A fresh hunt was then declared, and the White Scars would not rest until vengeance was done. And the Tyranids presented an enemy unlike any the White Scars had faced. On Hawdek, Chaplain Subdakar strike force of the Second Brotherhood was annihilated by High Fleet Hydra, forcing the chapter to adapt or die. Khajag Khan, inheritor of the Second Brotherhood's mantle, devised a plan forged from flame and fury. Luring the Tyranids to the lava-scarred world of Horatian Utuk, the White Scars deployed every flamer they could muster, setting Hive Lockfor ablaze. As the Tyranids turned to retaliate, the White Scars retreated into volcanic fields, drawing the swarms into a death trap. Molten eruptions consumed thousands of bioforms. Khajag Khan's survivors soared skyward aboard dropcraft in the nick of time. It was only the first strike in a longer war against the Hydra, but it was still a bloody and brilliant beginning. And when Gazkul Thraka unleashed his second Wa among Armageddon, the White Scars answered with 3 full brotherhoods. The Greenskins targeted the southern Deadlands and its vital Prometheum reserves. Chapter Master Jubal Khan split his forces. Subodhan Khan to the Prometheum stations, while he took the north to destroy a suspicious Orc shipyard. There, amidst scrapyard hell, the Orcs worked tirelessly, assembling grotesque submersibles. Jubal led swift raids to sabotage the facilities, but the Greenskins built faster than he could destroy. Eventually, the White Scars were forced into brutal close-quarters warfare, burning through the shipyards building by building. Despite their efforts, Orc vessels still slipped into the ocean, forcing Jubal to double down and raise what remained. Meanwhile, Subodhan Khan launched a masterstroke into Dante's Canyon. Destroying the surrounding stations, he lured the Orcs into a rigged valley, burying thousands beneath avalanches and cracked ice. As the war boss and his elite advanced, Subodhan and his assault marines met them in savage combat. Wounded and grounded, Subodhan slew the war boss with a final strike. The Greenskins broke, and the deadlands were saved, at great cost. Amidst the shipyard chaos, White Scar's aircraft became lifelines. Storm Talons and Stormhawks bombarded the Orc artillery, strafed enemy convoys, and intercepted flanking war bikes. Squadron Arache, in particular, became a legend, crippling Orc fleets, dueling their crewed jets, and even detonating an infamous Blitzabomber squadron mid-air. The Orcs unleashed a swarm of aircraft. Arache met them head-on, outnumbered but undeterred. Their feats of aerial warfare inspired every brother who fought on Armageddon, proving once again that even in the most brutal of battlegrounds, the skies belonged to the sons of Chagoras. And then, as the galaxy buckled under the birth of the Great Rift, Huron Blackheart led a devastating assault out of the Maelstrom. While Jabal Khan was still embroiled in Armageddon, it fell to Barutai Khan to defend Chagoras. Vastly outnumbered, Barutai knew this would not be a war of fleets. It would be settled on Chagoras' scorched soil. The Red Corsairs shattered world after world as they advanced upon Chagoras. Barutai rallied what forces he could, using Chagoras' brutal terrain to outmaneuver the enemy. The White Scar struck from storms and ambushed from canyons, but Blackheart's numbers were overwhelming. Tribe after tribe was massacred. Even when Jubal returned, their resistance only slowed the tide. Then the sky split open. The Cicatrix Maledictum bled madness into the world. Demons poured into the fray. In desperation, Jabal drew the enemy toward Quan Zhao, where the final siege began. In that darkest hour, Corsaro Khan, the master of the hunt, and his third brotherhood, at last reached Chagoras. Braving warp storms, he rallied remnants of the chapter and led a devastating rear assault through a conjure tempest. And after days of brutal combat, Blackheart withdrew, but not without damage. Renegade warbands still ravaged Chagoras, and the world lay bloodied. Reinforcements finally arrived with the Indomitus Crusade. Battle Group Delphi II brought new Primaris reinforcements and a fresh tide of vengeance. The White Scars began rebuilding, scarred but defiant. The hunt continues. The war never ends. Since the dark days of the Horus Heresy, Imperial scholars have long debated how the most loyal legions of the Adeptus Astartes could have fallen so far. How the purest devotion became hatred. How nobility turned to wickedness. Yet, when it comes to the Night Lords, some whisper their hearts always belonged to the shadows. Created with higher purpose, perhaps their destiny could have been different, but their legacy is one steeped in poisoned belief and atrocity. Even when they were counted among the loyal Space Marine legions, their nature raised questions. Some argued they were necessary, monsters forged to drag a barbaric age into a civilized future. Others believed they were a mistake, a rare misstep by the Emperor, worsened by fate, A few have always wondered if the 8th Legion was damned from the beginning, never meant to survive the future they would help shape. In the end, such speculation is moot. Whatever the cause, the Night Lords were creatures of horror and had always been. From their birth, the 8th Legion was steeped in blood. Its first recruits were drawn from the linked prison sinks of ancient Terra. Vast, cavernous oubliettes buried beneath the planet's surface, filled with the wreckage of millennia and those condemned never to see light or freedom again. Here, in this place of shadow and silence, only the strong survived. Those ruthless enough to kill, cunning enough to hide. Among these hopeless warrens, children were born, pale as moonlight and silent as ghosts. They moved like wraiths through the dark. Even hardened murderers avoided them. These were the night's children, whispered of in fear. And it was from these ghost-like offspring of the dark that the Emperor would forge the 8th Legion. They were unlike their brothers, ashen-skinned, dour, shaped by a gene seed that seemed made for them. It heightened their ability to see through darkness far beyond other legions. Yet their gift was also a curse. Sunlight and starlight pained them. Though they now walked the world above, the warriors of the 8th Legion had already been claimed by eternal night. The Emperor first unleashed his 8th Legion on those who clung to the sins of old night. Some had knelt only because they believed resistance futile. Others thought the Imperium a passing empire like all others before it. The crimes against unity wore many faces. The Saragorn Enclave's secret gene splicing, the psi-breeding horrors of the court of Antaeus, the vast human march to extinction known only as the March of 10 million. When such abominations needed more than annihilation, when they required justice, vengeance, and fear, the Emperor sent the 8th Legion. The warriors of the 8th had no tolerance for ambiguity. There were no gray areas in their understanding of the world. Truth was light, guilt was shadow. The night was for monsters, and monsters only understood one thing: blood. To the 8th Legion, justice was a blade, cold, sharp, and uncaring. They were weapons meant for darkness, forged to win a war for a light that would never welcome them. At least, that's what history says now. Perhaps it is too kind. Perhaps some sought nobility in monsters to make sense of nightmares. Perhaps they simply hoped there was meaning behind atrocity. Many claim that the fall of the Night Lords began when Conrad Kurz, the 8th Primarch, was reunited with his legion. But the truth runs deeper. It was not just Kurz, it was the world that made him. Nostromo. A hive world swathed in night. Nostromo was bleak and sunless. Its star was dying, and the smog of a billion furnaces blocked what little light might have reached the surface. Its cities, Nostromo Prime, through Quintus, were towering mazes of stone and iron. Smokestacks stabbed the sky. Black bridges crossed shadowy streets. cathedral squatted amid slums thick with gargoyles. The air stank of industry, of blood and ash. Light, when it existed, flickered dim and blue in the homes of the powerful. For the rest, there was only darkness. Nostromo mined adamantium, and the wealth it generated went to a ruling class that devoured the poor. Its people were pale and pupil-eyed, their bodies thin, their minds haunted. Depression and suicide were more common than birth. Death came in many forms: sickness, despair, brutality, and worse. There were no true laws on Nostromo, only fear. Gangs ruled every level of society, from the gutters to the gilded halls. Violence was law, murder was economy. From the iron overseers to the sons of toil, every gang served a noble house, and every noble was a criminal king or queen wearing a crown of rusted filth. In Nostromo, children grew to know that life was pain, justice a joke, and survival the only commandment. Weeping was the wind's music, and every alley, every corridor, every breath of foul air carried the unspoken truth. The dark ruled everything. It was this world, the world of blood and ruin, that raised Conrad Kurz. And it was this world that ensured that the Night Lords were never truly loyal, only waiting. According to a forbidden chronicle, handwritten and heretical, entitled The Dark, the Primarch Conrad Kurz's first memory was of falling. He descended to the night-wrapped world of Nostromo in a crackling sphere of light, a meteoric birth that tore through the sky like divine judgment. His gestation capsule flung through the immaterium and crashed into the heart of Nostromo Quintus, the planet's largest hive city. It did not stop at the surface. It plunged through broken strata, crushed structures, forgotten infrastructure, and even the planet's crust, before lodging deep within the unstable geosphere near the molten core. That descent carved a wound into the world, an adamantium-veined scar that no natural force should have made. The crater it left became a place of fearful myth. Some whispered that the capsule had ridden volcanic vents back to the surface. Others claim the child within had swum through molten metal itself to claw his way back to the lightless world above. But unlike his brother Primarchs, Conrad Kurz was not taken in by a family. No parents waited to nurture him. Instead, he rose alone, a pale specter in the nightmare underhives of Nostromo Quintus. There, in the soot-choked blackness, he hunted feral creatures for food and endured the screams of a world rotting from within. Cursed from birth, he was racked by precognitive visions, horrors of futures that had not yet happened and might never come to pass. These waking nightmares would haunt him until his final breath. He grew in solitude, becoming something more than a survivor, more than human. Driven by ruthless will and sharpened by the lawless cruelty of Nostromo, he emerged not just as a predator, but as an executioner. And with each atrocity he committed in the name of order, the hive grew quieter. In less than a year, crime in Nostromo Quintus collapsed to nothing. The transformation was seismic. A curfew emerged, not by decree but by fear. The once bustling midnight streets emptied. Children were warned to obey, lest the night haunter find them. Rumors took root, whispers of a creature that moved unseen, of claws that tore flesh from bone. The name Night Haunter was spoken first in dread, then in reverence, then silence. By sheer terror, Kurz brought the planet to heel. He hunted its criminal overlords like vermin, eviscerating them in alleys and displaying their remains as gruesome warnings. Nobles and murderers, slavers and scions alike, all bled in the shadows. And in their place, a twisted peace took hold. The Night Haunter became Nostromo's Dark King. He ruled alone, absorbing every scrap of knowledge he could find with obsessive diligence. Kurz governed with wisdom until injustice was whispered. Then he acted. He pursued wrongdoers through the ruins and alleys, striking only when exhaustion failed them. His retribution was monstrous, but precise. He did not destroy the guilty. He marked them, scarred them, and shattered them. This duality, calm ruler by day, nightmare by night, drove Nostroman society into a fearful harmony. Wealth was shared not by fairness, but by fear of having too much. No one dared stand above their neighbor. Under the Night Haunter's gaze, the capital thrived, and the rest of Nostromo followed suit, if only to keep the horror from their doorsteps. With terror as his blade, Kurz purged his world. The syndicates and aristocracy fell. The law was no longer a system, it was a man. Even then, his instincts betrayed what he would become. He was a hunter by design, cloaked in shadow, striking with surgical malice. The 8th Legion, crafted from his gene seed, would share these traits: stealth, ambush, psychological warfare. Long before their fall, the Night Lords adorned their armor with skulls, bones, and symbols of death. For them, fear was a weapon greater than any bolter. Almost a full century after the launch of the Great Crusade, the Emperor arrived on Nostromo. It was prophesied, they say, a coming of divine light to a world that had never known the sun, and that the arrival would bring its end. The Emperor's ship cut through the gloom and landed upon the shadowed surface, his light shining like a second star. The people of Nostromo could not bear to look upon him. Their eyes, shaped by generations of darkness, wept and blistered in his radiance. Some fell to their knees, others screamed or fled. The light reflected off the wet stone streets, searing the vision of any who dared raise their heads. At the end of the broad avenue, leading to the Night Haunter's throne, Kurz stood alone. When the Emperor approached, the Primarch was struck by a vision so horrific he attempted to tear out his own eyes. Only the Emperor's hand stopped him. "Be at peace, Conrad Kurz," he said. "I have arrived, and I intend to take you home." Kurz's answer was soft but resolute. "That is not my name, Father. My people gave me a name, and I will bear it until my dying day. And I know full well what you intend for me." With that, the Night Haunter joined the Imperium, not as a soldier reborn, but as a man resigned to fate. Kurz learned quickly under the Imperium's wing. He studied doctrine beneath the tutelage of Fulgrim, and soon claimed command of the 8th Legion, renaming them the Night Lords. They were ruthless, efficient, and without humor. No strategy existed for them but overwhelming fear. The Night Lords became ghost stories for rebellious worlds. Entire systems paid tithes and purged undesirables at the mere rumor of their approach. And Nostromo, it fell again. Without Kurz's grip, crime and rot returned. The recruits sent to the Night Lords were no longer children of justice, but killers and scum, reflecting the darkness of their world. Some argue this poisoned the Legion. Others claim it simply revealed what was already there. Whatever the truth, Kurz led them down the path himself. Planet after planet fell to peace through atrocity. Cities were crucified, populations flayed. At first, the horror had purpose. Soon, it became indulgence. Even Kurz's control began to slip. His visions worsened. His disdain for his sons grew, but he never stopped them. He urged them on. The 8th Legion was no longer a necessary evil. They were monsters, by action, appearance, and by joy. They became the hammer of compliance. If a governor hesitated, if a world questioned tribute, the Night Lords came. If petty defiance was detected, they answered with extermination. The Emperor was not blind to this. Records hint at confrontations, demands, threats. But no punishment came, no sanction. Why he stayed his hand, none can say. But his silence was damning. The spiral deepened. The darkness claimed them further. The Night Lords earned censure even before their fall. They were truly the first damned legion. Made of darkness, commanded by a man racked with foreboding, enslaved to fear. Perhaps they never had a choice. Perhaps they were always meant to return to the night that birthed them. Nostromo died in 984 M30, but its death began long before the first lance battery ever fired. Many Imperial scholars point to the drop site massacre as the first true betrayal among the Primarchs. But buried deep in the sealed archives of the Imperial Palace lies an older truth, one that predates Istvaan and Prospero, one that tells of a brother raising hand against brother long before Horus turned his eyes to rebellion. At the heart of that truth sits Conrad Kurz, the Night Haunter. The incident unfolded in the bloody aftermath of the Shroud Compliance, a brutal campaign waged to bring a stubborn clade of humanity under Imperial rule. The Emperor's children, The Imperial Fists and the Night Lords had all been deployed. Rare was the campaign that saw 3 Primarchs march together. Rarer still, one where so little harmony existed between them. Rogel Dorn and Conrad Kurz were never made to understand each other. And when the final city of Sherode fell beneath the wrath of the Night Lords, its people butchered indiscriminately in a spectacle of terror and fire, the tension snapped taut. The other legions had long looked upon the Night Lords with a mixture of distaste and unease. The excess of their retribution had earned whispered scorn and loud condemnation. Kurz, increasingly consumed by visions of calamity, began to wither from within. He saw the galaxy falling to chaos. He saw the ideals he had bled for twisted, his sons becoming murderers with no cause. The Night Haunter withdrew into himself, devoured by visions of a future he could not change. Then word came. Nostromo had fallen back into corruption. Haunted, broken, and desperate, Kurz sought counsel from his brothers, but their ears were deaf. He had never stood close to them, and his pleas were met with doubt and scorn. His prophetic seizures worsened. He foresaw his death. He foresaw the Night Lords at war with their own kind. But even Fulgrim, who had once mentored him, found no comfort to offer. Isolation bred paranoia. The gulf widened. Then on Sherode it erupted. Kurz confided in Fulgrim, confessing his visions of damnation. Fulgrim, disturbed, repeated the confession to Rogel Dorn. Already enraged by Kurz's cruelty, Dorn confronted him, accusing him of slander, blasphemy, perhaps worse. What happened next was buried. Records end in silence, but the aftermath was clear. Dorn was found broken and bleeding. The Night Haunter's honor guard lay dead. The 8th Legion's Primarch was placed under arrest, pending judgment by his brothers. There would be no judgment. Kurz escaped his prison in a maelstrom of blood. His jailers died screaming. He fled with his legion, back to the dark world that had birthed him. There, the vision was fulfilled. In orbit, above Nostromo, the Night Lords formed in ranks, and their ships turned their lance batteries toward the planet's heart. They targeted the very scar that Kurz's arrival had once seared into the world's crust. Fire lanced down. The core destabilized, and the world broke. Nostromo, smothered in smoke and sin, cradled in darkness, tore itself apart. It was Kurz's right, as Lord of Crusades, to make such a decision. But it was more than execution. It was judgment, defiance, a severing of ties. With Nostromo's death, the Night Lord shed the last fragments of restraint. Some believe it was Kurz's final act of loyalty, to cleanse his world before it fell deeper into depravity. Others say it was a message to the Imperium, a signal of rejection, a warning of what he was capable of. What happened next remains obscured by contradiction. Some records claim Kurz returned to Terra, that he stood before the Emperor and the Council of Terra condemned for the unthinkable, exterminatus upon his own home world. Kurz's defense was cold and unwavering. Nostromo had collapsed into lawlessness once again. In his eyes, its death was justice. He accused the Emperor of hypocrisy, pointing to the very crusade that demanded obedience through blood. Were they not forged to sanction terror? Others whisper that Kurz never returned at all, that he vanished with his legion into the shadows of the crusade, waging private wars in the outer reaches of imperial space. In this telling, Terra remained silent, fearing what the Night Haunter might do if provoked further. Punishment came not in proclamation, but in quiet exile. Supplies ceased, requisitions vanished. The 8th Legion was cut adrift. Whichever version is true, it is known that in the early years of M31, Kurz was summoned once more, called to stand with the Emperor's Chosen against Horus Lupercal at Istvaan. But the seeds of betrayal had long since taken root. To many, the Night Haunter was the most obvious villain among the traitor Primarchs. His legacy was one of fear and murder, his mind fractured, his actions already stained in infamy long before Istvaan. He had attacked Rogel Dorn. He had slain his own world. Yet this view is simple, and the tragedy of Conrad Kurz is not. Like several of his brothers, Kurz had inherited a portion of the Emperor's foresight, a shard of divine ability to see into the many paths of the future. But where the Emperor saw countless branching fates, Kurz saw only one, a single road. It was paved with death, with betrayal, with the fall of the Imperium and his own end. No matter what he did, no matter how fiercely he fought or how perfectly he served, the vision never changed. He was damned. His sons were damned. The galaxy itself would drown in war, and he would die, alone and forgotten. It broke him. By the end of the Great Crusade, Kurz teetered on the edge of madness. No one truly knows what drove him to join Horus. Perhaps it was defiance, a last chance to change his fate. Or perhaps it was surrender to destiny, to darkness, to the inevitability of what he had always foreseen. When the Thramis Crusade began, he was no longer a general, no longer a builder of empires. He was a specter, a shattered soul chasing purpose and blood. His legion followed suit. Some remembered honor and the light they once sought. Others drowned in slaughter. Kurz no longer led. He wandered through his memories and his madness, while his sons chose their path. Some to preserve what little remained of their pride, others to feed the nightmares he had always feared. As war consumed the Thramis sector and the eastern fringe, the Night Lords burned, and in their fire, the soul of a legion was lost. Even as the galaxy convulsed in the firestorm of the Horus heresy, the first echoes of the Night Lord's final tragedy began to ring. Conrad Kurz, their haunted Primarch, would become a herald of those echoes. The Legion, torn by inner torment and distrust, began to turn inward, lashing out against itself in a desperate bid to excise what it believed to be corruption within its own ranks. but they had chosen the wrong enemy. The rot had not seeped in from without. It had always lived within the Legion's heart, from the very beginning. From the moment the Emperor crafted Conrad Kurz, and he was set upon Nostromo, the seed of decay had been sown. The curse they sought to kill was the Night Haunter himself. Unlike his brothers, Kurz had only inherited a fragment of the Emperor's foresight, a sliver of divine prophecy twisted by incompleteness. And within that fragment he saw ruin and his own death, saw his sons drowning in atrocity, cast into an eternal war against those who should have been their kin. For a time he fought against the vision. He killed and punished. He tried to carve a better path, one corpse at a time. And yet, no matter how much blood he spilled, the vision never changed. When Horus shattered the Emperor's grand design and plunged the galaxy into madness, Kurz looked again, and the future was still the same. His resistance gave way to resignation and then to madness. By the Thramas Crusade, the Night Hunter had ceased to struggle. He had embraced the inevitability of damnation and found comfort in the futility of his existence. The death and terror that followed were no longer tools, but truth. Infuriated by the Emperor's rejection of their methods, Kurz and the Night Lords pledged themselves willingly to Horus's rebellion. When the first blow of treachery fell at Istvaan III, the galaxy was stunned. Yet some were surprised to see the Night Lords among those still counted as loyalists in the opening battles. For years, they had stalked the shadows between condemnation and necessity, enacting terror on behalf of the Imperium. Perhaps it was that legacy of punishing those who strayed from the light that convinced some the Night Lords still stood for order. But as the betrayal at Istvaan V soon revealed, they had not severed ties with the Great Crusade because of loyalty. They had done so because they had become the very criminals they once hunted. Once unfettered from any pretense of honor or purpose, the Night Lords unleashed themselves across the stars in a campaign of terror that echoes still. They fought in the siege of Terra. They broke worlds in the eastern fringe. Even after Horus's death, they hunted, killed, and burned, driven not by conquest, but cruelty. To the eyes of the traitors, the Night Lords appeared a formidable asset, experienced, brutal, loyal to none but vengeance. Horus knew this, and placed them at the forefront of his war effort. In the wake of Istvaan, they were sent ahead to herald his coming, to show the Imperium what price rebellion carried. Across dozens of systems, they spread death like ink across parchment. Those who bowed were spared. Those who resisted vanished under a tide of flayed skin and screams. Fear became compliance, and compliance tribute. The northern reaches of the Imperium collapsed under this psychological warfare. But fear is a tool that dulls with use. In time, the Night Lords became an infection rather than a weapon. Every setback, every drop in production, every administrative failure was met with disproportionate punishment. Whole cities were put to the sword for the sins of paperwork. It became clear, even to Horus, that they were now more danger than asset. And so, the War Master repurposed them. As they had done in the north, so would they serve in the east. There, On the edge of Imperial control, Horus would let them loose upon the stars that once called Nostromo their heart. Horus turned the 8th Legion toward the Nostromo sector, home to nearly 100 populated systems. Though Nostromo itself was dead, its neighboring world still pulsed with bitter hearts and dark industry. For the traders, it was a treasure trove of resources and recruits. But to Conrad Kurz, it was something else. It was a mirror, a memory, a judgment. What he found there was rot, corruption renewed in his absence. Gangs ruled, syndicates bloomed. Cities returned to crime and cruelty, far from the brutal order he had once imposed. To other legions, this might have been manageable. Co-opt the gangs, demand tribute, feed Horus's war machine. But Kurz had not returned to negotiate. He had come to punish. The Sindarks of Kedor IV learned this firsthand. They pledged loyalty, expecting an alliance. Kurz gave them death. But even as the Nostromo sector burned under the Night Lord's return, a deeper fracture split the Legion itself. For generations, the 8th Legion had drawn its recruits from these very worlds. And what those worlds had become, so too had the Legion. The new Night Lords were not the same warriors who had once fought beside the Luna Wolves and the Blood Angels. They were brutes and butchers. They had no code, no creed, only fear and domination. The veterans of Terra and the older Nostroman lines saw it clearly, and they despised it. These two factions, those who sought power through violence, and those who still clung to a shadow of principle, began a cold civil war within the Legion. At its heart was Conrad Kurz. Some, like Nackard Thol, wanted only to leave Kurz behind, to rule as warlords beneath Horus. Others, like Sevatar and Barbatos, fought to restore their Primarch's focus, to remind him that he was more than a prophet of doom. They bore the red gauntlets, a mark once of death, now turned to a symbol of loyalty to the old ideals. There were no open battles, no declarations, but across Thramis, Night Lords bled each other just as much as they bled their enemies. Through assassinations, dishonor, sabotage, and manipulation. As the Thramis Crusade began in full, it was not just the Imperium they fought, it was themselves. When the Primarchs of the Traitor Legions met aboard the Vengeful Spirit, Conrad Kurz did not stand among them in flesh. He was present only as a shadow, projected by a hololithic emitter, remote and withdrawn. To him was given the Eastern Fringe. Sagulasa, Heraldar, Thramis. Forge worlds, border fortresses, the crucibles of resistance. But the real purpose was simple. Horus needed the Night Lords far from Terra. They were dangerous, unpredictable, and cruel. Let them keep the Dark Angels busy. Let them destroy what they could. Let them burn themselves out on the rim of the galaxy. History would remember the Thramis Crusade as a brutal campaign between the Dark Angels and the Night Lords. But within the 8th Legion, it was something more. A war for the soul of Conrad Kurz. Was he the tyrant Nostromo feared? or the weapon the Imperium needed? Was he the damned prophet of his own death, or still a Primarch deserving of loyalty? As war raged across the Thramis sector, Night Lords bled in silence, some for honor, some for power, all for a future that none could clearly see. And through it all, the Night Haunter drifted, ever deeper into prophecy and despair. His dreams of fire and betrayal becoming indistinguishable from reality. Whether he was leading his legion or simply watching it fall apart, he could no longer say. But one thing remained certain. He had seen the end, and in the shadows of Thramis, that end was drawing near. As his legion warred across the stars and battled over its fractured soul, Conrad Kurz turned away. The Night Haunter, once the blade of justice, the shadow beneath the Emperor's light, succumbed to despair. Long had he wrestled with the terrible visions bequeathed to him by his father's psychic lineage. For years, he had imposed order through blood, tried to drown prophecy in execution, and silence madness in war. Nothing worked. He had slaughtered the corrupt Nostromo. He had warned his brothers that civil war was coming, and still, the galaxy fell exactly as he had foreseen. In his narrow glimpse of the future, the next 10,000 years were nothing but slaughter. A nightmare of betrayal, decay, and damnation from which he could not awaken. When his efforts in the Nostromo sector and the early battles of the Thramis Crusade failed to change the shape of destiny, Kurz retreated. Deep within the fortress on Sagulsa, half-built and wrapped in shadow, he imprisoned himself. There he raged. He etched his anguish into the flesh of captives. He wept and whispered and screamed, withdrawing ever deeper into madness. The Night Lords, left without guidance, splintered further. Nacrid Thrall and those who bore the cross of bones filled the void, unleashing the Legion in a storm of indiscriminate slaughter across the Thramis sector. Meanwhile, Zevatar and the Inner Circle could do little but plead for their lord to rise, to lead, to be again what they once believed he could be. They would succeed, briefly. Kurz sent a beacon to draw the lion to him. On the surface of Sagwalsa, the two Primarchs met in what began as parley and ended in bloodshed. What words passed between them are lost to time, but Kurz slandered Hal Johnson, and the lion responded with a blow. The fight that followed was brutal. At one point, Kurz nearly killed his brother, only for a Dark Angel to drive a blade into his back and end the duel. Both legions intervened. Both Primarchs survived. None can say what Kurz hoped to gain. Did he wish to sway his brother to Horus's cause? Warn him of the fate that awaited them all? Or did he simply hope the lion would kill him and end his torment? Only blood answered. Later, on Sheol, he attacked again, and once more was dragged from death's edge by his own sons. His body broken, his mind fractured. But even as he lay comatose, the Legion still revolved around him, still tore itself apart over him. Though his plans had failed, Kur's withdrawal granted power to others. Thol's warbands, unchecked, overcommitted. As the Dark Angels struck back, the balance shifted. One by one, the champions of the Cross of Bones fell. Thol at Thramas, Veduk the maimed at Sheol, others slain by Sevatar and the Atramintar. When it was done, Sevatar established a new Chiroptera, a council loyal to survival, not sadism. Under his pragmatic rule, the Legion began to rally. The plan was clear. Abandon the Thramas sector, leave behind the broken legacy of Nostramo, return to the War Master's side in the Segmentum Solar, and fight as a Legion once more. But fate intervened. The Dark Angels came first, black ships spilling from the warp like a tidal wave of retribution. The Night Lords resisted, wounded but not yet destroyed, until Conrad Kurz awoke. He ordered them to turn, to strike. They obeyed. What followed was suicide. Legionaries turned back, charging into the jaws of death. Others, seeing the futility, fled blindly into the warp. The Legion was broken, scattered across the galaxy, unable to reform. All that they had bled for was undone by their own Gene-Father. The nightmare he had foreseen came to pass because of him. And so, the Night Haunter went into exile, a prisoner aboard the Invincible Reason, haunted by the knowledge that he himself had sealed their doom. In the dying light of the 31st millennium's first decade, the scattered warbands of the Night Lords struck at Sotha. The planet, though remote, guarded a priceless treasure, the Pharaohs, a beacon, a relic, a key to Ultramar's defenses. It was a prize worthy of a War Master's praise. And Zahar Sayakar, a Claw Master consumed by ambition, led the assault. His forces descended in fire, drop pods rained, the city of Sothopolis burned. 7 companies of Night Lords fell upon the 13th Legion's defenders, and Sayakar, protected by elite Ultramintar Terminators, rode at the vanguard. The Ultramarines fought bravely, retreating street by street. At Attican Square, beneath the statue of Gilliman, they made their final stand. Sayakar responded with horror. He herded civilians as shields. He flayed neophytes. He defiled every standard of honor the Astartes once held dear. The square ran red with blood. And then, as Sayakar prepared to claim his triumph, the Atramintar turned on him. The true veterans of Sevatar's line. They had only ever been sent to ensure the upstart Clawmaster died when his purpose was served. Glory was meaningless. Only the knife and who wielded it mattered. Sayakar died screaming beneath the gaze of the god he defied. The ambush at Sagulasa shattered the Night Lords, their fleet broken, their Primarch mortally wounded. The lion hunted curs across the decks of the Invincible Reason for 16 solar weeks, but he could never catch him. Kur stalked the shadows, killing kill teams one after another, spreading terror as only he could. Eventually, the remaining Night Lords vanished into the void. Kurs remained. The galaxy split, the ruin stormed raged, the Astronomicon went dark. The Dark Angels, unable to reach Terra, were guided to Macragge by the light of the Pharaohs. There, they joined Sanguinius and Guilliman. Together, they forged the Imperium Secundus, an empire in exile. Sanguinius was named Emperor. The Lion became Lord Protector. But there was a snake in their midst. Kurz, hidden aboard their flagship, broke free. He ravaged Macragge, spreading terror through its streets. Guilliman and the Lion confronted him, but he had laid a trap. The chapel collapsed, crushing both Primarchs, saved only by the intervention of barbarous Dantioch, a loyalist Iron Warrior. He reached through a portal opened by the Pharaohs and pulled them to safety. Kurz escaped again. While the Night Haunter stalked unseen, spreading terror through the shadowed corners of Macragge, tensions between Lionel Johnson and Rabute Guilliman escalated. Though bound together by the fragile unity of Imperium Secundus, the two Primarchs clashed constantly, especially over security. The Lion remained convinced that the rebellions rising in the Illyrium region were Kurz's handiwork. When a suicide bombing targeted an Astartes convoy, the Lion responded with characteristic severity. He declared martial law, deploying his first legion to enforce it. He called for orbital bombardment to level the rebellious region entirely, assured that such overwhelming force would finally bring the Night Haunter to heel. Guilliman and Sanguinius resisted, refusing permission for mass civilian slaughter. They forced the Lion to take another path. Instead, he unleashed the Dreadwing. It was during the assault on Alma Mons that the Lion found his prey. Amid burning ruins and broken stone, the two brothers met. Brutal, primal, and personal. In the end, L. Johnson bested Kurz, demanding to know why he had turned from their father. "Why not?" Kurz answered. He spoke of the monster in his mind, a thing he could never silence. And though the Lion had his brother at his mercy, he could not bring himself to kill him. Instead, he broke him, ripping away his power pack and shattering his spine across his knee. Paralyzed, Conrad Kurz was dragged before the other Primarchs to stand trial. At the triumvirate, the Night Haunter defended himself, not with pleas, but with philosophy. Each Primarch, he argued, had been created for a purpose. His purpose had always been terror and retribution. How then could he be judged for following his nature? Then he turned the knife. Kurz accused the Lion of violating Guilliman's orders, of authorizing orbital bombardment against civilians, despite explicit commands to the contrary. L. Johnson's fury ignited. He would have struck Kurz down had Sanguinius not intervened. Guilliman, enraged by the betrayal, snapped the Lion sword across his thigh. With the trial in chaos, Sanguinius banished the Lord Protector from the Imperium Secundus. The Dark Angels withdrew from Macragge hours later. But the Lion could not let go. He brooded in silence aboard the Invincible Reason, questioning everything. Then, With a word to the Tucholcha engine, he returned. Alongside his lieutenant Holguin, he teleported directly into the chamber where Sanguinius prepared to execute Kurz. Surrounded by armed guards, L. Johnson made his case. Kurz had foreseen his death, an assassin sent by the Emperor himself. If that prophecy was true, then the Emperor still lived beyond the ruin storm. Sanguinius, who bore his own terrible visions of death, knew the line spoke true. When Guilliman asked what would become of the prisoner, the lion knelt and declared he would be Kurz's jailer. The Night Haunter laughed. He had torn his brothers apart with nothing but words. Now bound and broken, Conrad Kurz remained imprisoned aboard the Invincible Reason. Bell Johnson visited him from time to time, hoping to harness his foresight for the loyalist cause. But Kurz was rarely cooperative, taunting, mocking, cruel. When the combined fleets of Guilliman, Sanguinius, and the Lion attempted to break through the ruin storm, they brought Kurz with them. Sanguinius, guided by a vision, led them toward Davin. He hoped to prove a point to Kurz, that destiny was not set, that the future could be rewritten. Sanguinius boarded the Invincible Reason, overpowered several Dark Angels non-lethally, and took Kurz with him to Davin's surface. The Lion was enraged and nearly unleashed cyclonic torpedoes upon the world. Yet ultimately, all three Primarchs, Lion, Guilliman, and Sanguinius, descended together. They journeyed to the Temple of the Serpent Lodge, where Horus had once fallen. And there, everything changed. Kurz, who had lived his life bound by visions of destiny, realized he had foreseen none of this. When Sanguinius was swallowed by Demon Medal's portal, Kurz was distraught, genuinely shaken by the possible death of his brother. But when asked how to save Sanguinius, Kurz could only whisper, broken. He did not know. Demons erupted from the warp. Kurz was dragged back to the Invincible Reason. In the aftermath, a path to Terra through the ruined storm was finally revealed. Guilliman and the Lion would distract Horus's blockade. Sanguinius would race to the throne world. Sanguinius took Kurz with him aboard the Red Tier, the flagship of the Blood Angels. But he had made a decision. Kurz would not be brought to Terra for trial. He would not be executed. He would be given to fate. Sanguinius placed his brother in a stasis coffin and jettisoned him into the void, believing that one day the assassin Kurz foresaw would find him. Conrad Kurz drifted through the void for years, silent, dreaming, waiting. Eventually, the derelict coffin was found by the Sheldrune, an Imperial salvage ship. Among its crew was a disguised assassin of the Calidus Temple, Gun. Gun awoke Kurz. The Night Haunter massacred nearly everyone aboard. Only 2 survived the carnage. The assassin Gun, who died soon after at Kurz's hands, and a crewman named Elver. Kurz spared Elver, needed him even. The ship lacked a warp drive, and it would take 4 years to reach Salgulsa. During the journey, Kurz tormented his captive, yet also spoke to him, Elver came to understand something no one else ever had. Kurz had doubts. He feared that his visions were not destiny, but delusion. When they arrived, Kurz rejoined a Night Lord's force under Talos Valkyrat. But before that, he ordered Elver's death. The man had seen too much. Soon after, the prophecy was fulfilled. An assassin of the Calidus Temple, Mishen, found him. She did not need to chase him down. Kurz did not resist. He accepted his end. He had long foreseen it. The Night Haunter died in silence, unblessed by the ruinous powers, unredeemed by his father. He died believing his death would prove his philosophy true, that his crimes, judged by others, were part of a cycle he could never escape. His legion was ordered not to pursue his killer, but they did anyway. Even in death, Kurz had the last word. Unlike the other traitor legions, the Night Lords did not flee into the Eye of Terror after the heresy. They remained, bleeding the Imperium, striking at its heart, reveling in fear. But without their Primarch, they fractured. Jago Sevatarian, disgusted by what his lord had become, had already distanced himself. Now, warbands competed for dominance. Some sold their blades to pirates or chaos warlords. Some followed Abaddon in his Black Crusades. Others waged private wars of terror. They still paid lip service to chaos, but they only served themselves and the broken justice of their father. Their greatest raid in the years that followed was the sack of Scound's Fall, only a few hundred light years from Holy Terra. And from them came nearly all of Chaos's raptors. Then the galaxy broke. The Great Rift tore reality asunder, dividing the Imperium. The Night Lords rejoiced. With half the Imperium cloaked in darkness, the 8th Legion rose again. Departamento Munitorum worlds were stripped bare. Space Marine strongholds were looted. Astropaths were captured, tortured, and turned into psychic sirens, luring stranded Imperial vessels into traps. Entire planets were reshaped into monuments of pain. The Night Lords did not build empires. They built fear. They did not rule. They hunted. And in the Era Indomitus, they prospered once more. Their Primarch was gone, but his legacy endured. Terror still had a name. It was whispered in the dark. Night Lords. There is an old Terran saying, older than the Imperium itself, that every war, no matter how vast or devastating, begins with a single shot. For the Imperium of Man, that shot rang out on the world of Istvaan III, when blood was drawn not from alien foes or rebellious tyrants, but from brother Astartes. 15 years before that fateful betrayal, Istvaan III had been brought into Imperial compliance. The campaign was led by Primarch Korax and the shadow-cloaked warriors of the Raven Guard, members of the 27th Expeditionary Fleet. The Istvanians, grim and disciplined in war, had proven no easy prey. They were professional soldiers who did not falter easily, even before the transhuman might of the Adeptus Astartes. But falter they did. At Redarth Valley, the last embers of resistance were extinguished beneath the talons of Korax's 19th Legion. The remaining Istvanian leadership knelt in surrender before the Primarch and his 800 companies. They had been adversaries, but they were welcomed into the fold, not as slaves, but as future Imperial citizens. The Imperial truth, that cold secular doctrine forged in Terra's golden halls, was to be their new scripture. To oversee this cultural transformation, the Emperor entrusted Vardis Prahl, once a major of the 11th Lastran Rifles, and now a seasoned civil servant, with the role of Imperial Planetary Governor. Prahl's mission? To uphold compliance, dismantle the old faiths, and enforce the truth. He was to be the Emperor's hand upon this world. But truth, when forced upon the faithful, often festers. Time passed. Governor Prahl tore down shrines. He cracked open the sealed vaults of ancient Istvanian cults. He declared war, not on armies, but on fear, superstition, and faith, the pillars of Istvan's culture. The results of this crusade were never known. Warp storms, writhing in the space around the system, thickened into a psychic shroud. Communication with Istvaan ceased. 6 standard years later, a faint astropathic echo clawed its way to the fringes of Imperial space. A Death Guard patrol vessel, adrift near Neo-Geddon, intercepted the broken signal. Fragmented though it was, the core message chilled the hearts of all who heard it. Istvaan III had rebelled. Prahl, the Emperor's own appointee, now led the uprising. The Coral City, Privanak, the jewel of the planet, ran red with the blood of Imperial citizens. The signal was at least 2 years old, perhaps more. It mattered not. The act of rebellion was a black stain upon the Great Crusade. The betrayal of a sworn Imperial commander demanded retribution. The one to deliver that punishment would be the War Master himself, Horus Lupercal. To the Imperium, the reconquest of Istvaan III was an act of justice. To Horus, it was the perfect mask. The War Master used the opportunity not only to crush a revolt, but to gather his own strength and eliminate the loyal opposition hidden within his own legion and those of his allies. The distant location of Istvaan, along with the swirling warp storms cloaking the region, provided the perfect cover. 4 legions were summoned: the Death Guard, Emperor's Children, World Eaters, and Horus's own Sons of Horus. Under the guise of crushing rebellion, he gathered these warriors to his banner. Meanwhile, he dispatched 3 of the most loyalist legions: the Dark Angels, Blood Angels, and Ultramarines, to distant campaigns in the Cygnus and Viridian systems, far from the truth of what was to unfold. Other legions remained scattered across the galaxy. locked in ongoing campaigns, blind to the betrayal gestating in the heart of their own brotherhood. The word-bearers, long corrupted, were already entwined in Horus's treachery. The White Scars and Imperial Fists were too near to Terra to be approached directly, and the Thousand Suns and Space Wolves had already been consumed by the flames of Prospero. A colossal war fleet soon darkened the void around the Istvaan system. Initial battles on Istvaan Extremis, the system's outermost world, tested the mettle of the legions. In one such skirmish, Nathaniel Garrow of the Death Guard fought beside Lord Commander Eidolon of the Emperor's Children, striking down a powerful war singer, a psyker of forbidden strength. Garrow was gravely wounded, his torso crushed, his leg severed, and only survived due to the grisly expertise of the Emperor's Children's chief apothecary, Fabius. Eidolon, meanwhile, revealed a disturbing enhancement, a tracheal implant that allowed him to unleash a sonic scream, a weapon stolen from alien biology. It was a victory, but one that reeked of corruption. At last, Horus met in secret with Angron, Ortarian, and Eidolon aboard the Vengeful Spirit. There, the true nature of the campaign was unveiled. The Primarchs had already identified loyalist elements in their legions, battle brothers whose allegiance to the Emperor was beyond question. These warriors, if left unchecked, could endanger the entire conspiracy. And so, the plan was formed. 1/3 of each legion, those deemed suspect, were ordered to spearhead the assault on Istvaan III. Drop pods rained from orbit, filled with thousands of loyal Space Marines who believed they were fighting for the Emperor. Once planetside, they would be trapped. There would be no escape. 4 primary targets were identified in the Coral City. The Emperor's Children would strike at the seat of government, aiming to capture or kill Prahl himself. The World Eaters would seize the central plazas, the arteries of movement. The Death Guard were assigned the western fortifications to isolate and destroy the entrenched defenders. And to the east, where the Siren Hold stood in eerie defiance, cloaked in the power of forbidden cults and psychic might, the sons of Horus were unleashed, with orders to annihilate everything. Additional targets, including the city's starport and infrastructure centers, were assigned to smaller strike teams. The first wave descended, a force of the Emperor's finest, unknowingly marching into the furnace of betrayal. Their war would not be one of liberation. It would be a purge. It began as iron rain, fiery trails streaking down through the skies of Istvaan III, as thousands of drop pods smashed into the surface of the Coral City. Thunder rolled across the horizon as orbital lance strikes hammered ground targets in perfect coordination, clearing the skies and granting the Space Marine Legions absolute air superiority. This was no tentative invasion. It was annihilation incarnate. Resistance was fierce, more frenzied than the original compliance campaign that had once pacified the world. But the defenders, now half-mad, flesh-scarred zealots of Slaanesh, faced the full fury of the Emperor's Angels of Death. They wielded stolen Imperial weapons and manned expertly arranged trench networks, bristling with autocannons, mortars, and armored basilisks that emerged from hidden bunkers. Even Malkador heavy tanks rumbled up from below the earth to meet the assault. But the Death Guard were unshakable. The sons of Barbarous dropped directly into the heart of enemy fire. Artillery overshot, blinded by the audacity of the landing. And in the smoke-choked trenches of the Western Front, the Death Guard advanced, unstoppable. Terminator squads tore down gun towers and cracked open bunkers. Tactical Marines stormed the trenches in waves, bolters roaring in disciplined volleys. Above them, gunships descended to deliver Vindicators and Land Raiders, which crashed through the granite fortifications like juggernauts. The air pulsed with the thunder of close-range bombardments. And then came the Earthshakers, titans of the Legio Mortis, whose massive forms descended to the west. With their turbo blasters and Gatling guns, they reduced the bastions to molten ruin, their firepower liquefying stone and shattering defenses like wax beneath a furnace. In the city's heart, beneath the towering spires of imperial governance, came the storm of the World Eaters. The first wave hit like a meteor strike, drop pods slamming into the plaza stones and shattering the grand colonnades into rubble. The 12th Legion poured out like a swarm of steel-clad beasts, their chain blades howling as they tore into the panicked defenders. Hundreds died in moments. The scent of blood and the roar of violence flooded the city's core. And then came the Golden Fire. Precision strikes descending like the wrath of gods. These were no random drops. They were aimed directly at the Precentor's palace, an imposing fortress rebuilt by Imperial engineers to resist even orbital fire. It mattered not. With flawless coordination, the Emperor's children landed in tight formations at the palace's many entrances. Renowned for their precision and brutal efficiency, they surged forward in perfect rhythm. Dreadnoughts smashed open the dome from above with siege claws, while melta-guns carved new entrances through the very walls. Resistance was fierce but futile. Room by room, chamber by chamber, the Emperor's children carved their way inside. To the east lay the Siren Hold, the dark heart of the rebellion. Resembling the venting stacks of deep-sea vents, its great tomb spires stretched into the polluted skies. And it was there that the sons of Horus fell upon their prey. Their drop pods scattered under intense fire, but the 16th Legion rallied swiftly. With cold fury and battle-hardened poise, they surged into the temple complex, turning the winding catacombs into a blood-choked maze of war. There, for the first time in true force, the war singers revealed themselves, witches of sound, clad in relic technology that let them float and shield themselves with walls of sonic force. Their voices shattered ceramite, burst organs, and powdered bones. Their presence sent the civilian cultists into paroxysms of zealotry, charging into the maelstrom with suicidal devotion. A terrible chorus of psychic sound swept over the coral city, an unnatural shriek that drowned even the cacophony of battle. It tore at the minds of men, driving thousands into fits of madness and hatred. Only the resilience of Astartes' will and the baffling protocols of their armor saved the Space Marines from ruin. At the walls, the Death Guard and Titans finished their grim work, reducing the fortifications to rubble. In the plaza, the World Eaters found themselves beset by madness incarnate. The population surged toward them in a sea of flesh. First dozens, then hundreds, then thousands. Laughing, shrieking, heedless of death, the civilians charged Angron's warriors in suicidal devotion, and the World Eaters answered them. They fought back to back, frag grenades blossoming through human waves, heavy bolters and missile launchers running dry as they carved a mountain of corpses at their feet. Inside the Siren Hold and Precentor's palace, the battle raged inch by inch. The war singers cut down many before they were slain. Strange, elite defenders emerged, black-armored cultists wielding relic weapons that unleashed sonic blasts and liquid metal darts. In the deepest reaches of the tomb spires, Captain Garviel Loken led a spearhead into a blood-slick shrine, later named Death's Tomb. There, amidst 4 idols and rotting corpses, he and his warriors brought low the last of the war singers. At the same moment, a strike force of Emperor's children, led by the famed Captain Lucius, fought their way into the throne room of the traitor himself, Vardis Prahl. Clad in warped, Baroque power armor and wielding psychosonic weaponry, Prahl unleashed all the foul power of his arcane rebellion. But it was not enough. In a desperate duel, Lucius slew him, cutting down the master of the cult with brutal precision. With Prahl's fall and the destruction of the Death Tomb shrine, the city's psychic scream faltered and collapsed. Resistance vanished with it. By nightfall, the rebellion was in ruins. The objectives were secured, the defenders slain in the tens of thousands. The Space Marines, bloodied, battered, victorious, celebrated their hard-fought triumph. But even as they stood upon the corpse-strewn ground, arms raised in pride, the trap was already sprung. The true betrayal had yet to fall from the sky. The fall of the Coral City should have marked the end. Victory was achieved, the enemy routed, the objectives taken. But then silence. Communications with the orbiting Imperial fleet abruptly ceased. The Titans of Legio Mortis, those colossal gods of war, turned without a word and began a slow, deliberate march back beyond the city walls, vanishing into the plains like specters. High above, the great battleships and battle barges of the fleet, Vengeful Spirit, Firebird, Andronius, Killing Star, Indomitable Will, Gauntlet of Spire, War Child, and the Conqueror, broke from their station-keeping patterns and descended into low orbit. Then came the fire. Decks of macro cannon batteries ignited into salvo after salvo, ejecting a cascade of munitions into Istvaan III's lower atmosphere. But these were not high-explosive rounds or tactical penetrators. They carried the Life Eater virus, a weapon of mass extinction, Exterminatus class, permitted only by the highest authority. It was a death sentence writ across the stars, one that only the Emperor or the War Master himself could authorize. The virus was a necrophage, its action instantaneous. Within moments of impact, its dispersal agents erupted in 1,000 plumes, blanketing the city and countryside alike. It infected on contact, rotting flesh from within, drowning lungs and liquefied organs, collapsing flora into slurry, and reducing every living thing to fetid sludge. Screams were silenced as quickly as they came. In minutes, the world began to melt. Winds blew corpse vapors through the steel and stone arteries of the city, and the plains beyond curdled into blistered death. The oceans turned green, sour with decay, and from orbit, the world now resembled a cancerous orb, sickly and stained, suspended in the void. The horrors was not done. As the viral mass swelled and choked the atmosphere, a single lance strike from the Vengeful Spirit punched into the miasma. The air caught fire. Flames howled across continents, igniting a firestorm that stripped the surface to bare rock. Entire cities exploded. Gas lines ruptured into infernos. Towers twisted and toppled in burning cascades. And everything, flesh, steel, stone, was incinerated in a gale of living flame. Istvaan III became a torch in the dark. Those Astartes who had weathered the virus by sealing themselves in airtight shelters found themselves beset by fire, the air around them igniting as they scrambled for cover once more. But there was no cover from this, not from the betrayal, not from the flames. By the time silence fell upon the command decks of the Vengeful Spirit, 8 billion souls were gone. The galaxy, unknowingly, had just crossed into civil war. Yet, even as Horus's hammer fell, his plans had already begun to unravel. Among the stars, aboard the orbiting fleet, some had discovered the truth. Some had resisted. Battle Captain Nathaniel Garrow of the Death Guard, a veteran of Terra, and one of the 14th Legion's earliest recruits, had sensed the stench of betrayal. Acting swiftly, he rallied loyalists and took command of the frigate Eisenstein, broadcasting warnings to the brothers below, those still unaware of what was to come. Elsewhere, in the fleet of the Emperor's children, Captain Saul Tarvitz, a line officer long suspicious of his legion's secrecy, made his own discovery mere minutes before the bombardment. Unable to prevent it, he commandeered a Thunderhawk gunship and flew to the surface, bringing his warning with him. Thanks to these two men, many received the message. They found shelter, sealed bunkers, bastions, even the catacombs beneath the siren hold. They survived, but not all were so lucky. The World Eaters, stationed furthest from secure shelter, bore the brunt of the virus strike. Some reached safety, most did not. Even their power armor, though sealed, could not wholly protect against the virulent rot. The virus worked through cracks, through battle damage, through seams. Superhuman warriors screamed, and that, more than anything, told of its horror. Even many who reached cover died after sealing themselves in, bringing the infection inside with them. And those who survived the virus met the fire, and there was no sanctuary in flame. In orbit, loyalists who were not assigned to the ground attack found themselves betrayed as well, knives in the dark, traitor marines turning on their own ships, cutting down Imperial Army soldiers, iterators, and functionaries. Some resisted, some fled. Some fought shipboard wars that delayed or disrupted the War Master's plan. On board the torpedo monitor, Duquois, loyalist forces held out. They turned their guns on traitor vessels, destroying escorts and crippling the Killing Star before they were overwhelmed and annihilated. The Mechanicus vessel, Xerxes 977, late to the fleet and uninformed of Horus's betrayal, refused to surrender. It had to be brought down by force, its hulk spiraling into the fires below. And aboard the heavy cruiser Sunstone, the Terran Duke Mortector led his lifeguard in a deck-by-deck battle against a delegation of Emperor's children, attempting to seize the vessel and assassinate the Emperor's representative. The final fate of the Sunstone is unknown, only that it ended in a cataclysmic magazine explosion, scattering wreckage into the black. Amid the chaos, Garrow knew what must be done. The Eisenstein, lightly armed, had no hope against Horus's fleet, but fortune favored them. Their position at the fleet's rear gave them a sliver of opportunity. Faking a reactor malfunction, they dropped back from formation under the pretext of standard safety protocol. It wouldn't hold long. First Captain Callus Typhon, the Death Guard, soon noted the silence from his subordinate, Ignatius Grolgor, already slain aboard the Eisenstein, and gave chase aboard the fearsome Terminus Est. The Eisenstein was battered, nearly destroyed by the larger ship's fire. Her astropaths were dead, her navigator dying, but she escaped, making a blind warp jump, vanishing from the Istvaan system. No one knew if she would survive, but she carried the truth. Down below, the fires at last guttered out. Auspex sweeps and surveyor scans began to comb the charred surface of Istvaan III, expecting nothing more than echoes of death. What they found shocked them. Nearly 100,000 loyalist Astartes had been on the surface during the bombardment, drawn from the sons of Horus, the Emperor's children, the Death Guard, and the World Eaters. Despite the virus, despite the firestorm, a staggering 2/3 of them had survived. Sheltered in bunkers and bastions, warned just in time, they had trusted to training, equipment, and gene-forged resilience, and endured. Now, they rose from the ashes. As storms broke over the scarred land, communications burst to life. Vox channels crackled. Signals screamed across the ruin. There were demands, curses, cries of fury and heartbreak, words spoken in betrayal. Never before had the legions of Astartes turned so terribly upon their own. Now, on the ashen bones of Istvaan III, the Loyalists prepared to answer that betrayal with vengeance. The failure of the virus bombing to annihilate the Loyalists sent ripples of chaos through Horus's already fraying plans. As he scrambled to reassert control and began drafting orders for a conventional orbital bombardment, the situation was torn from his grasp. Acting without orders, and perhaps stoked by whispers from within his own ranks, or simply driven by the savage impulse to personally end those who had once followed him, Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters, unleashed his fury. From the Conqueror, the flagship of his legion, Angron led the charge. A vanguard of gunships streaked towards Istvaan III, followed closely by a second wave of drop pods. At the forefront was the Red Angel himself, descending into the ash-scoured plazas west of the Precentor's palace, with 50 companies of blood-hungry world eaters at his back. Horus and his inner circle could only watch in seething outrage. Angron had acted without sanction, throwing the entire battle plan into disarray. Yet down he came, and down came his sons, the skies above the ruined city churning with thunderhawks and storm eagles. Their strafing runs were met with sporadic but immediate return fire. They had found the Loyalists. Angron roared from the hold of his gunship and slammed into the cracked and blackened bones that paved the plazas like withered leaves in a dead forest. His axes, Gore Father and Gore Child, screamed with the same anticipation that burned behind the Primarch's eyes. Fire lashed out from the broken skyline, but it did not slow him. He strode through it all, a mythic beast of battle reborn in the crucible of betrayal. Behind him, his legionnaires formed into a serrated arrowhead, pale ceramite and shimmering metal gleaming with battle lust. The butcher's nails, embedded in their skulls, shrieked for slaughter, their need to kill no longer suppressed. And from the fractured edges of the plaza, the loyalists came to meet them. No less world eaters, no less blood-soaked, but now their fury burned not with implants, but with betrayal. At their head was Brother Captain Ahriman, a veteran of countless victories under the very Primarch who now marched to destroy them. Around 2,000 loyalist Astartes stood with him, world eaters who had survived the firestorm by taking shelter in nearby bunkers under false orders warning of an Istvanian suicide weapon. The rest of their scattered brethren still fought across the broken city. Now faced with double their number, traitors all, and Angron himself, the loyalist embraced madness. A suicidal determination took root. If they were to die, then so too would the betrayers they dragged into the grave beside them. Without formation or finesse, both sides charged. Brother fell upon brother in a tide of wrath. The impact was catastrophic. Astartes against Astartes, matched in strength, fury, and skill. Hundreds were tore apart in minutes. Ahriman was overwhelmed by dozens of traitors, dismembered as he cursed their names with his dying breath. Dreadnoughts detonated in the blaze of Melta fire, throwing fire and shrapnel through the carnage. Here, in the plazas of the Coral City, a bitter truth was made manifest. The old logic of imperial war no longer applied. There would be no broken morale, no outmaneuvered enemy, no victory through attrition alone. When superhuman met superhuman, only ruin could follow. Armor cracked not from one blow, but 20. Guns ran dry, blades shattered from overuse, and still they fought. Each death came at the cost of another. Among the blood and ruin, Angron was a force of nature, unrelenting, unkillable. He carved a red path through the melee, flesh and armor alike falling to his axes. Nothing stopped him. No bolter, blade, or defiance could stay his hand. The Red Angel roared the names of those he slew, as though their deaths were sacraments. And when the last loyalist fell, and the thunderous clash ebbed into silence, the traitor stood amid the ruins, victorious. If such a word held any meaning in the face of such atrocity. Their white and blue armor was now drowned in gore, surrounded by the shredded dead in caked ash. Angron surveyed the horror and declared, "It is well done." Then, without hesitation, he ordered his legion to fan out through the city, to find more survivors, and to kill. Thus the true butchery began. This was the first time the Astartes turned fully upon one another. No quarter, no mercy, no forgiveness. Just vengeance, treachery, and war. Horus was livid. Angron's disobedience had jeopardized the delicate plan he had so carefully constructed to eliminate the Loyalists with minimal risk and without wasting valuable forces. That plan now lay in ruin. Yet Angron had forced his hand. Horus could not afford to strike the surface again with bombardment, not without incinerating the World Eaters as well, risking the wrath of their fleet, a potential civil war within the rebellion itself. Nor could he leave the Loyalists to regroup. They had to be crushed, now. With no other choice, Horus committed to a ground war. But the War Master saw an opportunity in this chaos. Rather than rely on a single legion to finish the job, he would draw all his followers into the bloodshed. Every force under his command would taste brother's blood. Every hand would be stained. In this shared betrayal, their paths would be sealed. No turning back, no room for doubt. The Emperor's children came next. Lord Commander Eidolon, perhaps eager to atone for the embarrassment Saul Tarvitz had brought upon them, moved swiftly. His troops landed with methodical precision in the burned-out remains of a park and market plaza several kilometers south of the precentor's palace. Without delay, Eidolon ordered his forces to form up in advance, confident the survivors ahead were shattered remnants. Meanwhile, more World Eaters arrived, reinforcing Angron's bloody tide. Death Guard and Sons of Horus gunships scoured the outskirts of the Coral City, dropping seeker squads and reconnaissance units into the ruins to hunt Loyalists, assuming this to be the final phase of a successful purge. But they were wrong. Eidolon's column soon discovered the precentor's palace was anything but a broken shell. The Loyalist Emperor's children still held it, and held it well. The traitor assault was met with withering fire. Eidolon's forces were stalled, then pushed back in retreat, leaving behind scorched wreckage and crumbled dead. Repeated attempts to push through were shattered by ambushes and redoubts hastily erected from the ruins, each effort costing more lives. Elsewhere, the gunship patrols fared no better. The ruined sprawl of the Coral City swallowed Auspex scans, cloaking the Loyalists' movements. Bolts of las cannon fire and missile trails lit the sky from positions the traitors had once known themselves. Now the enemy used that knowledge against them. And then came the final humiliation. One Storm Eagle gunship, identified as belonging to the Sons of Horus and cleared for landing aboard the strike cruiser Minotaur, was revealed to be a weapon of vengeance. Its pilot, broadcasting over open Vox, cried, "Avenge the blood of Terra," before ramming the vessel into the ship's rearming bay. Its las cannons tore through supply lines. The resulting explosion killed an entire company of Horus's own warriors. Panic surged through traitor ranks. Communications scrambled again. Vox codes were reissued. The Minotaur burned, and the cost of treachery mounted. Far from a clean execution, the Loyalists were rising, and they would not die quietly. Night fell over Istvaan III like a burial shroud. The sky, once scorched with fire, now bled ash and dust from the upper atmosphere, the lingering aftermath of the planet-spanning firestorm. From that poisoned firmament came rain, torrential, continent-wide deluges born of a world's agony. The heat, still rising from the ruined ground, twisted the winds into hurricane-force gales that tore through the wreckage of Coral City. Streets became rivers of cinders. The shattered remnants of city blocks groaned under the lash of ash storms, and thunder rolled through the broken skyline as lightning blinded the heavens. Vox links crackled and failed. Auspex sweeps turned to static. Air support was grounded. The surface of Istvaan III, once under the careful scrutiny of the trader fleet, now lay effectively cut off, swallowed by the wrath of the very weapon they had unleashed. Though the virus bombing had succeeded in its horrific slaughter of civilians, the next phase, the clean eradication of the Loyalist Astartes, was fast becoming a strategic catastrophe. The storm cloaked the defenders. The shattered city became their fortress. The Emperor's children had failed to break the Loyalist lines. Angron's world eaters had vanished into the northern ruins. A rabid tide even their commanders couldn't recall or rein in. Probing flights by trader gunships yielded nothing but downed aircraft and sudden, sharp engagements with hidden enemies. The Loyalists, though vastly outnumbered, refused to die, and they fought with purpose. Coral City, once a place of music, now a morgue, echoed once more with the sound of war. The Loyalists pulled their enemies into tight, charred ruins, into dead-end streets and broken spires, where the traitors' greater numbers and firepower meant nothing. Running battles flared through the blackened tenements. Each corner turned was a trap, every street a battleground. The loyal forces concentrated their efforts in 3 key locations: the northwestern city blocks, the blood-soaked courtyards of the precentor's palace, and the labyrinthian death trap that was the Siren Hold. Horus and his generals could no longer doubt it. Beneath the city, in tunnels and sewer systems, through miles of half-collapsed catacombs, the Loyalists were regrouping, consolidating, plotting vengeance with sharpened blades. And so the war ground on. Horus still had the titans of the Legio Mortis in reserve, but not even god machines could navigate the ash-choked streets or see through the storm's veil. Deploying them in such chaos would be madness. And so days turned to weeks. The storm did not lift. The world itself seemed determined to punish all who fought upon it. And within that darkness, battle raged. In skeletal habitation towers and corpse-choked sewage networks, Astartes met Astartes in brutal, close-quarter slaughter. Blades sang, bolters howled. The traitor reinforcements arrived only in pieces, staggered and unreliable, forced to rely on precarious drop pod deliveries for ammunition. The defenders knew every inch of the ruins. The attackers advanced only through the price of blood. In the southern industrial sector, Vindicator and Predator tanks clawed their way forward, street by street. The Loyalist ambushes struck like scythe blades, sniper fire from broken windows, meltas from sewer gates, missiles fired from behind toppled smokestacks. Progress was slow, costly. Every meter was won with lives. In the Siren Hold, a transformation occurred. There, where once the proud green livery of the Sons of Horus had adorned the warriors of the 16th Legion, blackened hands now scraped away the warplate's heraldry. Paint peeled, symbols were struck off. The name of Horus was spat upon. They had become the Luna Wolves again, reborn in the betrayal's fire. At their head was Captain Garviel Loken, once beloved of the War Master, once a core member of the fabled Mournival. Loken now led the resistance with steel-eyed clarity, betrayed, abandoned, but alive. From the Hold's haunted towers to the scorched south and east, Loken coordinated the Loyalists like a ghost general, striking where the enemy least expected, always one step ahead, preventing encirclement with daring counterattacks and devastating ambushes. To the south, the Precentor's palace remained a bastion of survival and defiance. Again and again, Eidolon hurled his Emperor's children at its fortified bulk. Again and again, they were repelled. Captain Saul Tarvitz and his defenders held firm, wielding salvaged heavy weapons and half-repaired tanks salvaged from previous assaults. And with them stood a symbol of undying defiance, ancient Rylanor, the venerable dreadnought of the 3rd Legion, once a hero to all, had become a living monument to what the Emperor's children once were. Time and again, the traitors believed him destroyed, only for Rylanor to rise from the dust, weapons blazing, defying his fallen brothers in the Emperor's name. Worse still for the traitors, their lines were harried by Loyalist world eaters, some driven by justice, others perhaps by nothing more than bloodlust turned against friend and foe alike. These warbands struck with feral precision, slaughtering, stealing munitions and vanishing again into the ruins. But nowhere was the fighting more dire than to the northwest. There, entrenched within the old Istvanian bunkers and trench networks, were the Death Guard Loyalists. Armed with weapons pulled from ancient vaults, they held strong. But they were surrounded. From within the city, Angron's berserkers tore at them with unrelenting fury, burrowing through tunnels, heedless of casualties, leaving slaughter in their wake. And from beyond the walls came the Reaper himself, Mortarion. Through the hurricane, he came aboard the Omen, an ancient assault ship of grim majesty. With tactical precision, Mortarion ordered its guns to sweep the approach clean, annihilating any position that could conceal a trap. Then he unleashed his legion. Through howling ash winds and lightning-lit dark, the Death Guard advanced in lockstep. Spartan transports groaning through the rubble, Fellblade and Typhon tanks rolling like titans of old. At their head walked Mortarion, grim and silent, counting the dead with every stride. The siege had begun in earnest. North of of the ruined Imperial starport, perhaps 5 or 6 kilometers beyond the wreckage, buried deep beneath storm-blasted ash and crumbled stone, something ancient stirred. Unseen beneath the roaring winds and flickering lightning of Istvaan III's poisoned skies, a massive brazen orb began to shift. Grinding against the blackened soil, it slowly rotated free of the earth with deliberate strength, forcing itself upward through the choking layers of debris. Hours passed before the upper shell split open, its surface unfurling like a vast clockwork flower, each bronze petal bladed and jagged, spreading outward with mechanical precision. What rose from the ash was not alien. It was known. At least, it would have been, had any soul survived nearby to name it. A siege crucible of the Ordo Reductor, launched into the firestorm in the final moments of the doomed Loyalist Mechanicum ship, Xerxes 977. The crucible was a relic of war, a cousin in purpose and design to a Space Marine drop pod, but on a scale more vast and encased in near-impervious armor. It had survived its descent intact, burying itself like a meteor rather than shattering on impact. But no living flesh, even Astartes, could have survived such a fall. Its passengers, however, were not made of flesh. They were machine-born and logic-forged. Magos Reductor Calum Decima and his Thalax cohort, cyborg killers without warmth or wrath. Their arrival carried no hatred, only cold arithmetic. To them, the destruction of the traitors was not vengeance, it was necessity. Nearly 2 full solar months passed before the choking storms of Istvaan III finally began to wane. The fire-swept skies cleared just enough for the traitors to resume mass landings. In that time, blood had soaked the stones of the Coral City. For every block the traitors took, they had paid dearly. Estimates whispered of 20,000 loyalist Astartes dead, and twice that number of attackers. Still, the precentor's palace stood, held by warriors who would not yield. Loken's Luna wolves stalked the Siren Hold, turning the maze of ruins into a trap of corpses. Yet elsewhere, the tide had begun to turn. In the northwest, Mortarian's Death Guard pressed forward with grim resolve, crushing resistance between the city walls and the hammer blows of advancing legions. The Loyalists were squeezed into a shrinking kill zone, their options few. But even amongst the Death Guard, loyalties fractured. Several of their siege engine crews, Terran-born warriors who had once sworn loyalty to the Emperor, not Mortarian, broke ranks. Some refused to fire. Others turned their mighty siege cannons against the very legions they once called brothers. For 5 brutal hours, a civil war within the civil war erupted. The veil of grief. Discipline faltered, order collapsed, friend and foe bled as one in the confusion. Marshal Durak Rask, commander of the traitor Death Guard assault, was cut down by Chrysos Morturg and his loyalist destroyer squad. the chaos, even Mortarion himself was wounded, burned by plasma fire from a predator tank, still painted in the Legion's livery. He answered that betrayal with rage, tearing the tank to scrap alongside his death shroud. Only by ordering a withdrawal did Mortarion halt the carnage, just long enough for a pocket of Loyalist Death Guard to escape his closing grasp. Then came the reckoning. As the clouds thinned, fresh waves of traitor Astartes and war machines descended. Mortarion wasted no time. He turned his full might upon the embattled Loyalist enclave, crushing them beneath a storm of steel. The few heavy tanks the Loyalists had, Malcadors salvaged from Istvaan's defense vaults and seized traitor armor, were no match. Fellblade squadrons and Legio Mortis Titans pulverized their positions from afar. Wave after wave of Death Guard surged forward, shoulder to shoulder, their bolters barking in unison. Against this unending tide, the defenders stood defiant. They fired until their guns overheated and cracked. They held until their ammunition ran dry. But even courage has its limits. The Death Guard overran them, sweeping through trenches and barricades like a black tide. Those few that survived fell back into the subsurface tunnels, collapsing them behind them in desperation. But even underground, there would be no escape. The traitors had come prepared. Vortex charges and Hades drills cleared the way, and Mortarion followed. Above ground, the battle reignited in full. To the southwest of the city, a Sons of Horus force made planetfall, 30 companies strong, led by First Captain Ezekiel Abaddon and his elite Justaran Terminators. Backed by heavy armor, they carved a path through the ruins, wiping out any loyalists they encountered with methodical brutality. Now committed fully, the War Master brought his full weight to bear. Massive orbital conveyors darkened the skies, delivering reinforcements from Legio Mortis and Legio Audax, Titans untouched since the firestorm, warlords, reavers, dozens of warhounds, and at their head, the monstrous Dies Array, an Imperator battle-class Titan, towering above the ruins like a walking cathedral of annihilation. Where its feet fell, the earth split. Where its guns fired, city blocks vanished. But it was not just Titans and legions that landed. In the shadows of their great transports came strange vessels. Insectile black gunships, riding columns of blue flame, and battered civilian lighters adorned with flayed skin and blasphemous symbols. From the former emerged the heretics of the Dark Mechanicum, armed with twisted machines and flanked by skittering spider skulls and monstrous battle automata, titanic things larger even than a dreadnought. And worse still, from the corpse-decorated lighters came the witch priests of the Serpent Lodge of Davin, their very presence an affront to nature. Even hardened Astartes recoiled at their approach. They carried with them the stink of the warp, an unseen blight that tainted the very air. The tide had turned. The Loyalists, though unbroken, were outmatched. Every death now weighed heavier, every brother lost irreplaceable. And Horus had the numbers, the guns, and the monsters to finish what he had started. The math of war, the logic of slaughter, was now irrefutably in the traitors' favor. Their victory inevitable, their vengeance near. The shattered skyline of Coral City trembled as the Titans came within range of their target. The high curtain walls of the precentor's palace loomed ahead, already scorched and battered from earlier assaults. There, the traitor emperor's children were engaged in a renewed siege, exchanging blistering fire with the loyalist defenders entrenched behind the ancient bastions. But the engines of the Legio Mortis had been given no orders to discriminate between friend or foe. With a deafening chorus of war sirens, the Titans sounded their judgment. And then came the wrath. Volcano cannons screamed. Turbo laser clusters stitched the sky with arcs of pure light. The air turned to fire and smoke as the very ground quaked beneath the colossal fury unleashed. The curtain walls, once crafted to withstand a world in rebellion, now fell before godlike power. The bastion's dome collapsed in on itself. The towers within flattened like toys beneath a giant's heel. As the barrage faded and dust choked the air like falling ash, only ruin remained. From the chaos, a new sound arose, a bloodthirsty howl. Angron's World Eater surged forward, the Red Angel himself leading the charge. All that remained for the Loyalists was to sell their lives dearly. As the war dragged on, loyalty frayed. Captain Lucius of the Emperor's Children, consumed by envy of Saul Tarvitz, turned his heart to treachery. In secret, he contacted Lord Commander Eidolon, offering to betray his brothers and open the gates of the Loyalist line in exchange for rejoining the ranks of the traitors. The pact was sealed in blood. With cold precision, Lucius butchered 30 Loyalist Astartes, clearing a path for the final assault. Having earned back the favor of his legion, Lucius confronted Tarvitz and challenged him to a duel. The two brothers clashed, and though Tarvitz emerged the victor, Lucius fled, his bargain fulfilled. Elsewhere in the dying city, another reckoning unfolded. Captain Garviel Loken and his Luna Wolves, no longer sons of Horus, prepared for their end at the Siren Hold. It was Ezekiel Abaddon, first captain of the Traitor Legion, who led the assault, with orders to return only in triumph. The attack came from above and below. Assault rams punched through the tomb spires. Jump pack squads fell from the sky like thunderbolts. Tanks rumbled through cracked avenues, smashing through barricades and shrines alike. The black-armored Justarin, the elite of the first company, led the charge. Loken's defenders fought with the fury of the betrayed. Ammunition ran low. Casualties mounted. Some tried to escape, knowing that living to resist again was its own form of victory. Others stood their ground, trading blood for time. The Justarin smashed through marble and stone, bringing death in waves. The Siren Hold fell within an hour, Abaddon prowled the ruins, his triumph hollow. He cursed his warriors for their failure to crush the Loyalists utterly. His orders were clear. Fan out, search the ruins, and finish what had begun. Soon, the catacombs beneath Siren Hold were choked with phosphex smoke. Davenite witches and chaos cultists stalked the depths with unholy purpose. And amidst the hunt, a fateful encounter unfolded. In the charred ruins of Coral City, 2 duels sealed the fate of the old Mournival. Loken and Tarek Torgadon, defenders of honor, clashed with Abaddon and Horus Aximand, traitors made executioner. Torgadon fell to Aximand in a brutal single combat. Loken, though valiant, was grievously wounded by Abaddon and left broken, unable to flee the orbital bombardment that soon followed. Darkness claimed the city once more. Titans stalked its corpse. Gunfire echoed like distant screams. The final phase had begun. Not battle, but slaughter. Loyalists were no longer foes, but prey. Though the Loyalists were shattered, they would not die quietly. Every moment they resisted bled the traitors. Every Astartes that fell cost Horus more than he could afford. The arrival of Fulgrim only sharpened the urgency. Time was slipping away. The Emperor would learn of the treachery soon. Reluctantly, Horus gave the order to withdraw. Fulgrim and Mortarion were tasked with dragging Angron from the battlefield. In parting, Horus turned the guns of the vengeful spirit once more to the Coral City. Not with virus bombs this time, but with fire. He leveled it with high explosive, burying the last cries of defiance under tons of rock and fury. Earthquakes tore through Istvaan III. Structures collapsed as brothers fought beneath crumbling ruins. In pockets of resistance across the planet, Loyalists made their final stands, dragging traitors with them into death. The echoes of Istvaan III would ring for millennia. The planet became a grave, its cities twisted skeletons, its air thick with ash and the stench of treachery. Horus had tried to kill in silence, to end resistance before the galaxy could see. But Saul Tarvitz ruined that design. Flying into the jaws of death, Tarvitz had warned his brothers. Because of him, 2/3 of the Loyalist forces survived the virus bombing. A line officer once considered unremarkable had altered the course of history. Though he and the Emperor Children's Loyalists ultimately perished, they bought the Imperium time. Garviel Loken also endured. Cast down by Abaddon, buried in the bombardment, he should have died. But fate, or perhaps the Emperor, had other plans. When he clawed free from the rubble months later, Loken had lost everything. His memory, his identity, even his name. He called himself Cerberus, the Hound of Death, believing death itself had rejected him. He hunted those who remained, believing himself the last Loyalist alive. But he was not alone. Nathaniel Garrow, Death Guard turned Loyalist, now an agent of the Emperor, returned to Istvaan III to find Loken. what he discovered was a haunted ruin and whispers of a monster in the shadows. The Cerberus of the wasteland fought him, nearly killing him, until the truth was uncovered. The virus bombing had weakened the veil between realms. The survivors were not men, but plague zombies, demon-tainted horrors of Nurgle. Garrow and Loken fought side by side to purge the blight, and when the battle was done, Garrow reached out once more to the man beneath the madness. Loken remembered. With his soul reclaimed, and the past no longer forgotten, Garviel Loken joined Garrow's cause. Together, they departed the ruin of Istvaan III, bound for Luna, and waiting for the presence of Malkador the Sigillite. The Inquisition was about to begin. The third planet of the Istvaan system, once vibrant and comfortably nestled close enough to its sun to sustain human life, had become a virus-soaked tomb. The first mark of Horus Lupercal's wrath. In the wake of what would be known as the Istvaan III atrocity, the world stood in ruin. Its population had been rendered into nothing more than contaminated ash. The continents, now lifeless and charred, bore only blackened smears of once proud cities, now reduced to burned-out skeletons of stone. A single day of unrelenting orbital bombardment had eradicated a civilization. From above, the War Master's fleet had unleashed incendiary shells and biological warheads with a fury that spared neither soldier nor civilian. Istvaan III now drifted in mournful silence, a scarred planetary tombstone, monument to the first true act of heresy. With the last loyal warriors dead beneath its ashen skies, the traitor legions turned their eyes to Istvaan V. A grand flotilla arrived, bearing the military pride of 4 entire Space Marine legions, now devoted not to the Emperor, but to Horus. With them came millions of Imperial Army troops ferried by vast conveyors, their tanks and artillery bristling with readiness. From within the bloated hulls of dark Mechanicum ships strode the towering god machines of the Legio Mortis, their priest engineers ready to breathe life into the Titans once more. Victory on Istvaan III had come at a cost, but it forged the traitor legions in fire and blood. They were ready now, honed for a war that would see brother fight against brother. The loyalists, Horus claimed, were not yet prepared for that grim truth, that hesitation would be their undoing. Even as Horus moved against Istvaan III, he dispatched Fulgrim, the Phoenician, and Primarch of the Emperor's children, to sway his closest brother, Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands. The War Master hoped that Fulgrim's bond with Ferrus might secure another ally to his rebellion. Fulgrim had already sent most of his 3rd Legion and the 28th Expeditionary Fleet on ahead to join Horus in the Istvaan system, while he assisted Ferrus's 52nd Expeditionary Fleet in purging orcs from Colonides IV. The friendship between the two was legendary, and Fulgrim believed that he could convince Ferrus of the righteousness of Horus's cause. But he was wrong. Their meeting held in the anvilarium aboard the Fist of Iron ended in outrage. Ferrus Manus was horrified that his brothers would betray the Emperor, and his fury ignited into violence. He struck at Fulgrim with his necrodermis-forged hands, attempting to shatter the golden blade Fireblade. But the sword held. Its defiance exploded in Ferrus's grip, knocking him unconscious. Fulgrim, now tormented by the demonic whispers of Slaanesh, stood poised to kill his brother with the Warhammer Forgebreaker, a gift he had once forged in love. But he could not bring himself to strike. Instead, he took the hammer and left behind Fireblade in its place, a bitter inversion of their brotherhood. Emerging from the sanctum, Fulgrim gave the signal to his Phoenix Guard. They executed the Iron Hands Morlocks, Ferrus's own elite Terminators, without hesitation. First Captain Gabriel Santor barely escaped. Fulgrim fled aboard the Firebird, while his warships opened fire on Ferrus's fleet. The surprise attack crippled the Iron Hands, allowing the Emperor's children to disappear into the warp and rejoin their brethren in the Istvaan system. Though Horus raged at Fulgrim's failure to sway Ferrus, there was no time to dwell. The War Master needed Istvaan V fortified, and he tasked Fulgrim with overseeing that work. Fulgrim, insulted by the perceived menial labor, was appeased only when Horus insisted the task was critical. So, Fulgrim set to work in the ruins of ancient alien fortresses, overseeing Dark Mechanicum laborers as they sculpted black sand into trenches, redoubts, and artillery nests. Anti-air batteries lined the defenses, and mobile torpedo launchers were hidden within the ancient ruins. Fulgrim made his bastion atop the Urgal Plateau, transforming the remains of an alien keep into a fortress worthy of the War Master himself. If the Emperor's legions wanted a reckoning, they would have descended into this fortified hell to earn it. Enraged by the betrayal at Istvaan III, Ferrus Manus welcomed the Emperor's command delivered through Rogel Dorn with zealous resolve. Dorn, acting under the Emperor's authority, had learned of Horus's treachery from the survivors of the Eisenstein. As Magister Militum, he ordered 8 legions to bring Horus to justice at Istvaan V. The first wave would include Ferrus Manus's Iron Hands, Vulcan's Salamanders, and Korax's Raven Guard. The second wave would follow closely: the Alpha Legion, Night Lords, Iron Warriors, and a large contingent of Word-bearers already nearby. A fleet from Dorn's own Imperial Fists was also dispatched to verify Garrow's testimony, but became stranded by warp turbulence. The other legions, however, made rapid progress. Their journey was swift, too swift. In hindsight, the perfect timing, the precise order of arrival, and the obstruction of the Imperial Fists seemed more than coincidence. It was as if some dark puppeteer pulled the strings from beyond the veil, directing the Loyalist fleet into a carefully laid snare. At this point, Horus's betrayal was still viewed through a murky lens. Many speculated on its cause: madness, alien possession, some arcane force, like the Crave or Enslavers. But none doubted the necessity of action. The Imperium judged the rebellion a threat more grave than any faced during the Great Crusade. Though some thought Horus might only be seeking his own empire, the swift and brutal response was deemed essential, and Istvaan, strategically vital yet distant, made for an ideal stronghold, or a perfect trap. As the Loyalist fleet neared Istvaan V, astropathic reports confirmed what long-range scans had already suggested. A massive fortress was being constructed at the Urgal Plateau. Mechanicum engines toiled endlessly. The banners of Horus and Fulgrim flew above the ruins. The War Master had made his stand. Curiously, the traitor fleet was absent. For many, this was a cause for hope. It suggested the enemy was unprepared, scrambling for reinforcements. Ferrus Manus saw opportunity. With the Eisenstein's escape and Fulgrim's betrayal, the Imperium had been alerted before Horus was ready. The Iron Hands Primarch believed a swift, decisive assault could end the heresy before it grew. Others agreed. The time to strike was now. The traitors were still building their defenses. Their forces were divided. The Loyalists could descend in overwhelming force and crush Horus's ambitions before they took root. But they had been deceived. The battlefield was set. The trap was sprung. The first wave of Loyalists would land, and the true war of the Horus heresy would begin in blood. And then there was Horus, the former war master of the Imperium, the brightest star and greatest of the Emperor's sons. He stood watching the destruction while his legions took to the field, their liege lord content in his fortress, rising far from the edge of the ravine. The Loyalists had landed with fury, and though they fought like heroes of ancient myth, their victory came at a terrible cost. The Urgal Depression, now secured as a makeshift drop site, was soaked with blood and littered with the broken shells of war machines. The Iron Hands, Raven Guard, and Salamanders had struck deep and hard, delivering a blow the War Master would not forget. But the price was mounting. What was meant to be a decisive strike was quickly becoming something far more dreadful, a battle of annihilation. Hundreds of thousands of Astartes warriors clashed on Istvaan V, brother against brother, in a slaughter without comparison. It was the kind of battle that rewrote the nature of war itself. The lines wavered. For every trench gained, another was lost. Every push was countered by a vicious blow. The sands of Istvaan turned black, then red, and then the color of death itself. Tens of thousands of Space Marines fell within hours. Some shattered by bolter fire, others crushed beneath the treads of tanks, or incinerated by the hellish plasma weapons of the Dark Mechanicum. Human auxiliaries, those few mortals unfortunate enough to accompany the legions, found themselves breaking beneath the sheer pressure of the psychic and physical carnage. Some fell to their knees in mute terror. Others snapped entirely, driven mad by the scale of it, and were gunned down by their comrades to prevent chaos spreading through their lines. Yet amid the horror, the Loyalists pressed forward. The traitor line began to buckle under the relentless assault. Victory seemed within reach. And then came the Titans. From the rear of the Urgal Depression, the air shimmered with heat and static as a massive crimson drop lander descended through the smoke-choked skies, trailing fire and fury in its wake. Anti-aircraft fire traced black scars across its armored hull, but it still came. The Legio Adoris, the Firebrand's Titan Legion, had arrived. The Firebrands had not come in ignorance. Their augur showed the enemy was ready. Legio Mortis, the Death Heads, stalked forward from the desert waves in terrible silence, their own titans advancing with the inevitability of doom. But the Firebrands cared nothing for odds. Their grudge with the traitorous Mortis ran deep. They had come not just for war, but for reckoning. With a soul-shaking wail of war horns, the Titans of Legio Adoris strode into battle. They became the first Loyalist Titan Legion to clash with traitor counterparts in the heresy. Their assault was brutal, brilliant, and final. Though they were annihilated to a machine, the Firebrands took the Mortis reinforcements with them, and in doing so, they shattered a key traitor flanking maneuver. The Iron Hands armored subjugator group swooped in on the remnants and finished what the Titans had started. The Urgal Depression was no longer a battlefield. It was a meat grinder. Every square meter churned beneath the boots of 10,000s of warriors and the treads of tanks. At the heart of the carnage, the Primarchs fought as living legends. Corvus Corax soared above the fray, black wings cutting through smoke, descending like a predator upon his prey. Ferrus Manus thundered forward, his necrodermis hands crushing skulls and armor alike, dragging traitors back into the storm when they tried to flee. Vulcan, towering and grim, laid about him with a warhammer that roared like thunder, each blow sending shockwaves through traitor lines. Their traitorous counterparts answered the challenge in kind. Angron, a hurricane of violence, tore through the Loyalists with his chain axes in a berserker trance, uncaring who died. Fulgrim, graceful and hideous, danced through the blood, laughing as he parried blow after blow with his demon-kissed blade. Mortarion, death made flesh, moved like a wraith, his scythe reaping lives in a silent, methodical harvest. And Horus, the architect of this madness, watched from afar. He stood atop the black spires of the alien-built fortress, rising at the ravine's edge, unmoved and unseen. His armies bled and killed for his dream, and their sacrifices pleased him. At last, above this maelstrom of grinding ceramite, booming tank cannons, and shattering bolters, the gunships, drop pods, and assault landers of the second Loyalist wave burned through the atmosphere on screaming thrusters. The sky fell dark as the weak sun was eclipsed by 10,000 avian shadows, and the cheering roar sent up by the Loyalists at the arrival of their comrades was loud enough to shake the air itself. Like fiery comets from the heavens, the thrusters of countless dropships, landers, and assault craft broke through the fire-shot clouds of smoke and descended to the Loyalist landing zone, on the northern edge of the Urgal Depression. Descending with all the pomp of heroes came the Alpha Legion, Word-Bearers, Night Lords, and Iron Warriors. Names still spoken with reverence, symbols still painted with the colors of the Emperor. The Loyalists welcomed them, and the traitors smiled. At once, the traitor legions shifted, falling back in an orderly, calculated withdrawal. Ferrus Manus, driven by righteous fury and wounded pride, ignored the cautious words of Korax and Vulcan. He surged forward with his elite Morlocks, Terminators, Dreadnoughts, all crashing toward the enemy in a reckless bid to reach Fulgrim himself. He did not know that the jaws of the trap were about to close. The second wave came down in glory. Stormbirds and thunderhawks by the hundreds screamed through the poisoned skies of Istvaan V, their hulls polished and shining like the promise of salvation. They touched down on the northern ridge of the Urgal Depression, deploying with perfect formation and eerie precision. But these warriors, these so-called brothers, had not come to save. They had already cast their oaths in shadow, pledging their blades to chaos and to Horus. The Night Lords, under the pale-eyed shadow of Conrad Kurz. The Iron Warriors led by cold and calculating Perturabo. The Word-Bearers, bearing the word of Lorgar Aurelian. And the Alpha Legion, enshrouded in lies, commanded by the elusive Alfarius. The second host was larger than the first, fresh and untouched. Their armor bore no scratches, their eyes no fatigue. But they arrived as executioners. The Iron Warriors secured the high ground immediately, building fortifications beneath the pretense of reinforcement. Prefab bunkers crashed into the soil from bulklanders, slammed into place by carrier claws. Servitors marched from the holds, linking weapon systems, powering automated turrets, and transforming the drop site into a fortified kill zone. To the west, the Word-Bearers formed a solid flank. On the east, the Night Lords took position, their raptors and war engines bristling for war. Down the growing line of battle tanks and assembling legionaries, First Captain Sevatar of the Night Lords and his elite Atramentar held fast in grim silence. It was a theater prepared for slaughter. The anvil was set and the hammer raised. The Loyalists would run bleeding and broken straight into the teeth of betrayal. And all the while the trap stayed hidden in plain sight. And it was Korax who spoke first. Withdraw, he urged. Let the second wave take the lead. The Raven Guard had bled dry. Vulcan agreed. His salamanders had faced hell itself against the Death Guard and could give no more. The wounds of the Loyalists were deep, their ammo near spent, their warriors exhausted beyond measure. Together, dragging their wounded and carrying their dead, Korvax and Vulcan began pulling their legions back to the drop site to regroup, resupply, and to survive. They sent out hails, Vox signals begging for aid, requesting Medicae assistance and fresh ammunition. But the reinforcements said nothing. 100 meters from their brothers, the first wave drew near, and still only silence. And then the sky cracked. From within the black alien fortress that served as Horus's lair, a lone flare shot high, bursting into a crimson blossom that painted the heavens with betrayal. Guns roared. 1,000 barrels opened fire. Bolters screamed and missiles shrieked as the allies of the second wave unleashed death upon their unsuspecting kin. The Raven Guard and Salamanders fell by the hundreds in the opening salvo, then by the hundreds more in the seconds that followed. On the field below, the retreating forces of the first wave turned and fired. The trap was now fully sprung. World Eaters, Death Guard, and Sons of Horus turned their weapons inward, crashing into the elite Iron Hand veterans at close range. The warriors of Medusa, stubborn and unyielding, fought like wounded gods, but they were outnumbered, surrounded. The Iron Hands would not survive. The front line of the Raven Guard crumbled, shredded by bolter shells and las fire. Black armored warriors collapsed by the score, heads and chests blown apart in sprays of blood and ceramite. As survivors crawled through the gore, they were finished off in brutal silence by merciless volleys from bastion turrets and predator cannons. Word-bearers to the west unleashed hell from their land raiders and siege tanks. 3 figures stood atop an ornate command tank, its hull adorned with bronze banners and cursed scripture. Kor Pharaon, master of the faith. Erebus, the fallen architect of Horus's damnation. And towering above them both, Lorgar, wide-eyed and reverent, watched his brothers murder each other. Fulgrim and Ferris, locked in a furious duel, drew his attention. Their blades flashed in the sun like echoes of lost brotherhood. For a moment, Lorgar faltered. A seed of doubt stirred in him. But Kor Pharaon's whispers smothered it, and Lorgar gave the order. The word-bearers charged. At point-blank range, they butchered the Raven Guard and Salamanders. Tanks and dreadnoughts that had survived hours of nightmare warfare exploded in gouts of flame and shrapnel. The Night Lords descended like shadows, raining phosphex and cluster bombs. Raptors screamed through the skies in mad joy. Behind the lines, the Alpha Legion struck with surgical precision, slaughtering apothecaries and support crew without mercy. Iron Warrior siege batteries opened fire. The Stor Bazash guns spoke. Whirlwinds, Minotaurs, Cerberus tanks. Artillery laid waste to loyalist positions, tearing through Imperial Army battalions and drop zones. The sky fell, and the loyalists fell with it. The battle was lost, the betrayal complete. Among the loyalist leaders, hope now fought with despair. Vulcan, ever the bastion, urged retreat, to fall back to the dropships and hold the perimeter. Korax disagreed. There was no time to entrench, no strength to resist. They had to flee, now. They split. As Korax turned his legion toward escape, a precision artillery strike hit the Primarch's position. By miracle or fate, Korax survived, but Vulcan was gone, his fate unknown amid the chaos and flame. Elsewhere, The massacre raged. The Iron Hands, caught too deep within the lines, died to a man. And at the heart of the bloodstorm, two gods clashed. Ferrus Manus, war-forged son of Medusa, led his Morlocks through the broken walls of the fortress before the second wave had arrived. Their blackened armor dripped with enemy blood. Fulgrim stood above them, his perfect smile gone, now twisted in a quiet sorrow. The Morlocks crashed into the Phoenix Guard like a black tide. Lightning claws crackled, halberds flashed, armor shattered in storms of fire and metal. Amid this, two brothers closed in on each other. Ferrus with Fireblade, Fulgrim with Forgebreaker. The very weapons they had once gifted each other in love now were wielded in hatred. They fought as only Primarchs could. Ferrus struck like a living inferno, hammering Fulgrim with blow after blow. Fulgrim matched him. The hammer once crafted for Ferrus now turned against its maker. Their armor tore, their flesh bled. Sparks flew from each meeting of steel. At last, Ferrus saw the truth. They were outnumbered, they were betrayed, and still he fought on. The final moments came swiftly. Fulgrim, pushed to his limit, drew a silver blade. Not just any weapon, but the demon-infused sword of Slaanesh, stolen from Larion. With unholy power surging through him, Fulgrim turned the tide. The blade pierced Ferrus's armor. The Iron Hands Primarch fell to one knee, Fireblade slipping from his grasp. Fulgrim raised the demon blade to end him, and hesitated. For a heartbeat, he saw the monster he'd become. The lies, the corruption, the ruin. He fought against the sword, against his own arm, but he could not stop. Ferrus, gasping, reached for Fireblade. Flames reignited in his grip. Too slow. The sword fell, and in an arc of silver fire, Fulgrim decapitated his brother. Ferrus Manus, the Gorgon of Medusa, died beneath the weapon of his most beloved brother. The Iron Hands would never recover, and the Horus heresy had only just begun. While Fulgrim and Ferrus Manus crossed blades in one corner of Istvaan V, another storm of blood was breaking loose on the opposite front. The Raven Guard, weary and battle-scarred, found themselves face to face with a new threat, the traitorous word-bearers. At their head stood not only their crimson-armored brethren, but a trinity of darkness. Primarch Lorgar, First Captain Kor Pharaon, and First Chaplain Erebus. The clash was immediate and brutal, brother against brother in bitter fury. Then came the Galvorback, Astartes who had surrendered their very souls to demonic possession. These crimson warriors were Lorgar's blessed sons, monsters wrapped in ceramite and wrath. They descended upon Corvus Corax with hunger in their eyes and unholy strength in their limbs. But against the Raven, their numbers meant nothing. Korax, Primarch, Ghost, Predator, was a whirlwind of death. His black talons sang through air and flesh alike, cutting down the possessed warriors as though they were but children. Lorgar watched in horror as his finest creations were eviscerated before him. And when the last of the Galvorback stood teetering on the brink of destruction, the Urizen himself intervened, shielding what remained of his sons from final death. But Korax was no longer bound by restraint. He became wrath incarnate. No rage, no anger. It was something far purer. A raven storm torn loose from the skies. He surged through the word-bearer's ranks, killing with effortless fury, a blur of shadow and talon. Over the Vox, the dying screamed for salvation, their pleas dissolving into static and blood. Argel Tau, leader of the Galvorback, and Crimson Lord of Lorgar's vision, stepped forward to meet his fate. He would not die a coward. Meanwhile, Lorgar mirrored his brother's fury. Gone was the Scholar Priest. What remained was a storm of Crozius and contempt. Yet as the Raven Guard fell, their black bodies shattered beneath his wrath. The word-bearers too faltered before Korax. Then Lorgar froze. Across the field, Korax was tearing through the Galvorback like parchment. His warriors fled before him, leaving behind their dead in drifts across the soil. Poor Pharaon and Erebus barked warnings, but Lorgar ignored them. With a cry of defiance, the Urizen broke into a sprint. Over corpses, over soil, over the broken remnants of what had once been a brotherhood. For 2 centuries, he had barely spoken to Korax. They had never been close. But now, watching the Raven Lord annihilate his legion, Lorgar found no desire to convert his brother. There was no dream of enlightenment, only fire in his eyes. And at last, he'd let it burn. For decades, Lorgar had hidden his psychic gifts, afraid of their unpredictability. But now, all restraint vanished. A scream erupted from his soul. Not from his lungs, but from his mind. It reverberated across Istvaan V, into the warp, and into the very stars. Psychic fire wreathed him. Heat radiated from his armor. His mind reached outward, empowered by chaos, unshackled and divine. His sons felt it too. They howled as the change overtook them. Flesh twisted, armor melted into bone. Claws and wings erupted from torsos once noble. The Galvorback became monsters, truly demonic, no longer men. The first of the possessed stood revealed. At the heart of it all, haloed in fire, Lorgar called his brother's name. Korax answered. Not in words, but in the scream of the betrayed. Lightning claws met Crozius. Raven met Heretic as they collided. As the Galvorback mutated behind them, the 2 Primarchs clashed with impossible fury. Korax fought to kill. Lorgar fought to survive. Talons carved and Crozius struck. Amidst the whirlwind, Korax shouted his pain. Why had Lorgar done this? Why betray everything they were? Lorgar, wounded and defiant, spoke his truth. He had seen the Emperor's end, a corpse, golden and eternal, screaming into the void. Korax called it lies and struck his brother across the face, the lightning claws leaving deep, permanent gashes. Blow for blow, the Raven Lord proved superior, faster, sharper, more seasoned in the art of war. Lorgar, ever the preacher, not the soldier, could not match him. Korax drove his claws into Lorgar's abdomen. Talons erupted from the word-bearer's back. Blood gushed. Only when Korax heaved upward, splitting armor and flesh, did Lorgar stumble. The Crozius dropped from his hands, but still he fought. Lorgar grabbed Korax's throat, headbutting him again and again, shattering nose and cheek. But the Raven Lord did not yield. He ripped his claws free, tearing more than just flesh. Lorgar fell to his knees. The Korax stepped forward, one claw raised to deliver the death blow. But another claw caught it. Black eyes met black eyes. Pale skin mirrored pale skin. Two monsters, two brothers. Conrad Kurz had arrived. With one gauntlet, he stopped the killing blow. With the other, he gripped Korax's wrist to stop him from fleeing. Kurz looked down on Lorgar with disdain and ordered him to stand. Korax, ever the predator, fired his flight pack, fuel erupting into jets of fire. The Raven Lord broke free, tearing loose from Kurz's grip and streaking into the sky. Kurz's laughter followed him. Then he shoved Lorgar back toward his legion. I saved you, Kurz growled, but next time, I let you die. Lorgar murmured his thanks, only to be silenced by the sight of what his sons had become. Demonic, twisted, horned and spined, leering skull helms and claws for hands. Rancid, Kurz spat. You're more foul than Lorgar. You're rancid. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Loyalists were being bled dry. Caught between the second wave's betrayal and the traitors on the front lines, the Salamanders and Raven Guard stood alone. And yet, they were Astartes. They did not yield. They fought like cornered gods. Each death traded for 3 of the enemy. But even then, it was not enough. Iron warriors opened from the drop site, their bunkers and artillery vomiting hell. The Loyalists were trapped in a vice of steel, fire, and murder. Chaos Space Marines surged from the Urgal Hills, word-bearers and Alpha Legionaries casting off loyalty, firing upon their once brethren with gleeful hatred. The Dies Irae, an Imperator-class Titan, strode into battle like a demon of legend. Every cannon blast was an earthquake. Firestorms vaporized squads and melted the desert into glass. traitor tanks flattened the wounded beneath their tracks, their guns roaring with the madness of betrayal. But still the Loyalists fought. Then came Mortarion, then came Angron, and with them the massacre became complete. Thousands fell beneath their blades. Bolstered by the Dies Irae, the traitor legions rampaged through the ranks. At the height of the slaughter, the War Master himself descended. Horus, surrounded by Justerin Terminators, flanked by what remained of the Mournival, he walked like a demigod through fire. Black armor, gold trim, amber sigils burning with power. The killing fields of Istvaan V ran red. Escape was no longer possible. The Iron Warriors had destroyed the Loyalist dropships, and above, the second wave's fleet had turned its guns on the first, annihilating their brothers in orbit. A few Loyalists survived. By miracle or madness, they broke free of the traitor ring. The Raven Guard escaped in greater numbers. The Salamanders less so. But they did not leave alone. Some among them carried Iron Hand survivors with them, refusing to abandon their kin. As for Vulcan, he made his last stand. Surrounded, he and the Salamanders held out until the end. The Iron Warriors, seeking finality, unleashed a tactical nuclear warhead. The blast engulfed all. Vulcan was presumed dead, but he lived. Unconscious and shattered, the Forge Lord of Nocturne was taken by Conrad Kurz, who would torture him for months to come. The Alpha Legion withdrew first. Objectives achieved, whispers trailing their retreat. Behind them, the Iron Warriors' guns fell silent. The victors gathered trophies, performed rituals, and surrendered to madness. Korax escaped, barely. Shot down while fleeing, his gunship crashed outside the Urgal Plateau. On the sands of Istvaan V, over 200,000 Astartes lay dead. One Primarch was slain, 2 others missing. And with them died the Emperor's dream. The battle was over. The killing had stopped. Across the broken desert of the Urgal Depression, the dead were gathered into towering funeral pyres. Thousands of bodies were heaped upon the scorched sands, and the ash-black sky above burned orange with the reflected glow of their mass immolation. Flames danced in mirrored sheets across glassy terrain, while vast pillars of greasy smoke twisted upwards to choke the heavens. Before this infernal backdrop, Horus's victory took form. The tech priests of the Dark Mechanicum, ever tireless in their devotion to progress and heresy, constructed a grand reviewing stand with alarming speed. It rose like a ziggurat from the red sands, a layered construction of obsidian metal and dark geometries, each level narrower than the last, forming a ceremonial pyramid of conquest. As the sun dipped low behind the Urgal hills, its last light bathed the structure in a hellish red. At the base of the stand, the sons of Horus assembled in solemn silence, preeminent and proud. Each Astartes bore a flaming brand, the light flickering off their dark green armor and casting ghostly silhouettes across the massed ranks. Above them, standing on the next level, the senior officers of the 16th Legion looked on with grim satisfaction. And above them still, 7 demigods of war. 7 Primarchs stood blood-smeared and battle-stained, cloaks billowing in the desert winds, their very presence bending the atmosphere like heat over iron. They were monstrous in might, their armor scorched, their faces etched in triumph and ruin alike. Then, upon the summit, alone, radiant and terrible, stood Horus, the War Master, 100 meters above the desert floor. He raised his clawed gauntlet high in silent salute. A furred cloak, torn from the corpse of some long-slain beast, hung from his shoulders. The amber eye of his armor blazed with unnatural light, catching firelight and amplifying it. A hidden lumen bathed him in a crimson glow, so that he stood above his sons not as a commander, but as a god wrought in iron. At his feet, a sea of his followers stretched into the gloom. Then came the thunder. A flight of assault craft screamed over the hills, roaring past the stand with their wings dipped in salute. At once, the massed Astartes below broke into a deafening roar. An ocean of voices raised in adulation. Wave after wave of cheers rose up from 10,000 throats, reverberating like cannon fire against the plateau. The very earth trembled with their cries. Their march began. In perfect formation, legionaries circled the stand. As they passed, they beat their fists against their armored chests, the sounds of their salutes rolling like war drums. And then, at some unseen signal, a spark ignited on the slope of the depression. Flames raced along the sand in a serpentine arc, tracing out a vast burning sigil. The eye of Horus. It scorched itself into the earth, a flaming brand to mark the War Master's dominion. Thunderous cheers reached new heights. Super heavy tanks fired skyward in salute. Even the mighty Dies Irae bowed its steel head in reverence. Ash drifted like confetti through the air as the traitor legions cried out their triumph. Hail Horus! Hail Horus! But in the dying echo of that terrible ovation, it became clear the victory was not absolute. Despite the massacre, despite the betrayal, some loyalists had escaped. Small groups had broken out of the tightening noose, slipping through chaos and dust storms to vanish into the volcanic wilds. Some fled aboard stolen or commandeered gunships in the confusion. Others faded into the crags beyond the Urgal Plateau, helped unwittingly by their bloodlust of their pursuers, or the disunity among the traitor legions. Even now, bitterness and contempt ran deep between the renegades. In orbit, the betrayal had also ignited. The loyalist fleet had suffered treachery and ambush, but not without resistance. Their ships, void shielded in battle alert, had absorbed the first blows and struck back. The void battle burned long after the slaughter on the ground had ended. Loyalist warships, scarred and broken, refused to retreat, lingering in orbit even as the odds stacked higher against them. They would not abandon their brothers below. Some fought to the bitter end. Others, crippled but defiant, managed to escape the system, pursued by the traitor fleets with wrath and fire on their heels. They carried away bitter truths and the seeds of vengeance. Istvaan V had fallen, the War Master had won, but the galaxy was far from finished. A firestorm had been ignited, and the whirlwind of galactic civil war had only just begun. The dark gods watched with hungry glee as the first harvest was reaped, knowing that many more would follow. What followed the Dropsite massacre was not a clean execution, but a night of terror, a blood-stained descent into madness and desecration. Imperial records offer only fragments of that first long night, and most of them contradict one another. Some survivors told of traitor Astartes surging across the hills like a tidal wave, shrieking for loyalist blood. Others described deep, thunderous chanting, rolling through the valleys like a living storm, an unholy liturgy that stirred dread in even the strongest of hearts. Still, others spoke of atrocities in the dark, scattered loyalists torn apart by howling packs, their cries lost beneath the droning roar of low-hovering gunships, whose gunners fired into anything that moved, heedless of friend or foe. No one knows how many battles were fought that night. There was no front, no line, no order, only a desperate survival. Each loyalist Astartes waged his own war. The remnants of the Raven Guard were hunted without pause. Their enemies descended on them from above as they moved through cracked ravines, hemmed in by cliffs and fire. Most had no ammunition. They fought with fists, knives, and broken blades. When one brother fell, another turned back to lift him. They carried the wounded, stumbled together through the dark, resisting collapse as the enemy closed in. Time became meaningless. At last, through the black smoke and bloodied haze, the pale sun of Istvaan V rose. Its wan light barely pierced the soot-choked sky, but it was enough. Enough to see that some of the Raven Guard had made it. They had broken free, just barely, and found shelter in the maze-like canyons beyond the Urgal Hills. But while Korax and his sons fled into the shadows, the fate of others was far worse. Those loyalist legionaries who remained behind, trapped in the teeth of the traitor war machine, were butchered methodically. The battlefield was no longer a place of war. It was a killing ground. The traitors hunted the wounded like beasts, dragging broken bodies from under shattered vehicles, and delivering death again and again. Some tortured the dying for sport. Others desecrated the battlefield. The World Eaters gave themselves fully to savagery. They decapitated the dead and dying, flint the flesh from their skulls and heaped the remains into vast ossuary cairns, monuments of bone and filth. The word-bearers enacted their own dark rites and rituals, now known to the Imperium only in whispered warnings, foul with spiritual corruption. And then came a final violation. Tens of thousands of fallen Astartes, heroes, brothers, champions, all had their progenoid glands carved from their corpses, gene seed ripped from their ruined bodies, stolen for some fell purpose no loyalist dared imagine at the time. It was a desecration, a theft of legacy, of bloodlines, and of the Emperor's dream. Tech thralls and servitors scoured the wastelands for the remaining Raven Guard. Found corpses were stripped, living captives tortured by word-bearers and Emperor's children. And yet the Raven Guard continued to resist, sniping, sabotaging, striking in shadows. But it was still just a drop in the ocean. But then Korak saw an opportunity. A small Iron Warriors column strayed too far. The Raven Guard struck, annihilating it and tasting vengeance. But something worse emerged. Blind hunters, mechanicum constructs designed to track and kill. Korax pressed on, ambushing a second column in the rifts. He personally slew a dreadnought from his past, signaling the massacre. None of the Iron Warriors escaped. Soon after, scouts warned of a third column near their sanctuary. Korax rallied every fighter. The battle was brutal but decisive. The Iron Warriors were shattered. Black rain fell as the blind hunters howled. The Raven Guard regrouped, sheltering from the toxic storm in their hidden lair. Then, Korax vanished. He walked alone, unseen through enemy territory. What he witnessed he never spoke of. When he returned, his orders were simple. They must endure. Not for vengeance, but because as long as one of them lived, the enemy could never rest. The rain passed, leaving a toxic fog that scarred the flesh and soul. The Legion endured, but not unchanged. Hollow-eyed, clad in scavenged armor, they became ghosts of war. On the 40th day, the word-bearers returned, led by Alexis, who sought personal glory by rooting out the Raven Guard himself. He walked into a trap. Korax allowed them to penetrate deep into the ravines before unleashing his legion. Ambushes erupted from the fog. Hundreds of word-bearers died. A few were taken alive. One was dragged before Korax. What transpired is unknown. But when it ended, new orders spread. Angron was still on Istvaan. He knew Korax lived. And the Butcher of Nukeria was coming. In the hours that followed, the sanctuary was abandoned. The orders were clear. Relocate. Survive. Some within the ranks bristled at the thought of retreat, but their protests died in their throats. The Raven Guard obeyed the Raven Lord. And in that final moment, as their rear guard vanished into the rifts, they looked back to see their haven swallowed in fire. World Eaters, blind hunters, tide of blood and iron, the howling of war horns and the tread of ceramite boots crushed what remained of their sanctuary into ash. From that moment onward, the Raven Guard were prey once more. 80 days of war had cost them hundreds. Their numbers were a fraction of what they had been. Some wounded had taken their own lives rather than burden their kin. Their morale withered to grim silence. Yet they fought on, because they had no choice. Driven east by firestorms and tanks, bracketed by Scorpius and whirlwind missile fire, the Raven Guard fled deeper into the Ilium rifts. The salt plains loomed ahead, bleached, lifeless, and toxic, even to a space marine. The World Eaters were closing in behind. The noose was tightening. It was the 98th day when they reached the last rise. Behind them, death. Before them, oblivion. The Raven Guard, 3,000 strong, faced the oncoming storm. The blackened winds howled. The plains hissed with chemical vapors. And from the west came Angron, roaring, his suns pouring across the horizon like a tidal wave of rage. Korax gave the final order. Stand. They would die here. There would be no hope, no escape, and no reinforcements. But then, the heavens split. Black-winged dropships, fire spitting from their bellies, descended through the clouds like wrathful angels. Bombs screamed from the sky. Plasma scorched the ranks of the World Eaters. Drop pods slammed into the rock, bearing the sigil of the Raven Guard. And from them came salvation. Commander Braun, the Therian cohort, a miracle forged from one man's dreams and another's faith. They had crossed the galaxy to arrive at this moment, this final heartbeat before annihilation. Korax did not know how. He would never know why. But the Raven Guard lived. They boarded the ships and escaped. Angron raged as fire and fury swallowed the mountainside. Once again, his prize had slipped through his grasp. The Raven Guard were broken. The salamanders were lost. The Iron Hand shattered. Yet what few loyalists survived Istvaan V brought with them the truth of Horus's treachery, and the terrible knowledge that 8 legions now stood against the Emperor. Korax returned to Terra, grievously wounded. Vulcan vanished into myth. The traders gathered their strength. Machinery looted, material reforged, fleets swelled, and plotted their next moves. The Thousand Suns had joined them. The Alpha Legion had infiltrated the survivors. The schism of Mars had begun. The heresy had become much more than just a spark. It was wildfire. And for the Raven Guard, forged in rebellion, tempered by betrayal, and redeemed by survival, there would be no rest, only vengeance, and only war.
Humanity is beset by countless evils. Against many, armies can be raised. Hatreds can be stoked. Vigilance for that which is not human can be maintained. Not so the demon. the lie made flesh. For to even know of such a creature is to risk one's essence. The soul of the Grey Knights is sacrosanct, and their purity is incorruptible. The silvered armor of this chapter's warriors is bound with incantations, engraved with sigils of warding. Their blades shine with the inner light of their sanctity, for each of these Space Marines is a psychic warrior, in empiric communion with his battle brothers. Empowered by minds constantly on guard, they can cut steel with bare hands. Their eyes blaze with fire, and even the power of their words flay the otherworldly skin of demons. In shadow do these Knights of Titan fight. From the underbelly of teeming worlds full of mortal pawns, to mutating planets slick with the taint of the Empyrean, where lesser warrior sanity would not survive. They are the Imperium's surest defense against that which the Emperor foresaw would be its greatest threat. The Grey Knights are humanity's blade against the demon, and only they offer mankind hope of anything more than hollow victories. The 666th chapter. None now alive can claim to know the origins of the Grey Knights with certainty. The chapter themselves have a single written account of their founding. Housed in their fortress monastery, the Citadel of Titan. From this, and other legendary sources known to very few, a story of dire peril, a priceless gift, and the concealment of soul-shattering knowledge can be pieced together. It was during the final days of the Horus Heresy, so it is said, that the founders of the Grey Knights were first convened. Even as the Emperor, his generals and advisors prepared Terra for the onslaught of his wayward son, the arch-traitor Horus, the master of mankind contemplated threats even greater. Certain myths of that distant age hint that the Emperor alone foresaw the danger posed by chaos, and the Immaterium's denizens, its demons and gods. These coalescences of emotion, given terrible existence in the warp, would not be satisfied by mankind's destruction, only by its corruption, subjugation, and eternal torment. Ambiguous references suggest the Emperor's most trusted servant, Malcador the Sigillite, scoured the war-torn Imperium while the heresy raged. Directed by the Emperor to seek individuals whose shoulders would bear the burden of saving humanity's future. Among those Malcador eventually presented to the Emperor, it is thought that there were 8 Space Marines, peerless in their dedication to the Imperium, aware of the warp's threat, and potent in their esoteric abilities. Each of the 8 were approved, and the Emperor tasked Malkador with the next stage. Malkador took the group of Space Marines to Titan, a frigid moon of Saturn. Through means now unknown, the Sigillite had hidden the Emperor's works on Titan from traitors and loyalists alike. According to one electro tapestry, Malkador revealed a fortress monastery established in desperate secrecy. Inside it were the means to found a chapter, one not descended from the legions that still fought, but forged anew with gene seed wrought by the Emperor in isolation. How long it had taken such a plan to unfold, how long it had taken to find suitable recruits, forge specialist weapons and war gear, and more besides, perhaps not even Malkador knew. It is suspected that it was he who appointed one of the 8, known to legend as Janus, to lead the nascent chapter as its first supreme Grand Master. What happened next has slipped even from the true understanding of the Grey Knights. With Terra herself braced to face the heretical legions of Horus, a sorcerous enchantment of unprecedented power loosened Titan from reality's grip. The moon vanished from its orbit, sliding into the warp. Time and bloodshed overtook the Sol system. Titan endured, anchored somehow in the Empyrean. Those upon it, unaware of the heresy's tragic conclusion, toiled to bring the Emperor's gift to humanity to fruition, while titanic energies strove to protect the world from the warp's roiling embrace. Years passed in real space, and who knows how many within the timeless warp, before Titan reappeared. When it did so, it was during the confusion and anarchy of the Second Founding. The growing Inquisition, it is whispered, had a hand in much of that endeavor's work. It is in records of the Second Founding that the Grey Knights first appear, enshrined as the 666th chapter of the Adeptus Astartes. The warriors those inquisitors found, 1,000 in number, they were told, and neophytes no longer, were ready to enact the Emperor's intent immediately. With their allies in the Inquisition helping to keep secret their existence, the Grey Knights began their hidden war. As a fighting force, only they could face the demon without fear of taint. The existence of such beings, and the sorcery used to banish them, must forever remain unknown, all witnesses expunged. Titan. Titan's frozen landscape of cryovolcanoes and oceans of liquid methane is broken by jagged spurs of black rock. It is a grim and forbidding place that barely supports basic life. Such barrenness is but one of the veils that shrouds its warriors. Should a ship be allowed anywhere near the surface of Titan, it will already have passed barriers and guards of many kinds. The ship's sensors may have noticed some, such as unusual vessels circling in the dark, suggested by ghost returns. Those aboard with strange technologies or esoteric powers may feel proud in their detection of yet others. Lattices of power that fish for interdimensional prey, or unsleeping stations housing psychic choirs that sing the fort's existences out of people's minds. There are far more layers of diversion, obfuscation, and extermination that rival, and in certain ways exceed, those around Terra itself, down to Titan's seemingly lifeless surface. Jutting from the ice sheets in the shadow of Mount Anarch, the citadel of Titan has endured since its raising in a time of legend. It is the fortress monastery of the Grey Knights, and among its black basalt spires are emplaced batteries of macro cannons and defense lasers. Inside the citadel of Titan's unwelcoming exterior, dusty passages and cavernous halls echo merely to the sweep of robes and the scratch of pneumoquills. Though designed to house an entire chapter and all the arms and vehicles, serfs and servitors they require, many are the arming chambers, meditation cells, and feast halls that lie empty for years. Distance is no obstacle to the demonic threat, and in opposing that threat, most Grey Knights are scattered, fighting among the stars, while the citadel of Titan awaits their victorious return. Great walls and columns are engraved with the Grey Knights' battle honors, and grand banners and trophies are hung in the Hall of Champions. In the fortress's depths lie the Chambers of Purity, set to guard, among other horrors, the most sacred or dangerous relics that the Grey Knights recover. Yet the Sons of Titan could not win so many victories were it not for their foresight. Atop the fortress monastery's highest black spire is a single silver pinnacle, the Augurium. Within the mirrored walls of its vaulted chambers, the prognosticars of the Grey Knights sift through their reflected thoughts and douse the shifting strands of timeless probabilities from the warp. Prognosticars are powerful psychers who, among guttering candles and drifts of incense, read psychic tremors and fluctuations to divine the location and time of demonic incursions. Nothing connected with the warp is entirely accurate or safe, but via the prognosticar's careful unpicking of lies, the spoor of the demon can be traced. With the visions and wisdom of the prognosticars, the Grey Knights can even be in place before an incursion occurs, rather than wait for the planet's panicked astropathic plea, by which time it is often too late. The Grey Knights anticipate and prepare like no other force of the Imperium, knowing in advance the nature of the threat they face, and perhaps something of the consequences of failure. The Sanctum Sanctorum is secure as only the spiritual heart of the Grey Knights could be. This vast shielded chamber and its countless connected vaults, halls, and alcoves contain the accumulated lore of the chapter. The Sanctum Sanctorum's towering shelves of tomes, crumbling scrolls, data crystals, and info wafers hold the chapter's forbidden knowledge. The names of proscribed cults and doomed Xenos races can be found here alongside the forge secrets of Nemesis force weapons. Details of the chapter's psychic ceremonies and communions set down on stone tablets, hollow discs, or stranger media shelter in stasis vaults, and in frozen, true silvered crypts rest the chapter's genetic legacies. A star-shaped chamber at the heart of the citadel of Titan resounds to the ceaseless chants and prayers of hundreds of chapter serfs. This is the Warp Nexus. It is written that the hexagrammical sigils and graven designs therein protected Titan and its fortress monastery during their years within the warp, and were even the means of its transition between realms. It is maintained as a tangible artifact, supposedly left by Malcador the Sigillite, but also in the hope that it may once again grant an extreme refuge if needed. The Canticle of Absolution of the Grey Knights, known as the 666 Secret Words. Et Templars Mysteria, Ox Ordo Malleus. Praise the Emperor for his sacrifice. As he endures, so shall we. We who are hunters of demons shall strive in his name eternally. We, his order of soul wards, shall delve into the dark shadows. We shall seek out the tainted. We shall pursue the vilest evil. It is we who stand guard. Our eternal watch shall not fail. For we are the brethren incorruptus. We Grey Knights are the hammers. We slay the darkness without fear. Founded in great mystery we were. Chapter 666. Though on Titan we be hidden, yet our eyes encompass the galaxy. No hellspawn shall elude our gaze. No demon shall avoid its fate. We shall be the keepers immortal. All secrets shall be our knowledge. We are the guardians of mankind. Caution and secrecy are our code. Watchfulness and patience are our way. Hidden from the eye of chaos, we strike without warning or dread. Though we find ourselves in shadows, no blackness will enter our hearts. No treachery will touch our souls. No pride will sully our thoughts. We shall be pure amongst impurity. We shall be innocence amongst guilt. We are the Imperium's hidden saviors. We are spread across the heavens. Our watch is untiring and ceaseless. The Emperor shall guard our souls as we guard those of others. Our will shall be our weapons. Our faith shall be our armor. Our minds will be secure fortresses. No temptation will weaken our resolve. Though unnumbered lurking perils await us, our blades will ever be ready, for we are the Emperor's vengeance. Masters of all weapons are we. No defense exists against our wrath. With the Nemesis shall we fight, with an Aegis to shield us. In bloodshed shall we save mankind. Death shall be our everlasting creed. War unending shall be our fate. In battle shall we be steeped. We shall be unstinting in hatred. We shall hunger for holy war, for we are swords of justice. When all flee in hideous disarray, strong and sound shall we stand. Cowardice is wholly unknown to us. Our courage comes from the Emperor. Unbowed and unshaken against all foes, we shall claim victory with blood. Steady and surely we hunt them, those that dare oppose our wrath. Death stalks us in many forms, the grotesque and the utterly inhuman. We are the bringers of hope. Bloody battles unending constantly await us. Redemption the reward for our vigilance. When possession rears its unspeakable head, ours is the blade that descends. When Empyrean horrors invade our realm, our exorcisms shall hurl them back. There is no chaos-spawned horror which can resist our indomitable anger. With undaunted courage we shall prevail. No arcane magics shall overcome us. We are the bearers of victory. No corruption shall blemish our galaxy. No immaterial fiend shall be spared. No malevolent spirit will oppose us. No creation of sin shall survive. No unholy deed shall go unpunished. All blasphemous acts shall be atoned. No spawn of misrule avoids us. All are banished to the void. Nothing shall evade our cleansing fire. Not demon or spawn or renegade. For we are mankind's divine blade. Emperor's blessings are laid upon us. The warp is ours to tame. Though sorcery shall be against us, no witchcraft will bring our doom. Though spell or incantation blocks us, the Emperor shall see us victorious. No hex can overcome our determination. Our resolve is as strong as steel. Sigils and wards watch over us. Prayers shall serve as our guide, for we are the Emperor's chosen. There is much darkness awaiting us, yet the Emperor lights our path. Falsehood surrounds us at every turn, yet no traitor shall confound us. No despicable trickery will thwart us. No damnations shall bring us low. There is no peace for us. For an eternity we will strive. Though mere mortals in his service, everlasting shall be our true duty. Et Imperador Invocado Diabolis Demonica Exorcism. Chapter Organization. Though recorded as a second founding chapter, the Grey Knights do not follow the Codex Astartes, the great work whose edicts underpinned the creation of those brotherhoods. Instead, the secretive Grey Knights follow the tenets of structure they believed were handed down by Malcador the Sigillite. Tenets born of the unique demands of their war against the dark gods. The Grey Knights maintain a strength of approximately 1,000 battle brothers. This does not include officers or specialists, and like all Space Marine chapters, the small army of mostly mortal serfs and cybernetic, unthinking servitors that attend the chapter. Unknown to most, the Grey Knights also maintain large bodies of mortal psychers, scribes, scholars of the occult, and many more whose hushed whispers, burdened steps, or distant chants are heard among the candlelit corridors. Hardened against any partial truths they witness, and often mind-scrubbed for safety, these servants help to maintain the citadel of Titan sanctity against demonic incursion, amongst many other duties. The bulk of the Grey Knights' battle brothers are organized into 8 grand brotherhoods. Each brotherhood comprises a notional 100 Grey Knights under the overall authority of its Grand Master and the active leadership of its brother captain. His command is usually supported by the Brotherhood's champion, its ancient, and occasionally other officers. The warriors of each brotherhood are marshaled into squads of 10, each led by an experienced veteran granted the title of Justicar. Each squad is tactically flexible, capable of deploying in missions as half-strength combat squads. Squads remain effective and battle-worthy even when so divided, allowing the Brotherhood's commanders to tackle multiple threats as efficiently as possible. Every Grey Knight is trained in the use of the chapter's varied and esoteric weapons and war gear, and in each mission, squads deploy with different tactical loadouts and entrusted with varying strategic objectives. The breakdown of squad type in any given situation is determined by the Brotherhood's Grand Master and Brother Captain. It has long been proven, however, that a balance of Terminator and Strike squads, supported by Interceptors and Purgation squads, is by far the most effective combination. The Grey Knights are governed and directed by the Chapter Council, made up of the Chapter Lord, also known as the Supreme Grand Master, and the 8 Grand Masters of the Brotherhoods. The Council meet in person rarely, for its members often fight far from Titan. Each member has an equal voice, though the Chapter Lord has the responsibility to pass final judgment. Each Grand Master also holds sway over one of the chapter's constituent bodies, such as its armory or librarius. Each institution is nominally held to form part of his brotherhood, though he dispatches elements of these organizations to undertake extended duties with others. This authority, only partly ceremonial, is tied to the command of a particular brotherhood, and over time the association has informed their fighting style and tactics. The Grey Knights maintain 2 further fighting bodies and other honored positions. Answerable directly to the Chapter Council, they accompany forces at the request of the Grand Masters. The Order of Purifiers rarely numbers more than 50, and is a cloistered brotherhood with its own traditions, whose spiritually pure warriors are led by Knights of the Flame. The Paladins are the chapter's martial elite, a company of some 100 or so of the most skilled warriors, from whose ranks is selected the Grey Knight's most honored ancient. Chaplains lead the chapter in prayer during gatherings in the Hall of Champions, and it is there also that the wisdom and knowledge of venerable dreadnoughts is often sought. The Brotherhoods. The Brotherhoods of the Grey Knights are at the forefront of the endless war to destroy the demon wherever it rears its unholy visage. The chapter does not maintain reserve or specialized companies. The grim and exacerbating duty before them means that every brotherhood requires the integral means to scour the taint of warp spawn from any battlefield. At the head of every brotherhood is the Grand Master, each a spiritual successor to the 8 founders of the chapter. The Grand Master is responsible for mapping out the never-ending war against the immortal denizens of the warp by whatever means he sees fit. He also maintains his Brotherhood's many alliances, whether among the chapter's other bodies, with imperial organizations thought to treat with the Grey Knights, or others with whom the chapter has especially covert dealings. By consulting with the chapter's prognosticars and heeding their wisdom, the Grand Master determines where his warriors are needed most. His are decisions that save or condemn billions. Though hundreds, if not thousands of foes may fall before a single one of his 100 or so Grey Knights, the Grand Master's Brotherhood cannot be everywhere, and not all worlds can be saved. Rather than waste time and his warriors' lives, sometimes the Grand Master must ruthlessly excise falling worlds via the cyclonic warheads of an exterminatus decree. The Grand Master is not solely a strategist, but also a paragon of martial might. His presence on the battlefield is an indicator of the severity of the foe being faced. He leads the fight in the most perilous battles, while in the deployment and command of his Brotherhood, he is supported by his experienced brother captain. The brother captain has operational authority of the Brotherhood. It is he who determines how the Grand Master's wider strategy is enacted. The brother captain's place on the battlefield is at the very heart of the fighting, where he stands shoulder to shoulder with his Brotherhood. As blazing psychic fire bursts from his armored fingertips, the brother captain has honed his empiric powers so that he can maintain psychic contact with each of his warriors even in the thickest fighting, adapting his tactics and battle lines with precision and subtlety. This allows him to respond to emergent threats far more swiftly than many Imperial commanders. Senior warriors of the brother captain's command often fight alongside him. The Brotherhood's champion is an exemplar of the divine martial prowess to which all Grey Knights aspire. In suits of artificer-wrought armor and wielding the signature sword that echoes the chapter's icon, the Brotherhood champion defends his captain with peerless skill and stands ready to die in his commander's stead. To the Brotherhood Ancient, meanwhile, is entrusted one of the Brotherhood's sacred standards, taken down from the Hall of Champions on Titan and reverently carried into battle. In its shadow, his brothers are roused to even greater feats of heroism, and the Ancient invokes the names and deeds recorded on the banner in the darkest moments of conflict. The Grey Knights often fight the most hellish of battles over maddening landscapes. As warp fire blazes and the screams and whispers of demons fill the air, the Grey Knights strengthen their psychic communion. By the invocation of mystic rites, and the intoning of ritualized chants in the heat of battle. The warriors steel their souls and sharpen their blades. The Justicars who lead each squad hone their warriors' empiric talents and provide a focus for their powers. Every battle brother learns not only to fight with all kinds of specialized weapon, armor, and war gear, but also the rights associated with each pattern of tactical operation his squad could be expected to fight in. In other chapters, Terminator armor is a rare and precious resource, restricted to their elite. It is a measure of the Grey Knight's vital duty that they maintain enough suits to equip their entire chapter should they wish. Secure in suits of bonded ceramite and hardened exoskeleton, Terminator squads have been known to fight for weeks on end against demonic hordes. They scythe down swaths of lighter enemies with tempests of explosive ammunition, before cleaving apart far larger creatures with Nemesis Force weapons attuned to the wielder's unique powers. So armored, Grey Knights storm fleshy citadels, battle inside raging firestorms, and hunt their foe in the labyrinths of space hulks. More lightly armored, strike squads wear suits of artificer-wrought power armor engraved with sigils of sanctity. They are often tasked before battle with the reconnaissance of sites that may have been hidden even from the prognosticars or sorceress lairs too cramped to admit to the bulk of their Terminator brothers. The Sixth Brotherhood frequently rely on strike squad surgical attacks to divert and disrupt enemy assaults, before using their psychic augmentation to attack as part of their killing strike. The more heavily armed purgation squads wield multiple heavy weapons, virtually unknown to the wider Imperium. These squads employ their powers to pierce the warp, perceiving threats through layers of deception. Some purgators gaze into their foe's future, seeing so clearly where they will be that they make virtually impossible shots. Grey Knights are often heavily outnumbered, but supported by purgators, this isn't the case for long. Many Grey Knight attacks are characterized by the flare of teleportation strikes. Their warriors specially fortified against the Immaterium's touch. Interceptor squads brave repeated warp transitions to rapidly redeploy and intone carefully measured rites that flow between the squad's minds. These allow them to achieve incredible harmonies of empiric coordination. Their luckless and shocked enemies will never know. The Ward Makers. The Third Brotherhood of the Grey Knights have won triumphant victories in some of the most dire episodes ever withheld from Imperial records. The breadth of forbidden knowledge they maintain has aided the banishment of the deadliest demons, and the Brotherhood's ancient association with the chapter's librarians sees the Wardmakers boast more erudition than any other. The Wardmakers undertakes scholarly research during the brief moments between fighting and martial training. The Brotherhood delve into tomes of lore amassed fraction by fraction over the millennia. They learn to craft psychic abjurations with their minds that reject the enslaving psychic yokes of demons. Many master the rites by which they project their own purifying auras. Some have even become experts in isolating heretics from demon overlords that seek to corrupt them further with tainted whispers, severing the foul connections between them. Successive grandmasters have taught that demons can be defeated with broad and diverse knowledge, for those creatures ever rely on deceit, misdirection, and falsehoods. A battle brother of the Ward Makers does not neglect his martial skill in any way, however, honing them under the stern gaze of the Brotherhood's learned champion. Only when he can intone the 666 verses of the Kabbalos Luminar without pause or error, as the champion and a dozen Luna-class combat servitors attack the battle brother en masse, is he satisfied. As every Grand Master has an equal voice within the chapter council, so every Brotherhood is equal. Though their associations and methods may differ, none is held above another. It is without a doubt, however, that the Ward Makers have been pivotal in defeating the forces of chaos in countless terrible events. Had but one of these hidden battles been lost, mankind's future may have been far darker. When a mysterious infection descended on the Decimalis system, it was the wise counsel of the Third Grandmaster at the time, Valadar Oricon, that revealed a Zinchian demon's machinations at its heart. With careful assessment of prognosticar readings, Emperor's Tarot, and ancient prophecies, he uncovered the disease's implications and its threads of fate. All of this showed it for the titanic threat it truly was. A plague of madness that would have spread without end. On Calva 5, the Ward Makers faced demons of all 4 Chaos Gods in an incursion that spilled towards the Segmentium forces of Cryptomundi. The Brotherhood faced legions of demon engines too, and possessed hulks that were all that was left of the former populace. The Third Brotherhood drew deep from their vast knowledge, crafting sorceries that were tailored to every foul iteration of demon crawling before them. For not one sanctified blast could have cut through all the differing forms. It was under the nascent command of Grandmaster Valdus that the Third Brotherhood stood side by side with the Ultramarines on Macragge. Their empiric powers threw back chaos sorcery during the siege of Hera and ensured the successful resurrection of the Primarch Rabute Guilliman. Grandmaster Valdus wields more psychic might than any Grey Knight seen in centuries. Where he strides into battle, the air grows heavy with empiric charges, and he unleashes his powers in waves of purifying flame that scour the foe before him. His relic demon hammer, the Malleus Argium, was crafted over the course of a century by the blind smith Hulliver, thrumming as Voldus feeds psychic power into its arcane core. The Grand Master wields it as if it weighs nothing at all, and his attacks strike with the force of a thunderbolt. His elevation to the vaunted position of Grand Master of the Third Brotherhood came during the onset of the Great Rift's apocalyptic emergence. Though his ennoblement came from the lips of Lord Caldor Drago himself in the wake of their combined banishment of the Zinchian demonic lord, it is one that sits heavily with Voldus. He sees himself as a humble warrior who sought no greater advancement than a position from which to slay the hated demon. Yet he swore Lord Drago an oath to live upon the honor and on Macragge, on Gathalamor Prime, on Luna and Holy Terra itself, among many others. Aldrich Voldus has proven, at least to others, his supreme ability, strength, and will, as well as commanding a brotherhood of the most elite space marines. Voldus is warden of the Librarius. In this capacity, he has authority over the chapter's librarians and the dangerous archives of knowledge that they guard. Amongst the Grey Knight's ranks, Brother Captain Stern stands as one of the longest-serving and most decorated. On Atraxes, Stern led the counterattack that culled the cult of the Red Talon. He alone cornered Macachan, the Lord of Change that enslaved them, and banished the screaming demon back to the warp in a psychic feat thought beyond the capacity of a lone brother captain. So began a vendetta of centuries in which Macachan has seemed to interfere in the redoubtable brother captain's fate. For each of Stern's heroic feats, some dire misfortune befalls his allies. Since Atraxes, the demon has haunted his steps. Each time they have fought, Macachan has seemed to flee, killing many of Stern's battle brothers before he does so. Yet, with each confrontation, Stern learns more of his demonic nemesis, as, no doubt, the demon believes it learns more of him in turn. Stern has refused any advancement until the threat of Macachan can be ended forever. When the demon overreaches itself, so Stern has sworn, it will be his blade that avenges his fallen brothers. Every Grey Knight is a psyker, a bearer of a mutation that sets him as much apart from other Space Marines as his genetically enhanced body sets him apart from humanity. But few of the chapter's battle brothers exercise this power with free rein. Even for a Grey Knight, this would offer a way into the material realm for insatiable demons. It is the librarians who train their brothers to focus their psychic gifts in concert with others of their squad. The chapter's librarians are experts in the use of their powers. They are capable of invoking all manner of diverse incantations, These they build up over centuries of arcane study and mental duels with creatures from the warp. Librarians are assigned to fight alongside one of their brotherhoods, supporting their brother Grey Knights on the battlefield and offering counsel on matters of obscure lore. As part of controlling their own powers, librarians are skilled in resisting the insidious influence of the warp. They wear complex cowls, amalgams of crystal and neural wiring that empower them in tearing apart the sorceries of others. Librarians maintain ancient titles or ranks, the origins of which are uncertain. As he rises through this hierarchy, from lexicanium to codicer, and thence epistolary, the librarian is judged stronger in mind. He becomes more capable of wielding dangerous power, and is granted access to some of the darkest mysteries held by the chapter. Located deep in the Sanctum Sanctorum lies the Librarium Demonica. It is one of the most heavily shielded and guarded locations in the Imperium, for here lies the Grey Knight's corpus of knowledge on demonkind. Some of the lore predates the Imperium, or has been obtained from long-dead Xenos races, and some is reputed to have even been dictated by Malcador or even the Emperor himself. The threat of such knowledge falling into the wrong hands is not underestimated. The Librarium Demonica lies behind 3 adamantine barriers, each many yards thick, protected by enchantments, anointed with consecrated oils, and etched with silver seals of warding. Elder librarians guard each of the 3 massive portals, the gateways sealed with layers of arcane ciphers, spatial displacers, and magical vortices. Any seeking entrance who does not utter the secret words of passage at the ritualized moment will be destroyed by the guardian librarians without pause. Among the dread knowledge contained within are the true names of many of the foulest demons, and the known instances of their manifestations. One, the demon known as McCatchin, is unpleasantly familiar to the Third's brother captain, for its fate and his are inextricably linked. Chambers of Purity. The Chambers of Purity are thought to be the oldest part of the Citadel of Titan. They lie deep, buried like a secret in the dark, and the cold far beneath the moon's surface. Though the Chambers of Purity and their sanctified guardians are hidden away, it is to ensure the security of something deeper and darker, a secret they are placed there to guard. The chapter's legends tell that a great evil lies entombed amongst the roots of Mount Anarch, the great peak at whose base the Grey Knight's Fortress Monastery sits. To those Grey Knights with just cause to approach the outer entrances of the Chambers of Purity, strange echoes and air patterns suggest some vast space beyond. Not even the Grandmasters know the full truth. Many rumors, terrifying if only for the grim credence such learned and stoic warriors would give them, have wound around the mystery down the millennia. Some have it that it is an evil intrinsic to Titan, that it is the reason the moon was chosen as the Grey Knight's homeworld. Some of those conjecture that it was there already, while others that the Emperor placed it there, something he would not or could not destroy. Still others have talked of some failure in the warp nexus, that during Titan's timeless period within the warp, something defeated Malkador's wards and crept into the heart of Titan itself. Only the Iron Grimoire is believed to disclose the truth. Within its bindings of screaming warp metal, the tome is said to liken the bedrock of Titan to a graven tomb, and the chambers of purity to that tomb's capstone. Thus, the chambers are less of a prison and more like that prison's lock and key. Only the Supreme Grand Master is permitted to read the Iron Grimoire. Of all other Grey Knights, only the Chamber's Guardians, the Order of Purifiers, truly know what it is they guard. Yet, when the rock of Titan shakes, and the Purifiers seal the approaches to their chambers, the chapter holds its collective breath until the tremors end. Since the emergence of the Great Rift, the shivering of Titan's innards have grown more frequent and more intense. Chapter numerologers have reported disturbing synergies in the quake's frequencies, and other visionaries have spoken with fear of a great awakening, the opening of an eye. This evil, though perhaps the greatest on Titan, is far from the only one kept safe by the chambers of purity. Within fortified obulettes, stasis johns, and refraction prisons, all part of the chamber's lattice of secure sanctums, lie the demonic relics kept by the chapter. These are the profane objects deemed too hazardous to be studied or displayed as trophies in the Hall of Champions. Yet they are also too dangerous to be destroyed, for that would allow the baleful demons bound within to return to the warp, where they would coalesce once more at their malignant leisure. Theses, catalogues, instructions, ravings, histories, and every kind of tome, scroll, and creaking liber can be found here, their pages, bindings, and inks formed of 1,000 substances. Few of them are given willingly. Bones there are, too, of fallen saints, and enslaving profit hawkers of possessed Xenos tyrants, such as those of the Whisperer, whose unearthing by greed-driven inquisitors brought about the plague of madness. Tainted energies in grav suspension, Xenos technologies, and mechanical idols from darker ages languish in bonds, their sentiences raging, or else repeating unheeded pleas of innocence. Blades, Hooks, maces, strangely proportioned firearms, and countless other forms of life-taker are sequestered in gilded caskets. These demon weapons have tasted blood and souls, and are some of the chapter's most dangerous occupants, their will kept dormant by the working of ancient technology and the powerful radiance of the chamber's keepers. The Purifiers are an organization apart from other Grey Knights, distanced from their battle brothers by their nature and tradition. They guard the chambers of purity against mortal and immortal incursion, ensuring that nothing and no one breaches their realm to reach the mountain's roots beyond. Only the Grand Masters of the Brotherhoods and the Chapter Lord are permitted within their domain unbidden, and none at all any further. They have the authority and determination to destroy any who are not permitted. In the rare instances of intruders, none have returned, their fate remaining unknown and unquestioned. The Purifiers epitomize the chapter's sanctity of purpose. There is neither training regime nor set process by which a Grey Knight joins their dour and taciturn ranks. Membership of the Order of Purifiers is not granted through skill, valor, or tally of grim deeds, and a Grey Knight may serve with unblemished distinction throughout his functionally immortal lifetime without being granted this singular honor. Rather, Purifiers recruit only from those Grey Knights whose souls are held to be utterly incorruptible, even beyond the usual exacting standards of the chapter. So painstaking is the selection, and so rarely bestowed, that there are seldom more than a few score of Purifiers. Whether it be by some quirk of mystical fate, however, their numbers seldom drop so low as to render their duties unfulfilled. Thus, never has thought been given to relaxing the restrictions of induction, lest the sanctity of the order be compromised. On rare occasions, the head of the Purifier Order will accede to a request from one of the Grand Masters for aid of a portion of their warriors. Only one of the council can make such a demand. Understanding the gravity of the Purifier's duty, even while not knowing its true nature, the Grand Master does so only in the direst of circumstances. When Purifiers deploy, they often form the chapter's spearhead in war zones that boil and churn with legions of demons. The Purifier's untarnished spirit is not only their defining characteristic, it is also their greatest weapon. Like the light of battle said to halo the Imperium's greatest saints, a nimbus of radiance illuminates these pure warriors. Combined with a Grey Knight's formidable psychic might, this inviolability of heart and mind is transformed into a cleansing azure fire that burns unworthy adversaries in body and soul. Little resists the power of this glorious conflagration. A demon's cold malignancy is turned violently against it. A corrupted soldier's fear erupts into a corona of fire, and the malevolence of predatory Xenos consumes such aliens. None but the purifiers walk unharmed through this blaze, armor gleaming as they dispatch of their charred foes. Hall of Champions. Among rows of iron-bound basalt columns rising to vaulted arches far above the central Hall of Champions hang the standards and trophies of the Grey Knights. Dark statues stare down, their stern countenances underlit by consecrated candles. Along with subsidiary chancels and council chambers, the hall forms the chapter's martial and spiritual heart. The huge central chamber of the Citadel of Titan is known as the Hall of Champions, though in truth this term stretches to encompass a warren of chambers, passages, and sanctuaries that lead from the central hall's tiered levels. Here are held rare feasts when more than a handful of Grey Knights are upon Titan together. These are often in the wake of a hard-fought victory. The battle brothers within the fortress monastery recovering and rearming before the next vision of doom calls them to war once more. Ranks of statues regard ceremonial proceedings, and oaths are sometimes sworn directly to them. They depict the Grey Knight's ancestors, chapter heroes granted a form of immortality in which to inspire those who take up the fight after them. The hall is also a place in which to honor living heroes. Investitures and ordinations take place within circles of abjuration, inlaid into the solid floor in silver. Trophies taken from the defeated are displayed on sigil-carved iron hooks and chains. These may be shattered weapons, fragments of psi-scorched armor, or stranger items, like the 13 twisted iron masks of the demon Magi purged from Sebrum II. Perhaps most unusual of all is the skull of Erminath, the demon Raja of Nalu. Before the defeated creature's spirit could flee to the warp, the Grey Knights bound it into its flayed skull. Now its fading sentience rages silently and impotently, forced to witness the celebration of the Grey Knight's every triumph over chaos. Though the Grey Knight's prime concern is the demonic menace, they fight countless battles against the alien, mutant, and heretic, and many trophies in the hall stand as a testament to these victories. The Hall of Champions is the seat of the Paladins, the Grey Knight's greatest warrior squads, and many of the statues there represent former companions of the Paladins fraternity. As the Order of Purifiers stand as the Grey Knight's sanctified elite, the Paladins are the chapter's martial exemplars. If a Grey Knight wishes to prove himself worthy of a place amongst such lauded elite, bravery and skill at arms are not enough. He must complete 8 quests to establish his character and cause. Each more arduous and deadly than the last, they culminate in the hunting down and banishment of one of the 666 most powerful demons known to have manifested. Battle Brothers have died on these quests, refusing to abandon them and incur grave dishonor. It is a measure of the paladin's status that a Grey Knight seeking admission is willing to risk depriving his chapter of his skills that he may serve it to a higher standard. The paladins seldom fight as one body. The Supreme Grand Master, or one of the council in his stead, call upon the paladins when they require the very best of the chapter to take the field, and they usually dispatch in small numbers to support individual brotherhoods. Truly selfless, yet with the skill to destroy the foulest beasts, paladins throw themselves without hesitation into combat with towering demon lords and murderous hordes of warp spawn. The sacred standards and banners that hang in the Hall of Champions represent every brotherhood and order of the Grey Knights. They honor the cleansing of worlds and the purging of the unhallowed evil. There are few in the Imperium that know of such heroics, and fewer still who record them. Each brotherhood maintains many standards in the hall, and here also are displayed the personal banners and relics of fallen heroes. The Paladin Ancient has been chosen from amongst that exemplar brotherhood for his reverence and stoicism. In his unshakable grasp is carried one of the chapter's greatest standards, one that depicts the Grey Knight's most glorious victories over demonkind. His is a duty more personal than that of many ancients, for he has fought in many of these great victories, and is as much a figure of inspiration as the banner he lifts. It is against the stirring backdrop of these standards that the chapter's chaplains lead their brotherhoods in prayer during the greatest gatherings in the Hall of Champions, as they also do before battle. Chaplains are the spiritual leaders of the Grey Knights, and they maintain many of the chapter's tradition and inculcate neophytes in the strictures they must know before acceptance, as well as mercilessly administering punishments to those they perceive as wavering in their focus. Their fiery sermons, shouted over the din of battle, or intoned with grim solemnity in the hall, remind those among whom they fight of the price of failure, psychically reinforcing the heavy duty laid upon them all by the Emperor. A hidden tapestry. Upon the Grey Knight's sacred standards in the Hall of Champions, and within the locked pages of certain tomes that the chapter holds, are described some of the most pivotal moments in the Imperium's history. These will never be lauded by thankful populaces, and there are no statues to Grey Knights upon worlds they have saved, for there must be no witnesses. The danger of unrestricted knowledge of the demonic as proven in the blood of entire worlds in which it was allowed to fester. Thus, not even the Grey Knight's greatest victories upon worlds that have been thoroughly sanctified can be known to Imperial citizens. Men and women who survive a demonic incursion, even those who have impressed the Grey Knights with their stoic resolve in the face of mind-wrenching madness, are ruthlessly purged during the extensive post-battle processing by the Ordo Malleus. The existence of such survivors is obviated by the Inquisition so completely that no records remain of certain regiments or ship's crew even being assigned to the system in question. It is likely that some forces recorded as being lost in the warp en route to their deployment actually reached their destination and fought with courage, only for the survivors to be rounded up, interrogated, and executed. The Grey Knights are sometimes party to these purges as well, but the Ordo Malleus has resources and experience to conduct many by itself. Particularly valued individuals, such as warriors of other Space Marine chapters, and occasionally high-ranking commanders of the Astra Militarum or Navis Imperialis, are instead often psychically relieved of all memory of the battle. There have been occasions of resistance to such necessary mental excisions. At least one chapter was forced to undertake an extended Pentient crusade to the galactic rim, rather than risk being branded excommunicate traitores over their objections. Within the ancient warp storm known as Geldrith's Eye, the Grey Knights uncovered a hidden ritual. Unfocused visions from the Augurium led a fleet of the First and Second Brotherhoods to discover an armada of Word-Bearers Traitor Legion vessels inside the warp, positioned in an octagonal formation. A coven of sorcerers and dark apostles were enacting a murderous ritual from within their ships. Already, warp routes skirting Geldrith's Eye were being perverted. The Geller fields of Imperial ships making these passages were weakened enough for lurking swarms of warp predators to tear them open and feast on their crews. Though their own Geller fields were similarly weakened, the combined aegis of the Grey Knights kept the circling demons at bay. With their warp sight, the Grey Knights sensed the geometries of the ritual, otherwise invisible through the churning warp that enveloped them. They saw the psychic construction was almost complete, but could also see the nodes that could be unpicked to force the structure to unravel. The strike cruiser, Saristor, led its sister ships in precision attacks that smashed through the gun decks of the Word-Bearer's peripheral cruisers. Grey Knights made coordinated teleport strikes against bridge controls and engineeriums. The ancient teleportariums were boosted by the psychic powers of the warriors so that none were scattered, even through the fluxing of the warp's local currents. The Chaos ships struggled to maintain their crucial positioning for the ritual. Their own gunnery inflicted minimal damage as it was buffeted by the energies of the halted ceremony. Grey Knights disengaged as the ritual came apart, and the warp's tides rushed in, tearing apart most of the Word-Bearer's vessels. Antraxes was a mining world famed throughout the Sudar subsector for its rare bloodstone. When the prognosticars foretold a great evil would arise there, a demi-brotherhood led by Brother Captain Stern discovered the planet already in the grip of a rebellion. The Lord of Change, McCatchin, had spread an uprising from the Red Talon Citadel, and the demon had also tainted the Bloodstone mines, binding warp nightmares into the rock. With its export, McCatchin's influence spread through the Sudar subsector, sowing discord and mayhem as citizens wearing Bloodstone tokens succumbed to possession. Stern ordered half of his strike force to attack and destroy Antraxes' orbital shipyards, while he led the rest in a targeted strike at the Red Talon Citadel. Teleporting into the midst of thousands of cultists enthralled to McCatchin, Stern and his warriors fought towards the demon. He invoked the liturgies of banishment, dueling the greater demon in a battle of wills as his brothers kept the surging cultists at bay with sweeps of their nemesis blades and volleys of bolt fire. Under Stern's psychic onslaught, McCatchin's spells could not save it, and its mortal form burst apart in blue fire. The Grey Knights teleported clear as the flaming debris of the destroyed shipyard struck. The returned Primarch, Rabute Gilliman, had not been upon Terra long before the cataclysmic eruption of the Cicatrix Maledictum. Upon the throne world, the descending blackness drove millions to insanity, and rebellious cults arose in many of Terra's hive cities. Warp storms surrounding the planet split open, and legions of coronate demons assaulted the Lion's Gate. This bastion at the heart of the Imperial Palace was flanked by battleship-sized gun batteries, but alone they had no hope of prevailing. A demi-brotherhood of Grey Knights, dispatched in haste to Terra, fought shoulder to shoulder with thousands of the Adeptus Custodes and countless more defenders. The Grey Knight's specialist knowledge, coordinated strikes, and empiric powers helped stem the tide of 88 cohorts of blood-drenched demons. With the deployment of Sisters of Silence, the Grey Knights fought on with their superlative martial might, even without their powers, stoically enduring the excruciating touch of the Knoll Maiden's psychic void. When the Lion's Gate was at last reinforced from other portions of the palace, the demons were finally cast down and banished.